My name is Sui. I'm standing outside the Camilla Magic Tower in early June, sweating under the hot Banda City sun because I'm here for a very important job interview. It was the start of summer and Banta City felt like the old Beijing, hot and heavy. I wore my Sennheiser school graduate uniform and already felt sticky after just a short walk. If I hadn't used a small frost array on my body, I would have been drenched in sweat. The building in front of me was enormous, 30 meters tall, and the ground floor was a magic tower that spread over 10,000 square meters. I walked up and looked at the sign above the door, Camilla Magic Tower. Seeing that name made my heart race. Great magician Camilla was one of the most powerful magicians in Banda City. If I could work on her research, my magic could grow fast. My nervousness turned into a nervous smile, the same kind I'd felt 5 years earlier when I first graduated and went to work at a big mechanical engineering company on Earth. I didn't belong in this world. 3 years ago, I had been a promising mechanical engineer on Earth, 24, with a bright career. Then I fell into water during a survey and woke up in another world. At first, I imagined I'd become a great magician overnight, like the heroes in novels. Reality was harsher. I learned magic fast. In 6 months, I adapted, and in 2 years, I finished a school course that usually took 4 years. Teachers called me talented, but I'd missed childhood training most other magicians had. I graduated from the ordinary Sennheiser school in the Lampuri Kingdom. It gave me knowledge, but not a reputation. After graduation, I faced the same problem many new graduates do. No job. No matter what, I have to make this interview work, I told myself. I walked in through the Magic Tower's open door. The guards weren't strict. People in different robes passed by with serious faces, lost in thought. Their expressions reminded me of my old research facility on Earth, and that calmed me down. I reached the affairs department and told them why I'd come. They called 2 people to interview me. The moment they heard I was from Sennheiser school, their faces changed, a look I'd seen many times in the last half-year. It was a quiet kind of disdain. The chubby interviewer on the right asked, "Have you taken the Magicians Guild certification test yet?" I had not. I'd been here less than 3 years. I had no time, and the test cost money I didn't have. The 2 interviewers exchanged looks. The chubby one coughed and began to apologize. I felt my chances slip away. If I failed this interview, I would need to find ordinary work to pay bills. I'd be away from magic research and my power would drop. That would ruin my chance to grow. I cut the interviewer off. "I don't think the school matters," I said. "You need an assistant who can help great magician Camilla with research, not just a certificate. Let me prove I can do it." They seemed amused. "How will you prove it?" the chubby man asked. I took a small box from my bag and handed it to them. The box looked simple. I tapped it with my finger and pushed a bit of magic into it. Both interviewers could feel the magic right away. It was a small trace, but pure and steady. Even some powerful magicians couldn't keep magic so stable. I was young, and that surprised them. The box opened, and a clear sound came out. Inside was a tiny model piano, the size of a person's hand. Each key was carefully made. Then the keys started to move as if played by invisible fingers. Music floated out. The interviewers inspected it, puzzled. The chubby man frowned. "This is just a toy," he said. "How does this prove your magic?" I smiled a little. "It's a toy, but it runs on a magic array I engraved inside. Anyone who puts in a trace of magic will set it off. The array shows my skill. I'd brought together my mechanical engineering from Earth with the magic I'd learned here. I like playing piano, so I built something that mixed both worlds. The level of craft in it wasn't small, but magicians here rarely valued practical tools. They valued raw destructive power. They didn't understand the engineering behind my toy, so they didn't see what it proved." The 2 interviewers shook their heads. They were about to refuse when the door squeaked open. A girl rushed in, the same one who had nearly run past me at the gate. She had bright yellow hair and wore the same simple black magician's robe, but she looked confident and full of life. Her face was slim and pretty. She smiled and nodded when she saw me holding the door earlier. She moved with ease across the room and climbed the magical ladder at the tower's center, heading for the highest level. I didn't think much of it, but the interviewers did. "Young Miss Still, why are you here?" the chubby man asked, surprised. Their tone showed she was someone important. The girl, Still, glanced at my resume, then at the model piano on the table. She picked it up and said, "This was made by you?" I nodded before I could think. She studied it, clearly interested. Then she turned to the interviewers and said simply, "Just hire him." The two interviewers protested. "But he only graduated from Sennheiser and hasn't passed the guild test. It doesn't meet the requirements." Still waved a hand like the rules didn't matter. "He thinks in new ways. That's better than some stiff old magicians. Maybe he can help grandfather." Her casual decision left the interviewers helpless. The chubby man cleared his throat and turned to me. "Mr. Sui, congratulations. When can you report for work?" Joy flooded me. I looked at Still to say thank you, but she wasn't looking at me. She was still focused on the tiny piano, fascinated by the thing I'd made. I answered with a quiet smile and told them when I could start. I had won the job. My heart raced with hope. This meant I could stay close to real magical research, learn from a powerful magician, and finally have a chance to become someone important in this world. Not just a transplant from another life, but someone who could build a future here. It'd be great if there was a desk fan. A loud complaint suddenly resounded through the room, instantly causing an echo. "That's right, why is it so hot? It's simply driving people to death. Right? I wish that I can take off all my clothes." Scram. "Rem, you idiot. There are girls here." "Jay, Wella, are you considered a girl?" Hearing the complaints of his coworkers, Sui looked up. He wiped off the perspiration pouring out of him with his sleeve. It was indeed quite hot. Without knowing it, he had already been working at the Camilla Magic Tower for a month now. It was already the beginning of July, and they were in the middle of summer, so naturally the weather was very hot. During this month, he had been doing odd jobs in the magic research laboratory under the great magician Camilla. He hadn't participated in the magical research work at all. Sui wasn't surprised by this. For someone like him who had had several years of work experience on Earth, he was very clear on the fact that new people had to slowly do foundational work before they were slowly integrated. Not to mention, his magical power was not outstanding at all among his coworkers, and the matter of his interview had already spread. Right now, the others all treated him as someone who young Miss Still had let in through the back door, so there were quite a few coworkers that looked down on him. This fellow, is it because he looks a bit good that young Miss Still has set her eyes on him? Sui could only reveal a bitter smile at this. Since seeing Still at the interview that day, he hadn't seen her a second time in this entire month. He learned from chatting with his coworkers that Still was great magician Camilla's granddaughter, but he knew nothing else about her. So God knows how this rumor had spread. Of course, he was clear that these so-called rumors had no basis at all. So he didn't explain them at all and only focused on working hard, while also increasing his level of magical knowledge by observing the experiments of his coworkers. Sui's talent was indeed quite good. Although he had only been observing from the side, his level of magic had increased by quite a bit in a single month. After all, great magician Camilla's level was not something the teachers of the Sennheiser school could match. Even if it was an experiment he had only arranged a bit of, its level was much higher than what Sui had learned in the Sennheiser school. That's right. When I was called over by His Excellency Great Magician to report in, found that his room was very cold. Why is that? The one who spoke was Rem, who was called an idiot. After passing the Magicians Guild certification test, he was graded as a 5th-grade magician, being placed 3rd among the 17 people in the research lab, including Sui. He was a very extroverted person, being a fiery existence in the research lab. Idiot, His Excellency Great Magician's room has a large-scale frost array set in it. Of course, it would be cold. The one who responded was Wella, who Rem had complained about. She was a 4th-grade magician, being weaker than Remington. She had a serious personality and didn't skimp on reprimanding Rem normally, but most people could see that she treated Rem rather special. They had already been secretly placed as a pair by others. Oh, then why can't we place large-scale frost arrays in our laboratories? You still don't believe me when I call you an idiot. Just setting a large-scale frost array costs 30 gold coins. Not to mention it requires 10 high-grade magic crystals to maintain each day, which requires 5 gold coins. That takes 150 gold coins each month. I say, Rem, how much do you get paid each month? Wella snappily responded. This, ha ha. Rem gave to dry laughs and didn't dare respond. Sui knew that even though Rem's monthly salary was high, it was no more than 30 gold coins. Not mentioning the consumption of the large-scale frost array, he didn't even have enough to set one down. In the entire Camilla Magic Tower, The only room that had a large-scale frost array was the respected Great Magician Camilla's room. There were no other rooms that had one. Actually, I was lucky enough to visit Great Magician Eisenkel's magic tower last time. They had frost arrays in each room. There was even red wine in each room. A rather timid voice spoke up. This voice belonged to the one closest to age to Sue-E and was the weakest in the lab, Sarash. Because she was placed last among everyone in the lab before Sue-E arrived, and she had a weak personality, she would be rather timid at all times. Great Magician Eisenkel? Isn't that one of the richest great magicians in our Lampuri kingdom? Their situation is naturally better than ours. Tell me, why is it even though they are both great magicians, Great Magician Eisenkel has so much money, and our respected Great Magician Camilla doesn't even have enough money to install frost arrays for us? Rim let out a long sigh, but he found that no one sympathized with him. He looked around in a daze and found that everyone was looking down, clearly signaling that they didn't want to speak to him. He only saw Wella glaring at him, signaling him with her eyes. Rim instantly understood and knew that spoken too much, saying the wrong things. He quickly lowered his head and didn't dare say anything else. Sue-E, who had seen everything from the side, couldn't stop his lips from raising and revealing a smile. Rim's questions made him remember his professors when he was a graduate student. The better ones could pull in more topics, so naturally they earned more. The weaker ones would naturally earn less. Of course, there were differences in professors that earned more. Some would share the rewards with the students under them, letting everyone be happy. There were also professors that wanted more for themselves, so they were very stingy to the students under them, naturally raising complaints. So which kind was Great Magician Camilla? Sue-E didn't even have the qualifications to see Great Magician Camilla, so without understanding anything, he wouldn't be able to make a decision. But speaking honestly, putting in a single large-scale frost array is good. At least it would be this hot anymore. Sue-E pulled back and forth on the front of his shirt, trying to let himself cool down a bit. Although he could arrange a small-scale frost array under his clothes for the summer, it consumed a large amount of magic to maintain this array. With his current magic, he could maintain it for less than half an hour, and it would take him over 3 hours to recover. The losses far outweigh the gains. What was more important was that working in the laboratory meant he had to use magic at any time. So, even for a 5th-grade magician like Rem, he didn't dare casually waste magic on anything. Sue-E habitually looked up at the wall of the laboratory and saw that it was completely empty. How could there be a trace of an air conditioner? This technologically backwards world. Sue-E could only shake his head and let out a sigh. It's fine if there's no air conditioning. It would be good if there was even a single electric fan. Thinking of electric fans, something popped in Sue-Yi's mind like he had thought of something. After being in a daze for a while, Sue-E suddenly slapped his leg. Idiot! If there isn't one, why don't I just make myself? The paw sound from Sue-E slapping his leg surprised the people working around him, causing them to look at him with surprised looks. They found that the person who had always silently worked by himself had suddenly encountered something he was happy about, revealing an overjoyed look on his face. Did this fellow go crazy? How could Sue-E care about their gazes? He was already completely focused on the idea that had just popped up in his mind. That's right, he suddenly thought of making his own electric fan. Of course, there was no electricity in this world, but there was something that could replace it. It was magic. Sue-E quickly organized the thoughts in his mind and quickly pulled over a piece of paper, wildly drawing on it. As someone who focused on mechanical engineering, although Sue-E did not specialize in productions, he had always been fascinated by the mechanical production industry since he was young. So, he had a very clear understanding of the structure and principle of an electric fan. Adding in his specialized mechanical engineering knowledge, Sue-E quickly finished a blueprint for an electric fan. After looking it over, Sue-E quickly confirmed his conversion path. If he wanted to use an automatic electric fan in this world, the first thing was to have a power source. There was no electricity in this world, but he could achieve the same effect with magic arrays. This was exactly what Sue-E had been studying at the Sennheiser school the entire time without stopping. The model piano he took out during the interview, it could be considered the embodiment of his research. The structure of an electric fan was very simple to a high-level mechanical engineer like him, and replacing the power source with a magic array also wasn't hard for him. Sue-E spent less than an hour, and he had already finished the magic array. This magic array was a primary grade wind magic array. It could simulate low-level wind magic and create rotating wind. Sui now just needed to combine this magic array and the structure of the electric fan together to create an electric fan. Of course, Sui still had many problems to solve. For example, how fast would the wind of the magic array have to be to actually move the electric fan's blades, replacing electricity and activating the fan? Or for example, if the magic array was placed inside the electric fan and it could be used, would it affect the shape of the electric fan? Or for example, if magic crystals were used as a power source for the magic array, what grade would it have to be to ensure that it would work? As he thought of more and more problems, Sui instead became even more excited. In that instant, it was like he had returned to his time on Earth. Whenever his research facility came across any difficult problems, Sui would always become excited. He was in every sense a madman for research. Whether it was researching something or solving a problem, it was even more enjoyable than any form of entertainment. It was already time to get off work in the blink of an eye, so his coworkers began to leave. Sui, of course, kept studying. His coworkers already were not surprised by this. During this month, Sui stayed overtime almost every day. His coworkers actually admired Sui for this kind of mindset. Only they didn't know that this time, he wasn't just doing research on magic. Sui let out a long breath and put down the tools in his hand. He wiped the sweat off his face, but his hand felt very strange. Looking at it, his hand was covered in grease. By wiping his face, he turned his face into that of a large tabby cat. Sui actually didn't care at all about he just began laughing. His heart was filled with joy as he looked at the strange lump of iron on the table in front of him. This lump of iron was not normal looking. This thing had a rectangular base with a hollow space above it. There were very large iron rods stuck together in this gap, and there were 3 fan blades evenly distributed around the center. This was clearly the electric fan he had developed. Sui had spent half a month before developing this electric fan that worked using a magic array. What he spent the most time on was not the most important power supply, but rather the outer design of the electric fan. After solving the most important problem of having a magic array as a power supply, Sui found another important problem. It was hard to imitate the outer coating of electric fans on Earth for this electric fan because this world didn't have a perfect plastic and alloy production technique. Helplessly, Sui could only replace it with iron. It was because this world's forging technique couldn't compare to that of Earth. This electric fan looked a bit strange and could even be called ugly. It's fine. The requirements aren't too high. It's fine as long as it can be used. Sui shrugged his shoulder as he comforted himself. After carefully looking over it twice, Sui a multicolored magic crystal that was the size of his thumb. He carefully placed it in the mouth on the back of the electric fan before closing it up. It was only a simple action, but Sui was covered in sweat. After wiping his face, he raised his right hand with a serious expression and reached out his index finger. After a moment of hesitation, he finally pressed down. With this clear sound, the switch of the electric fan was pressed. Sui immediately felt a trace of magic running through the electric fan, and after a while, the magic array on the surface released a light green glow that went into the slits of the fan. Sui's eyes were wide as he stared at the fan blades. After a while, the 3 blades suddenly moved and began to slowly rotate. The fan blades were rotating very slowly at first, but not long after, it became faster and faster. Gradually, the 3 fan blades couldn't be seen at all as they became one. With the high-speed turning of the fan blades, there was a light breeze that drifted out of the blades. They blew across Sui, covered in sweat, and instantly a cool feeling passed through his body. Sui enjoyed it for a while before suddenly clenching his fist. When they saw Sui bringing the electric fan in, the people in the laboratory all cast curious glances at him. What is with this fellow today? Not to mention his funny face, he was bringing in this strange lump of iron. What did he want to do? Hey Sui, what is this thing? Rem couldn't push down his curiosity and pointed at the electric fan Sui was holding as he asked this question. Sui thought about it and suddenly thought that the name electric fan wasn't right. It's a magic fan. I made it in my free time. Magic fan. Everyone was even more confused. Rem looked at the fan and couldn't feel any magic from it. So he became even more curious. What can this thing do? Sui laughed before looking around and finally placing the fan on the table in front of Rem. Hasn't it been very hot the past few days? I wanted to make something to help everyone cool down. After saying this, Sui pressed down the switch. The people in the lab were all magicians, so naturally they could immediately feel the flow of magic coming from the magic array inside the magic fan. But this flow of magic was quite weak, so it could be seen that it was quite a low-grade magic array. But then everyone was surprised to find that the three strange blades of this thing began to rotate, and it began moving faster and faster. Wah! There's wind. He had just placed the fan down in front of Rem. So naturally, he was the first one to feel the wind being blown out of the fan. He got out in shock. So cool. Wind. Everyone saw that Rem's magic robe was beginning to move, like it was being blown by wind. They couldn't help themselves as they all came over. When they came in front of the fan, everyone immediately felt the cool breeze. It was very hot today, and everyone had sweated quite a bit. So now that there was a breeze blowing over them, their body felt quite cool. After enjoying it for a bit, everyone began questioning Sui. Hey Sui, how is this moving? Is it because of the magic array inside it? It can't be, right? The magic array is fine, but how could it move this thing? I've never heard of a magic array with this kind of effect. That must be something Sui discovered himself. Isn't that right, Sui? Discovered himself? Sui, you're actually this skilled in magic arrays. You can actually research new magic arrays. That's right, you can actually develop your own magic arrays. Then why is your magical power still so low? These people asked questions for a while. Most of the questions were about Sui's magical power. There were few people that questioned him on the principle behind the magic fan. This was normal for the science continent. In this magical continent, application of magic was rarely focused on by magicians. Wella, who was the last one to ask about the magic fan, hit the nail on the head. Sui, there should be a magic crystal inside, right? Otherwise, you can't maintain the magic array for this long. Right. Sui pressed the switch and stopped the fan's movements. He opened the mouth on the back and took out the small magic crystal that was much dimmer after having its magic consumed. Wella looked at the thumb-sized magic crystal in Sui's hand, and her pupils trembled. If I'm not mistaken, this magic crystal should be a medium grade one, right? Sui spread his hands with a bitter smile. I couldn't afford to buy a high-grade magic crystal. Wella nodded. She took the magic crystal from Sui's hand to look it over before pointing at the magic fan. Sui, can you take apart that magic fan and let me see the magic array inside it? Sui shook his head with a smile. You can disassemble it, but it would be hard to reassemble. Seeing the disappointed look on Wella's face, Sui added, but it's very easy if you want to see the magic array. I have blueprints here. You can see them at any time. This? Wella hesitated for a second before suddenly making up her mind. She pointed at the magic fan and said, how about you sell this magic fan to me? Everyone was stunned. Rem couldn't help asking, Wella, what are you buying this for? If you're interested in the magic array inside, didn't Sui say that you can see it at any time? Wella shook her head. This is not the same. She ignored everyone's surprised gazes after she finished and looked at Sui, as she honestly said, give me a price. Sui saw Wella's serious expression and felt a bit awkward. It seemed like this Wella was really obsessed with magic, and as long as she saw something new, she would immediately want to research it. But as for a price, if it was just the price of materials, the main expenses for the magic fan is the frame itself. Including the wooden base and the iron structure, it would cost less than 30 silver coins. Then adding in the labor costs, including the fee for the blacksmiths, it would be less than 2 gold coins added up together. But in addition to these costs, the most important was the research cost. In order to develop this magic fan, Sui had spent half a month's time, spending almost all his free time on this. In order to develop the perfect magic array for this, he used over 100 sheets of paper, not to mention building a frame that would work perfectly with the magic array. This mechanical engineering knowledge that surpassed anything on the science continent. It was something that they couldn't attach a value to. Seeing that Sui was hesitating, Rem became unhappy. He said with a frown, Hey, Sui, this is only an iron frame. How much could it be worth? Since Wella wants it, why don't you sell it to her? Just give a price, I'll pay it. Wella looked at Rem with a frown, but she said nothing. Although she was very curious towards the magic fan, she also didn't think this strange-looking thing would be worth that much. Who would have thought that after Sui thought about it? He raised up 2 fingers, Since we are co-workers, if you really want to buy it, then it'll be 2 gold coins. This price could be considered Sue-E giving up the research cost and just treating this magic fan as a normal product. He was not worried that she would be able to see through the mysteries of this magic fan after buying it. Perhaps she could easily see through the magic array, but this simple-looking magic fan contained modern-era technology, so she couldn't see through it no matter what. However, the price that seemed fair Sue-Yi's heart made everyone's eyes pop out. 2 gold coins. Rem stretched his arms out in an exaggerated manner. I say, Sue-Yi, are you crazy? This is only a piece of iron. Although you being able to think of something like this is pretty good, how could it be worth 2 gold coins? Everyone agreed with him. They all felt that the price Sue-Yi set was too much. Although Wella didn't say anything, her deeply knit brows made her thoughts very clear. Sue-Yi let out a sigh and felt helpless. The people of this world didn't understand modern technology at all. They naturally couldn't understand its value. Based purely on the perspective of a magician, the magic array inside this magic fan really wasn't worth 2 gold coins. But as a high-level mechanical engineer from Earth, Sue-Yi had his pride. He definitely wouldn't allow something he worked hard to research be sold that cheaply. So he could only give a shrug. Since you can't accept this price, then forget it. Anyway, I felt that the lab was very hot, so I took it out to let everyone use it. Everyone looked at Sue-Yi with strange gazes. This fellow, since he could take it out and let everyone use it for free, why didn't he just use it to create some favor with Wella by selling it to her for a low price? Wella hesitated for a bit. When she wanted to keep persuading Sue-Yi, a clear and beautiful voice came from outside the door to the lab. 2 gold coins, I'll buy it. There was a soft sound from the door. Great magician Camilla didn't even need to look up to know that it was his precious daughter, Still. Other than her, there was no one else in the magic tower that dared to enter without knocking on the door first. Grandfather, I'm back. Still's youthful voice came from in front of Camilla. Camilla looked up with a smile and lovingly looked at Still in front of him. His gaze couldn't help looking away from Still's face to her arms where there was a strange-looking clump of iron. What is this? Great magician Camilla knit his brows. I just bought something fun. It's called a magic fan. Take a look. Still responded with a smile, as she put the thing in her embrace onto the table in front of Camilla. She then casually pressed something sticking out at the base. With this sound, the 3 blades that Camilla thought were just ornaments slowly began to rotate. They became faster soon after and released gentle breezes. Inside this is magic arrays. As a 3-star great magician recognized by the Magicians Guild, Camilla's magical power far surpassed that of Rem and the others. When the magic fan was activated, he could sense the important magical fluctuations inside the magic fan. That's right. Grandfather, don't you think that this thing is very interesting? Stills asked. It is a bit interesting. Camilla reached out to touch the magic fan's base and became familiar with the magic array inside based on the magical fluctuations. He then shook his head. It is only a simple revolving wind array. It's not anything rare. He looked at Still after saying this and said with a serious expression, Still, you should study magic properly if you have free time. Stop wasting time on these random things. Camilla pampered his granddaughter not just because she was beautiful and filial. The more important reason was that Still had a high talent for magic. 3 years ago, she was admitted to the Lampuri's highest magical school, the Lampuri Royal Magic Academy, which had a bit of fame on the entire Science continent. Moreover, she had passed the Magicians Guild certification test last year, becoming an official magician recognized by the Magicians Guild. To have this kind of accomplishment at the age of 19, even when placed on the entire Science continent, she could be considered a genius of magic. It was because of this that Camilla pampered Still while also having strict requirements from her. He frequently reprimanded Still for liking small things like this. I know. Still was already used to Camilla acting like this, so she wasn't afraid at all. She stuck out her tongue and quickly left. She understood that if she remained, she would definitely be lectured by Camilla. Seeing Still leave, Camilla helplessly shook his head. He really didn't have a way to deal with this granddaughter of his. Looking over the magic array again, shock suddenly appeared in Camilla's heart. Camilla's eyes turned to the magic fan on the desk, Still forgot to bring away. He placed a hand on it, and large amounts of magic slowly entered it. The magic fan's base bloomed with a light green glow, and the steadily turning fan blades wildly increased their speed several times. The entire magic fan became unstable and began shaking. After a while, strange sounds came from the magic fan. The fan blades couldn't take this kind of wild speed and directly flew off, hitting the iron net in front of it. With the high speed of the blades, they were naturally shattered to a pulp. Even the protective iron net in front of it was twisted. Camilla took back his hand, and his face was covered in confusion. The reason why he suddenly wanted to investigate the magic fan was because he suddenly thought of something. The revolving wind array was only a low-grade wind magic array, so the wind it created was also low-grade magic. If it was directly released, perhaps it would be much stronger than the wind released by the magic fan, but it wouldn't be as steady. It would be as wild and unstable like other wind magic. But this magic fan had been going for over 10 minutes now, and the blades kept turning. The wind it released had been incomparably stable the entire time, not changing at all. How was this made? Camilla thought about it a bit and found that even with his strength was a great magician, he couldn't understand some things. Looking over the twisted magic fan, Camilla waved his hand without any hesitation. The magic fan was split open down the middle, and the inside parts of the magic fan was revealed. Camilla honestly looked at the magic array inside it, not missing a single part. But after looking through the magic array, he was stunned to find that there were many parts that he couldn't understand. Perhaps he could perfectly duplicate the magic array, but as for why the magic array was like this and why it would make the fan blades that stable, he actually couldn't understand it at all. Serious questions appeared in Camilla's mind. Just who made this magic array? Heinz saw the sparse stream of people walking outside the store before looking back at the magic fan that kept turning and blowing wind on his table. He couldn't help knitting his brows. Yesterday, the little magician called Sue-E gave him 3 of these strange magic fans to let him sell them, which he wanted to reject at first. He couldn't guarantee that he would be able to see these strange things. But based on the fact that Sue-E normally bought things from his store, he agreed in the end. It was a good thing that Sue-E didn't force him to sell it. He just wanted one magic fan to be placed like this, and he didn't need to care about anything else. It had to be said, with this magic fan blowing cool air the entire time, Heinz's shop wasn't as stuffy as before, making it much more comfortable. If I really can't sell it, I should just buy it. Anyway, Sue-E said that a small magic crystal was enough for it to run for 3 whole days. While Heinz was secretly making his plans, a tall figure appeared in the store. "Hey, dear Carl, why are you here so early today?" Heinz immediately came forward to greet him. This person was a frequent customer in his store. That man that was called Carl had a head of disheveled and thick brown hair, as well as a messy beard. He was quite tall and had a straightforward appearance. He waved his hand when he heard these words and loudly said, "All right, Heinz, stop wasting words. Quickly give me a cup of cool ale. I'm about to burn to death." Heinz laughed and filled a cup of cool ale before walking over. Carl drank it in several large gulps and let out a long breath. Suddenly, he made a sound. "I say, Heinz, why is your store cooler than outside? Strange. Where is this wind coming from? There isn't any wind outside. Don't tell me that someone as stingy as you is willing to have a magic array installed in your store. I can't use it even if I install it." Heinz pointed at the magic fan working hard beside him. "Here, it's this magic fan blowing out wind." Magic fan. Carl curiously looked over the magic fan and felt the cool wind being blown out of it. He suddenly slapped the table and pointed at Heinz as he roared out, "Good Heinz, you're actually not telling me about something as good as this. Speak, how much is this? You're not telling me you're not selling it, right?" Heinz's eyes instantly lit up and deliberately stretched out his voice. This thing is not cheap." "What? You think I don't have money?" Carl's eyes instantly narrowed. "Speak. As long as it's not too expensive, I'll buy it. Let me tell you, if this weather becomes any hotter, I'm even planning on setting up a large-scale frost array." Heinz laughed. Although Carl seemed rough, he was actually quite smart and was willing to suffer. He had a small business, and although he wasn't considered rich in Banna City, he definitely had more money than normal people. If he planned on installing a large-scale frost array, it was indeed not a problem. Of course, it doesn't cost as much as a large-scale frost array. The price. Heinz hesitated a bit before stretching out 2 fingers towards Carl. 2 gold coins. Seeing Heinz nod, Carl took out 4 gold coins from his pocket without saying a thing and slapped it on the table. It's this cheap. Give me 2. Seeing the 4 gold coins on the table, Heinz was stunned. You're certain you want 2? Carl looked back at him. What? You don't even have 2 here? I can't just buy 1, right? If that brat back home doesn't have 1, he'll cause enough trouble to cause my death. Yes, 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 of course we have them. Heinz quickly took out the remaining 2 magic fans and gave them to Carl. When he saw that Carl was about to leave with them, Heinz suddenly thought of something and called out to stop him. Wait, Carl, there is still something I need to tell you. This magic fan needs magic crystals, otherwise it won't move at all. Why didn't you say so earlier? Carl knit his brows. He was not a magician, but he knew that as long as something was related to magic, it would require large amounts of magic crystals. Does this thing take a lot of magic crystals? If you need to spend 100 crystals each month like a large-scale frost array, I might as well just install a large-scale frost array. Of course not. Of course not. Heinz quickly waved his hand. This thing doesn't take that many magic crystals. Here, this little magic crystal is enough for it to run for 3 days. Carl looked at the little magic stone that wasn't even the size of a thumb in Heinz's hand, and his mood instantly became better. He broke out in laughter. Just this little bit. It simply doesn't cost money at all. After saying this, he waved his hand at Heinz and walked out with the 2 magic fans. Heinz turned around to look at the 4 sparkling gold coins on the table and was stunned for a while. 2 were sold just like this? Moreover, it was sold for 4 gold coins just like that? What did that brat Sui say before? He said that he could keep 10% as a commission? That meant that just by selling 2 magic fans, wouldn't he be getting 40 silver coins as a commission? It had to be known. His store's daily net profit was only around a single gold coin, gaining 40 silver coins just by selling 2 fans. If he were to sell 20 or 200. While Heinz was fantasizing about this, another person came in. Hey, Heinz, I bumped into Carl just now. I've heard that you have something called the magic fan for sale here. How is it? Take it and let me see. If it's easy to use, I'll take 2. Ah. Heinz was stunned. When he was about to answer that he only had 1 left, another person came through the door and said the same thing as the other person. He also wanted to buy the magic fan. Heinz was stunned and pleasantly surprised to see more and more people coming in. His heart began to beat faster and faster. Could it be he was about to become rich? A total of 137 fans. Sui had a bit of a headache as he looked at the pre-order form Heinz gave him. For a while, he didn't know if he should be happy or worried. The popularity of the magic fan didn't surpass his expectations. In this kind of extremely hot weather, everyone wanted something that could cool them down a bit. However, arranging large-scale frost arrays was too expensive for most people, so with the appearance of the magic fan, it satisfied most of their needs. Thinking about it, a large-scale frost array would require 30 gold coins to install, and it would cost over 100 gold coins each month to maintain it. Instead, compared to a magic fan which costs 2 gold coins and had a consumption of less than a gold coin each month, it was much cheaper. Even if the effects of the magic fan couldn't compare to the large-scale frost array, it could still let people cool down a bit, which was enough for them to alleviate some of this summer heat. But no matter what, Sui never thought that in just a single day, Heinz would have taken pre-orders for 137 magic fans. Moreover, according to Heinz, there were many people that didn't have the resolve to buy it since they didn't see the product. Once there were enough magic fans, the order quantity would surpass 137. Dear Sue, no matter what, you have to make these 137 magic fans as soon as possible. This is a matter that will affect our future reputation. If Heinz was normally polite to Sui before, now he viewed Sui like a mountain of gold. His voice was filled with expectations, and he even added in a few words of flattery. Of course, if you can, make as many magic fans as you can. Believe me, there are definitely more people in Bana City that need magic fans. Even if there are no people left in Bana City, I believe that people in other cities will need them. Sui somewhat couldn't resist the fervor Heinz had in thinking about the 7 gold coins and 1 silver coin Heinz gave him. Excitement also filled his heart. All right, I'll do my best to complete them. But it was easy to agree, only it was hard to actually do something. If he wanted to complete the pre-ordered 137 magic fans, Sui definitely couldn't do it alone. Even if he was very adept at making magic fans, for Sui to do it alone, he would need at least 3 hours for each fan. Multiply that by 137. That was a total of 411 hours, which would mean spending half a month on working straight. After sending Hines off, Sui considered it. He first went to the blacksmith that he had make the outer casing for the magic fans and ordered another 200 sets of outer casing before rushing back to the Camilla Magic Tower. He used his lunch break to go meet Hines, and when he returned to the lab, his coworkers are also there. Sui, under everyone's surprised gaze, brought back a large sack of cool ale, which he distributed to everyone. When he came in front of Rem, he didn't reach out to take it. Rather, he asked with a frown, "Hey, Sui, just speak if you need something. My mother taught me that after you eat something from someone else, your mouth will become soft. If you don't tell me what it is, I won't drink your ale." Hearing Rem say this, the other people who had taken the ale and were prepared to drink it all put them down. They gathered around to look curiously at Sui. Rem's reaction surprised Sui a bit. He looked at Rem and revealed a smile. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he raised his voice to say, "Everyone, I do have something that I need everyone's help with. Of course, this ale is just a little gift. It doesn't count for anything. Everyone can relax and drink it. I haven't put any poison in it." Suyi's relaxed words drew a wave of chuckles before he continued saying, "As for asking for everyone's help, naturally, I have a reward prepared. This can be considered outside work. Is there anyone that is interested? What kind of reward is it? What is it that we have to do? How long? Is it hard work?" Everyone was focused on different things, but they were most concerned about the reward. While they assisted great magician Camilla in his magical research, although they received a monthly salary, it was firmly fixed and it couldn't be discussed. So when these co-workers learned about the rewards, many of them were interested. This work isn't too hard for everyone, and you won't spend that much time on it. As for the rewards, it depends on how much work is done. The more work done, then the more rewards there will be. The specifics are like this. When they heard Sui tell them that they only needed to inscribe a simple revolving wind array, everyone let out a sigh of relief. To them, this low-level revolving wind array didn't need them to spend too much time, and it wasn't that difficult for them. When they heard from Sui that each complete revolving wind array could earn them 10 silver coins, everyone became very excited. Even Wella, whose expression hadn't changed, became a little excited. According to what Sui said, this work was very simple. They just had to make a few revolving wind arrays, and they could earn several gold coins. It really was relaxed work. After Sui finished speaking, of the 16 people in the lab other than Sui, there were 10 of them who agreed to do this work. The remainder who didn't agree included Rem and Wella, as well as those ranked at the top in terms of magical power in the lab. Sui could only reveal a gentle smile and say nothing else. He understood that these people didn't agree mainly because they looked down on this kind of work, even looking down on him. But this didn't hinder him at all. Being able to convince 10 co-workers had already exceeded his expectations. With the help of 10 co-workers, just completing the 137 magic fans wasn't a problem at all. They could even follow Heinz's idea and create even more fans. For the next week, Sui could be considered so busy that his feet didn't even touch the ground. On one hand, he had to strictly monitor the quality of the fan's outer casing made at the blacksmith. As a high-level mechanical engineer from Earth, Sui knew that when a product was mass-produced, the most important thing was to ensure that the quality was kept constant. However, on the Signs continent, the quality of a blacksmith's product completely depended on their experience and craftsmanship. There was no way to control the fine details of a product, so naturally it was impossible for the product to be completely the same. Sui didn't have a way to control this temporarily. He could only make clear marks on the blueprint and request the blacksmiths to strictly follow the design of the blueprints. On the other hand, he needed to teach his 10 co-workers how to make the revolving wind array. In the beginning, the 10 co-workers disdained this matter. They thought that they didn't need to be taught for a trivial revolving wind array. They could just casually make them. But when Sui made a revolving wind array in front of them, they found that this revolving wind array was more complicated than they had thought. They didn't understand most of the nodes and lines inside of the array. One of the co-workers wasn't convinced and randomly drew an array. However, when Sui combined this array with the fan outer casing, everyone found that the wind blown out of the magic fan was very weak, not reaching the basic standard set. At this time, they all obediently listened to Suyi's arrangement and honestly began to study the array. Other than focusing a large amount of energy on these two tasks, Sui also couldn't give up his work at the Camilla Magic Tower. With Heinz's urging of Sui and the sales prospects of the magic fan, Sui could give up working at the magic tower. If he just focused on selling the magic fan, he could guarantee that he wouldn't lack money. So why did he make himself this busy? Sui could only laugh at this. He didn't give Heinz the reason why he did this, and continued to work at the magic tower each day. After being busy for a week, 500 magic fans were made in the end. After throwing away 13 fans because they were inferior products, they were left with 487 fans. Not only did they finish the pre-ordered 137 fans, they had an extra 350 fans. Sui had rented a small room during this period of time as a workshop. After finishing work at the magic tower, Sui and his 10 co-workers gathered here to work hard on the magic fans. Today's work environment was different from before. There was much more joy since after finishing the 500 magic fans, Sui gave them the reward he promised them. Of the 10 co-workers, each person finished around 50 magic arrays. According to the rewards Sui had promised them before, each person received 5 gold coins. This amount did not seem like much, but for these low-level wizards that normally didn't have much chance to earn a lot of money, this was a solid amount of income for them. Other than that, Sui even gave each of them a magic fan as a bonus. It had to be known, the magic fan had already become a hot product in Bandit City. A normal person couldn't buy it even if they wanted to. In secret, the set price of 2 gold coins for each magic fan had even been raised to 3 gold coins. It had increased by half. If they were to sell the magic fan Sui gave them, it would mean gaining 3 more gold coins. Seeing these young co-workers trying to hide the excitement on their faces, Sui revealed a faint smile. He turned and headed in the direction of Heinz's store. Tomorrow was the day Heinz had set to sell large amounts of the magic fans. This time he had used the money from the pre-order of the 137 fans to directly make 500 magic fans. If there was a large sale tomorrow, he would definitely earn a large amount. If there was an accident and he couldn't sell the magic fans, he wouldn't even receive his initial investment. Success? Failure? He could only wait until tomorrow and see. It was already the middle of July. It was the hottest time of the year. Even though it was early morning, when the sun came out, the streets of Bandit City became quite hot and dry. Bandit City seemed like it had been weakened by the burning sun, and the entire city didn't have any strength at all. Not to mention streams of people, it was rare to even hear a voice. However, in the business street to the city's west, it was a completely different scene. There were over 100 small and large stores gathered on this business street, and there were several hundred people gathered here before the sun had even risen. What was even more shocking was that these several hundred people were gathered in front of a single store, like they had an appointment. Joseph, why are you also here? Nonsense, I can't come if you can. That's right. Ike, you're also buying a magic fan. That's right. You said also? Could it be you're also here to buy a magic fan? Of course. I pre-ordered one a week ago. Similar conversations sounded occasionally from the crowd. After chatting to each other, everyone found that the hundreds of people gathered in front of this normal-looking Heinz General Store were actually all here to buy magic fans. There was a small group of people who had pre-ordered one a week ago and were here to pick it up today. The other several hundred people had heard about the magic fans from other sources and had rushed here to get one. I say, with this many people, what if the store doesn't have enough magic fans to sell? A person suddenly asked this question. He asked this question, and the people chatting with each other suddenly became silent. After a while, it was like they were of one mind as they charged towards the door of the general store. Don't push. I have to buy a magic fan today. Otherwise, my wife will scold me to death. Damn, you think that only your wife knows how to scold people? Mine told me that if I don't bring back a magic fan tonight, she would bring our kid to sleep on the streets. All right, all of you stop pushing. I already pre-ordered one. Scram. Why are fellows who have already pre-ordered pushing with us? Sui had already sent the 500 magic fans to Heinz's general store last night and was currently taking stock with Heinz. They suddenly heard the noise from outside the store, and after looking at Heinz, they came to the front of the store together. When they opened the door, the two were scared by the scene in front of them. A dense crowd of people charged into the store like a flood, instantly filling this little store. Heinz, where's the magic fan I ordered? Hey, boss, I didn't pre-order one, but I want two right now. No. Free. Me too. Heinz, I am an old customer here. You have to sell me two magic fans. Damn. So what if you're an old customer? You have to sell me one if I give you money. I also want one. What are you pushing so fiercely for if you're only buying one? Get to the back for me. It was already very hot, but when the crowd charged it, it became even hotter. Adding in the fact that this was Sue-Yi's first time dealing with this situation, he instantly broke out in a sweat. It was also Heinz's first time seeing such a wild crowd, but he had opened this store for many years, so he was much better at dealing with this situation compared to Sue-Yi, who always studied inside. He quickly calmed himself down and loudly shouted, "Everyone, calm down. Calm down. We have prepared 500 magic fans this time. We guarantee we can sell to all of you." Hearing that there were 500 of them, everyone calmed down a bit. But this calm only lasted for the blink of an eye, as everyone thought of something. There were several hundred people outside the store, and even if each person only bought one, it would be barely enough. But there were many people who didn't just stop at one just now. So like this, 500 wasn't enough at all. Thinking this through, the crowd actually became wilder than before. Seeing this, Heinz knew that there was nothing he could say. He quickly looked at Sue-Yi to have him and his nephew Alex, who he called back 2 days ago, to head to the backyard and bring out the merchandise. A single magic fan weighed less than 3 kilograms, so Sue-Yi and Alex could bring out 10 together. However, as soon as these 10 had appeared, they were instantly taken by the crowd camping outside the store. The two of them could only head back and get some more. As Sue-Yi and Alex moved back between the store and the warehouse in the backyard, all 487 magic fans were quickly sold. After a while, the people in the store couldn't wait any longer, and they directly charged to the warehouse in the backyard with Sue-Yi and Alex. Heinz also took advantage of this to change the sales location to the warehouse. So in less than an hour, all the magic fans in the warehouse had been sold. There were still over 100 people outside the store that hadn't bought anything yet. When they heard that all the magic fans had been sold, they were instantly disappointed, and some of the more impatient people couldn't help complaining. Not even preparing enough things. What kind of broken store is this? To this kind of mindless complaint, Sue-Yi and Heinz could only reveal bitter smiles. But in their bitter smiles, there was a clear satisfaction and relaxation. They thought it would take quite a while for them to sell over 400 magic fans, but they never thought that they would all be sold in less than an hour. This really surprised the two of them. For the remaining 100 people who hadn't bought the magic fans, Heinz naturally wouldn't give up on them that easily. After obtaining a nod of affirmation from Sue-Yi, he told everyone that there would be large amounts of magic fans in the future. If they needed them, they could order in advance. This time, no one hesitated and they all ordered in advance. After another half an hour, the people gradually scattered and the store returned to its normal calm. After sending off the last customer, Heinz immediately pulled Sue-Yi into the back room. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Heinz shook the money bag in his hand, and a large amount of gold coins flowed out like water. It came down and formed a small mountain of gold coins on the table in front of the two of them. Seeing this little mountain letting out a golden glow, Heinz swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. It took Heinz a while before he could calm down his excited heart and took inventory of the money in front of Sue-Yi. There were a total of 487 magic fans sold, and with a price of 2 gold coins per magic fan, it should have been a total of 974 gold coins. However, 137 of those fans had a deposit of 1 gold coin on them. So after taking away 137, the total was 857 gold coins. After Heinz took inventory, there was nothing missing at all. Sue-Yi, we've become rich today. Even if his heart was prepared for this number, but seeing over 800 gold coins in front of him, Heinz felt a bit dizzy. Opening a general store in Bandit City, his entire year's revenue wouldn't be more than 300 gold coins. Not in just a single morning. He had earned over 800 gold coins. He simply didn't dare believe it was true. Although Sue-Yi was calmer than Heinz on the surface, he was also a bit excited deep within. After coming to this world for 3 years now, his lifestyle could not be considered abundant. Although he wasn't very sensitive towards money, with this kind of income now, there was no doubt he could be much more relaxed. The two were silent for a bit. Sui calmed his mind and took out 400 gold coins from the pile and moved it towards Heinz. Heinz was stunned. This isn't correct, right? According to the agreement between him and Heinz, he should have paid Heinz 10%, which should have been a commission of 97 gold coins. Other than that, when he was making the 500 magic fans, Sui didn't have enough money for the material, so he borrowed 200 gold coins from Heinz. He might as well return it all at once. Properly speaking, Sui should have given Heinz 300 gold coins. The remaining 100 gold coins was what Heinz was surprised about. Sui revealed a faint smile. There's nothing wrong. The extra 100 gold coins is for you to help me find a bigger place to rent in the city, making it more convenient for me to mass-produce magic fans. Otherwise, if I keep doing from my home, it would be very inconvenient. Heinz gave a slight nod. Sui's little room was less than 10 square meters. It was quite inconvenient. Sui wanted to give more detail to Heinz when Alex, who was watching over the store, suddenly charged in. Uncle Heinz, Mr. Sui. There's a big customer here. Big customer? Sui and Heinz looked at each other with surprised gaze. What is considered a big customer? The two came to the front together and instantly understood what Alex meant by big customer. The person who came was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with an average height and normal looks, but there was an astuteness to him from head to toe. When he narrowed his eyes to look over people, it was like he was looking at them like a product. 1,000. After seeing Heinz and Sui, that middle-aged man named Lexus directly gave his reason for coming here. I want to order 1,000 magic fans in advance. 1,000. Heinz's voice instantly disappeared, and he looked at Lewis in shock. He never expected that this fellow would actually give such a large number in a single breath. Lewis revealed a faint smile. What? You can't do it. Of course, Heinz wanted to answer, but suddenly remembered that he didn't have any decision in this matter. He quickly looked over at Sui, signaling to him with his eyes, hoping that he would quickly agree to this. What a joke. 1,000 magic fans, based on the price of 2 gold coins. That was an entire 2,000 gold coins. Based on the 10% commission, he would earn 200 gold coins just based on this one deal. However, Heinz had another thought. If this Lewis directly looked for Sui to make the order, he wasn't involved in this matter at all, so of course he wouldn't be able to take a commission. Thinking of this, Heinz couldn't help struggling between gains and losses. Seeing Heinz's reaction, Lewis instantly understood. The one with the power to make this decision was Sui, this normal-looking black-haired youth. So he looked over at Sui. Sui was thinking of something else. He slightly knit his brows and considered it for a bit before shaking his head in front of Heinz's expectant eyes. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't take this order. Lewis and Heinz were stunned. Lewis asked with a frown, Why? Are you afraid that I can't pay? If it's like this, I can leave a deposit right now. He took out a special-looking light gold paper from his chest after saying this. This is the Chimera Chamber of Commerce's gold note. It can be used on the entire continent, and it has a face value of 1,000 gold coins. You can look it over. Chimera Chamber of Commerce's gold note. Heinz couldn't help calling out in shock. The Chimera Chamber of Commerce was the sign's continent's largest chamber of commerce. It said that there are 2 large empires behind them, one of them being the Kandra Empire's royal family, who were incredibly strong. So, the gold notes they issued were common currency on the sign's continent. This middle-aged man could actually casually take out a Chimera Chamber of Commerce's gold note worth 1,000 gold coins. It could be seen that he was quite rich. It was something that a trivial general store owner like Heinz was far from being able to compare to. That is not the reason. Sui was still unmoved. I cannot accept your order mainly because of reasons with my side. This is because I cannot guarantee that I can manufacture 1,000 magic fans in a short period of time, and even if I force myself to finish, I can't guarantee their quality. Quality. Lewis looked at Sui with a bit of surprise, like he had found something interesting. His lips curled into a trace of a smile. Then Mr. Sui, if I were to increase the price a bit, say 2 gold coins and 10 silver coins per magic fan, what would you think? Heinz's heart skipped a beat. Adding 10 gold coins per magic fan, although it didn't seem like much, it was a full 100 gold coins for 1,000 fans. Not to mention that according to the normal rules of business, when a large amount was ordered like Lewis was doing, it was normal to give a discount. Lewis right now was actually taking the initiative to increase the price. so his sincerity could be seen. However, Sui firmly shook his head. Sorry, this is unrelated to price. The quality of the product is very important. If it can't be ensured, a disaster could occur, and I'm not willing to see that happen. Disaster? Lewis knit his brows, as if not understanding what Sui meant. Sui revealed a smile, but he didn't plan on replying. It was not uncommon for problems caused by quality issues on Earth, so he didn't want to see this kind of problem appearing on the Science continent. Perhaps it was impossible to avoid all the problems, but he would do his best. This was a basic principle as a mechanical engineering master. Seeing how firm Sui was, Lewis let out a sigh. He took back the gold note, but took out another piece of paper of a different color that also looked quite special to give to Sui. Mr. Sui, meeting you is a happy occasion. This is my name card. Please accept it. Sui took the name card and looked over it. He noticed that there was only a name and a simple address on it. There was no other information on it at all. This address was in the Lampuri Kingdom's capital city, Anvilmar, but as for exactly where it was, Sui didn't know. Although he had lived in the Lampuri Kingdom for 3 years now, he had never gone to Anvilmar once. If you ever change your mind, you can find me at that address at any time. Perhaps you will have something as novel as the magic fan in the future. I hope you can think of me first. I believe that we will definitely have a chance to cooperate in the future. Although this Lewis had an astute feeling coming from him that Sui didn't really like, whether it was his actions or his words, they made people unable to hate him. So, Sui nodded, showing that he understood. After Lewis left, Heinz took the name card from Sui's hand. After taking a glance, he called out in shock, "It's actually Sloane Street. My God, he must be an incredible famous person." Oh, Sui looked at Heinz with a curious gaze. "You don't know?" Heinz seemed to be very surprised with Sui that he didn't know about Sloane Street. Sloane Street is where the large noble families of Anvilmar live. That Lewis wants you to go there to contact him. That means that he is definitely an important person who lives there. Sui revealed a smile, not caring at all. It didn't matter if this Lewis was an important character. He didn't have a relationship with him right now. What he needed to care about right now was not this. Although he had earned a profit of over 400 gold coins from this first batch of magic fans and could be considered rich, that was only the first step. If he wanted to continue earning more profit, there were still many things he needed to do. He didn't accept Lewis' order just now was because of the reason he mentioned. He couldn't guarantee the production line of the magic fans. The entire magic fan production line was him connecting the blacksmith and his co-workers together. It was in fact a non-standard production line. Because of this, any problem that occurred could affect production. The biggest problem was the 10 co-workers who were in charge of the magic array at the core of the magic fan. The 10 co-workers who had received the benefits of working with Sui for a week. As long as Sui continued to give them the same rewards, they would happily draw more magic arrays for him. However, this kind of cooperation was not stable. It could be cut off at any time by any sudden reasons that occur. But when Sui took out a contract in hopes of employing them, all of the co-workers rejected him without any exception. Although they didn't say anything, Sui was very clear on the reason why they rejected him. It was completely because of their modesty and pride as magicians. They didn't have any problem helping Sui draw a few magic arrays. It could be considered some extra income in their spare time. But if it was signing a contract, to them, that meant becoming Sui's employee. To these magicians that were normally filled with pride, this was a very hard thing for them to accept. Although magic fans had the word magic in their name and was related to magic, the Science continent didn't focus on the application of magic. This work was no different from being a normal artisan, so naturally magicians would look down on it. Other than that, the blacksmith shop side didn't let Sui feel assured. Even if Sui drew extensive blueprints when ordering the magic fan outer covers and labeled each part with careful details, there were still many parts of the outer cover that did not meet Sui's requirements. If it wasn't for the fact the technological requirement of the magic fan was not too serious, Sui would have returned all these defective products and had them remake them. Of course, Sui was very clear that this was him making excessive demands. As a high-level mechanical engineer from Earth, Sui was used to high-tech machines from Earth that didn't differ from the requirements by even a single millimeter. But this was the Science continent, a mechanical world that had no foundations in technology at all. If he wanted to reach the same level of technology as on Earth, That was, of course, a fool's dream. AI, such serious responsibilities. Thinking of the problems that he faced, Sui couldn't help letting out a long sigh. The next day, Sui went to the magic tower for work like normal. Sui's status in the research laboratory was different compared to before. Although his magical power wasn't any stronger, at least the 10 co-workers that had worked with him and gained quite a bit of benefit from him were much more friendly to him compared to before. When he walked into the lab, there were more people that greeted him. Sui responded to them with a smile. When he sat down in his spot, Wella suddenly came up from beside him and slapped the magic array blueprint in front of Sui. Sui, I have already thoroughly studied your magic array. Sui looked up in a surprised manner, seeing that there was a very proud look on Wella's face. He looked back down at the magic array blueprint on the table and noticed that it was the core magic array of the magic fans, the revolving wind array. But Wella had put several notes on the blueprint, commenting on almost every note. It was like Wella had said, based on the blueprint, she had thoroughly studied this magic array. Each annotation was very detailed and very easy to understand. Even if it was someone who had just come in contact with magic, if they looked at this blueprint, they would completely understand all the changes Sui had made to this revolving wind array. Sui looked over it and felt his eyes cross. He suddenly looked up at Wella. Hey, Wella, you really are good. Wella gave a soft snort and revealed a look of pride. But this is just a low-level array. It's not that hard to study it. Sui laughed. Obviously, he wouldn't fall for the obvious hole in Wella's words. He raised the blueprint and asked, "Can you sell this blueprint to me?" Wella was stunned. "What are you buying it for? Didn't you make this array?" Sui gave a shrug. "I was just honored that someone would make such detailed annotations to this array, so I wanted to take back this blueprint. How about it? Will you sell it to me? Give me a price." Wella looked at Sui in surprise before casually waving her hand. "At least you know quality. Forget it. I'm not as blinded by money as you. A broken fan actually costs 2 gold coins. This blueprint isn't worth anything. I'll give it to you." Sui laughed. "Then I'll have to thank you." After saying this, he didn't hesitate to put away the blueprint. He really wanted to thank Wella. With this blueprint, it helped him solve a large problem. If he wanted to teach people how to make this magic array in the future, he didn't need to guide them that closely. He just needed to let them see this blueprint and they would understand most of it. It really saved him quite a bit of effort. When he was about to focus on his work, the doors to the lab suddenly opened. Still quickly walked in and looked around the lab before her gaze locked onto Sui. "Sui, come with me. Grandfather wants to see you." After being in the Camilla Magic Tower for close to 2 months, this was actually Sui's first time entering the top of the Magic Tower. When he stepped into Great Magician Camilla's exclusive use area, a cool feeling immediately hit him. It made Sui give an uncontrollable shiver, and he almost gave a sneeze. It's really good having a large-scale frost array. Sui rubbed his nose before talking to Still in front of him with a smile. "What? Are you envious?" Still looked back at Sui with eyes filled with curiosity. The magic fan Sui had invented not long ago had made her surprised, but she never thought that her grandfather would suddenly summon him. Adding in the impression Sui made on her on the first day, Still was quite interested in Sui. Of course, Sui replied very naturally. The seniors in the lab had secretly said many times that if there was a large-scale frost array installed in the lab, everyone's efficiency would increase by several times. Still laughed before saying while waving her hand, "That won't happen. Grandfather is known for being poor. He doesn't have the money to install a large-scale magic array in each lab. Even this array here is only used on the hottest day. Normally, it's only for decoration." Sui somewhat understood this, but was still very curious. "Young Miss Still, this isn't normal, right? His Excellency Camilla is still a 3-star great magician. Not mentioning anything else, just the set salary the kingdom gives him each year isn't small. How could he be poor? That's because he spends more money than he receives." Still gave a shrug and looked very helpless. "You only know that grandfather is a great magician and earns a large salary from the kingdom each year, but you don't know how much magic research, especially high-level magic research like grandfather does, costs. He uses most of his income to buy magic materials, and the rest is used for upkeeping the magic tower. His budget is actually quite tight. It's like this. But I've heard that other great magicians are all very rich. Are you trying to say that grandfather has no abilities in earning money?" Still rolled her eyes at Sue. Let me tell you, you can't mention this in front of grandfather, otherwise he will be very angry. No, 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 of course I'm not thinking this. I've heard that His Excellency Camilla has always been opposed to magicians focused on earning money. There's no choice, grandfather is just that stubborn. Still let out a sigh. I have urged him several times, but he always says that magicians should be focused on magic. Thinking about making money all day, they are simply shaming the name of magicians. Sui nodded and said nothing else. Great magician Camilla reminded him of those scholars who focused on research. They also disdained doing business. They felt that the scent of money would corrupt their academic research. Sui did not like this kind of attitude. Sure, the scent of commercialism would greatly affect academic research, but with the infusion of commercialism, it would raise their research funds, drastically improving their research environment. It would actually greatly increase the efficiency and progress of academic research. There were many examples on Earth of perfectly combined research and business. The two worked with each other, and its effect was much greater than pure research. Moreover, the mechanical engineering profession Sue had was a science that focused on applications. If they couldn't create commercial value in their practical application, it would be considered a failure. We're here. Still directly opened the door and signaled to Sue to enter. You can go in. Grandfather is waiting. Sue fixed his clothes and walked in with his head held high. Great magician Camilla's private research lab took up the entire top floor of the magic tower. Naturally, it took up a very large area. It was at least 4-5 times larger than the lab Sue worked in. The arc ceiling of the lab was very high, with its highest point surpassing 5 meters. Looking around, this place seemed to be around the same size as a basketball field. At the center of the space was a desk, and sitting behind the desk was an old man with a deep blue robe and deep blue hair, currently performing magical research. This should be Great Magician Camilla. Hearing that someone came in, Great Magician looked up. After seeing Sue, he looked him over and nodded before lowering his head back down to continue his research. Sue was not surprised by this. He had already heard that Great Magician Camilla was obsessed with magical research. He must be immersed with some problem right now and wasn't willing to stop. During this time, Sue looked around the lab. The lab was much neater than he had expected. There were all kinds of strange magical technology placed according to groups by the walls. The only messy place was the desk Great Magician Camilla was currently sitting at. There were strange marks on the wall and ground, which should have been left by Great Magician Camilla during his experiments. Many of those marks were quite deep. It could be seen that the situation was very dangerous back then. Sue suddenly stopped at a corner where a pile of mangled iron was placed. However, Sue could easily tell from looking at this pile of mangled iron that it was the first magic fan he made that still bought from him. Based on how tattered the magic fan was, it should have been destroyed by someone. As for who broke it, Sue looked back at Great Magician Camilla with a bit of surprise in his heart. Could it be that Great Magician Camilla is very interested in this magic fan? But the magic inside this thing is at a very low level. How could he care about something like that? Not long after, Great Magician Camilla seemed to have finished his research. After stretching his body, he directly stood up. After looking at Sue, Great Magician Camilla was a bit surprised, like he had completely forgotten about Sue. After pausing for a bit, he finally nodded at Sue. You are Sue? Sue quickly gave a respectful bow. Yes, that's me. Respectful greetings to Your Excellency, Great Magician. Great Magician Camilla waved his hand. No need to be nervous. I had still bring you over because I wanted to ask you a few questions. Please ask Your Excellency. As long as I know it, I will definitely answer it. Good. Great Magician Camilla looked around and arrived at the mangled pile of iron Sue had just seen. I've heard still say that you made this thing. This? Sue looked at the magic fan that one couldn't see the true form of anymore and awkwardly replied. When I gave it to young Miss Still, it didn't look like this. Don't blame Still. I wanted to investigate it a bit. So it became like this. Great Magician Camilla threw the magic fan to the side. He dug around in his desk and took out a blueprint. Here, I was looking for you mainly because I was interested in the magic array you inscribed on the magic fan. There are some parts that I can't understand. I hope you can explain them to me. Sue was instantly filled with profound respect for Great Magician Camilla. As a 3-star Great Magician, He actually admitted that he didn't understand some things to a fellow that hadn't even passed the Magician's Guild certification exam. It could be seen that he was very serious about magic. Your Excellency Camille is too polite. I think there isn't anything the great magician can't understand about this magic array, and the things you don't understand should be unrelated to magic, right? Great magician Camilla thought for a bit before shaking his head. You can say it is unrelated, but you can't say it is completely unrelated. Come, take a look, this place. Great magician Camilla pointed at a part of the magic array. I can understand that you changed this part to make the magic array's revolving wind effect weaker, but I don't understand why you did it. Could it be you don't want the magic array to become stronger? Su-Yi took a look and immediately replied with a smile. You're completely right about this. This change does weaken the magic array. However, Your Excellency, this magic array is mainly used to provide power to the magic fan, so it doesn't need to be that strong. Great Magician Camilla shook his head. That's not right. I've tested your magic fan. Although the wind blown out isn't small, haven't you thought that sometimes you might need a larger breeze? For example, my room is this big. If there was only a single magic fan, it can only blow wind in a very small part. It can't satisfy my needs at all. Su-Yi spread his hand with a bitter smile. Your Excellency Camilla, I did consider this problem when designing the magic fan, but I was limited by the materials used for the magic fan. The fan blades can't withstand such high speeds at this time. If the magic array's power was increased, the fan blades would revolve faster, but the magic fan itself won't be able to take it. You won't be able to use it long before it breaks. It's like this. Great Magician Camilla remembered the first time he injected magic into the magic fan. When the fan blades were quickly rotating, it couldn't take it after using it for not long. It directly turned the magic fan into a pile of scrap iron, a matter that still had complained about for a long time. All right, leaving this question aside, what is with this place? Oh, this is guarantee the magic array's power was kept in a small area of fluctuation, guaranteeing that the wind blown out of the magic fan wouldn't be too unstable. Then what about this? This is to combine it with the overall design of the magic fan. Look, this magic array is attached to the middle axle of the magic fan. If it wasn't designed like this, the power released by the magic array will be greatly affected and it would waste the magic crystal. Very good. There's also this part. His meeting with Great Magician Camilla was longer than Su-Yi had expected. Great Magician Camilla had asked many questions about the magic array inside the magic fan, and in order to make a good impression on Great Magician Camilla, Su-Yi had to extensively answer every question. But most of Great Magician Camilla's questions weren't related to the magic array at all. After all, the revolving wind array was only a low-level wind magic array. No matter how Su-Yi modified it, it was impossible that it would stump a great magician like Camilla. Most of his questions were because he didn't understand the design of the magic fan. When it came to questions on design, most of them contained mechanical engineering knowledge. It could be said that this knowledge had never appeared on the Signs continent before. Su-Yi had quite a bit of trouble explaining these things to Great Magician Camilla. Sometimes he even had to start with the most basic knowledge. But because of this, when Su-Yi finished answering Great Magician Camilla's questions, Great Magician Camilla gave him praise that surpassed Su-Yi's expectations. I had thought that this magic fan was something you casually designed, but I never thought it contained such rich knowledge. Moreover, putting aside the things that I didn't really understand when you explained them, just based on the magic array itself, it lets me see that you have quite a bit of talent for magic. After saying this, Great Magician Camilla paused before looking at Su-Yi with a bit more expectation. Su-Yi, I feel that you really aren't bad. How about this? Are you interested in becoming my assistant for my magical research? Su-Yi was instantly stunned. Assisting Great Magician Camilla's magical research? According to the tradition of the Signs continent, this was basically Great Magician Camilla wanting to take Su-Yi in as an apprentice. If it was any other magician, they would be filled with wild joy and would accept without any hesitation. Camilla was considered a top 3-star great magician even on the entire Signs continent. Being able to become his apprentice, that was the dream of many young magicians. If any other magicians in the Magic Tower knew about this, they would die from their jealousy of Su-Yi. But Su-Yi thought about it and didn't immediately reply. He just said that he would consider it. Great Magician Camilla was clearly a bit surprised and disappointed, but he didn't force Su-Yi to agree. He just waved his hand to let him leave. When he left the top floor of the magic tower, he was hit by a heat wave that caused Su-Yi to be covered in sweat, while also calming him down. Becoming great magician Camilla's apprentice? If it was 2 months ago, or even a month ago, he definitely would have agreed without any hesitation. But now he found that he wasn't moved by this prospect at all. Why am I suddenly unmoved? Su-Yi asked himself with a frown. After the confusing thoughts circled his mind a few times, a familiar object appeared in his mind, the magic fan. That's right, it was the magic fan. This fused magic with the mechanical engineering of Earth. It was made after Su-Yi completely focused his mind on creating it. During this process of studying it, he frequently had the misconception that he was back in his lab on Earth. Su-Yi didn't feel anything back then, but thinking about it now, he found that it was completely the effect of the mechanical engineer's soul inside his body. That's right, he loved machines since he was young. In his previous world, he had completely thrown himself into the mechanical industry. Even though he couldn't pursue his hobby and use his ability after coming to this magical world, forcing him to study magic, his heart had not changed. Now that he had realized the joy of researching machines through the magic fan, how could he be willing to give it up? That's right, I'll study machines in this magical world. I want to perfectly combine magic and the mechanical industry together. Not only a fan, but also air conditioners and refrigerators, even steamboats and airplanes. I want to create an industrial system on this continent. I want to create a magic industry empire. Thinking of this, Su-Yi suddenly felt like his entire body was filled with his epiphany, and his body was completely filled with excitement. He understood. This was because after wasting 3 years in this world and a daze, he had finally confirmed his goal. His goal could be considered lofty and even unlikely, but it was still a goal. It had motivational power. As for the difficulty, it would be overcome. Su-Yi's footsteps were faster when he returned to the lab. What welcomed him were gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and questioning. His colleagues didn't understand at all. Why was a new person that had been in the magic tower for less than 2 months suddenly summoned by great magician Camilla? It had to be known. These people rarely saw great magician Camilla, and there was no need to mention being summoned by him. Su-Yi didn't care about the strange gazes his colleagues were giving him at all. He now had a goal. He didn't care about anything else now. He had a faint smile on his face as he casually returned to his spot. Although he didn't plan on being great magician Camilla's apprentice, Su-Yi didn't plan on leaving the magic tower. If he wanted to do some things in Bandit City, with some things related to magic, he had to maintain a good relation with great magician Camilla. Su-Yi was not dumb enough to cut off this relation on his own initiative. 3 miles to the west of Bandit City, there was a small manor that occupied a space of less than 10,000 square meters. Although this manor was not big, it was very famous in Bandit City because it was the only magic academy in Bandit City, the Baron Ricto Magic Academy. As the only magic school in Bandit City, the Baron Ricto Magic Academy gathered all the children with magical talent in Banta City and around Banta City. To these children that wanted to become powerful great magicians, it was very important for them to study here. It was even to the point that they could give up eating and sleeping. According to convention, other than studying basic magic knowledge each day, the students also had to learn some knowledge about magic arrays. Only during the time set for discussing magic arrays today, the second grade 4th class professor surpassed all the students' expectations and brought out an ugly clump of iron. Isn't that a magic fan? The sharp-eyed students instantly recognized it. The magic fans had been a hot product in Banda City during these past few days. It was not especially expensive and had a low consumption, so something that let people cool down was welcomed by everyone. Most students of the Baron Ricto Magic Academy had decent family backgrounds, with many of their families buying the magic fans immediately. So naturally they could easily recognize it. But it wasn't anything to recognize the magic fan. Why did the teacher bring it out in the classroom? Students, today's main lecture will be studying this magic fan. Accurately speaking, it is the magic array inside the magic fan. The teacher quickly gave an explanation to the students. Che, isn't it a toy used by commoners? What value is there in us studying it? Teacher, are you sure you aren't making a mistake? The one who spoke was a slightly chubby youth who was around 16, 17 years old. This youth was called Oren Zedeman, the second son of Banta City's Viscount Zedeman. He was the one with the best family in the second grade fourth class. It said that every room in his house had a large-scale frost array, so naturally he looked down on the magic fan. Hearing Orrin's words, the teacher's face sunk. He strictly said, "Orrin, you can look down on the magic fan, but as a magician, you can't look down on the magic array inside the magic fan. I can tell you that the magic array inside the magic fan is exquisite. It is something a normal magician cannot create. I can even make a bold analysis that the one who made this magic array was someone at the great magician level. It can't be, right? Great magician. That's right. Why would a great magician do something like this? Our Banta City only has His Excellency Camilla, the only great magician, right? Doesn't he dislike magicians working together with merchants? Perhaps he has changed his views? After a while of talking, the students began to understand their teacher's thoughts. Even if the magic array inside wasn't created by a great magician, the level of magic contained in this magic array far surpassed their imaginations. Since it was like this, it was natural for the teacher to want them to study it. When the teacher opened the magic fan and revealed the magic array to the students were even more shocked. As second-year students of Baron Richter Magic Academy, they were not new students who knew nothing about magic. They could naturally see the astonishing level of magic contained within this magic array. Although many students could tell this should be a variant of the revolving wind array, there was not a single student that could understand every part of the array. There were many students who couldn't even understand how this magic array was activated and maintained, so there was no need to mention them understanding how the magic fans could run on his magic array. It had to be known, there were many magical geniuses in the second-year fourth class. They were even honored as the most talented class in the Baron Richter Magic Academy. The more these proud young men and women studied this magic array, the more profound they found this magic array. They were filled with incomparable admiration for the magician who made this magic array. Only they didn't know that the magician they were secretly admiring was not that far from them right now. In the student management office of the Baron Richter Magic Academy, the director Shearer was looking at the unexpected guest with a frown on his face. Based on the symbol on the black robe he was wearing, he could confirm that he was great magician Camilla's subordinate. "Young man, are you here for something? Or did great magician Camilla send you here?" "No, this is not related to great magician Camilla. This is my private matter." Sui shook his head with a smile. "Private matter? What is it?" "This is not anything troublesome. I am here because I want to hire some students." Shearer's expression sunk. "We are a magic school, not a mercenary school. You've come to the wrong place." Sui was not surprised. He just said with a faint smile. "Then Director Shearer, what if I said that this work would not only pay the students and also help them raise their magic level?" Shearer was stunned. "Are you joking? How could there be such a good job?" "Of course there is." Sui had a radiant smile. "If you don't mind, I can slowly explain this to you." A horse carriage was slowly heading out Banta City's western gate. It gradually accelerated and quickly headed to Banta City's western suburbs. Sui and Heinz were sitting across each other inside the carriage. Heinz was holding a rough map of Banta City in his hands and was explaining something to Sui. "Look, this is Viscount Leslie's territory, with a total area of close to 1,000 hectares, and over half of it is undeveloped land. Viscount Leslie has promised us that we can casually pick a piece of land to rent from this undeveloped land." Sui looked over the map and pointed at the map with his finger. "No need to pick. Here is fine. This place." Heinz looked at where Sui was pointing and thought about it. He said with a frown, "This place is not close to Banta City, and it isn't close to anything else. I'm afraid it won't be convenient living there." Sui gave a shrug before saying with a faint smile, "It's good if there is nothing there. It's more convenient for us to plant things. It has to be known, it's easier to draw on an empty piece of paper than a covered piece of paper. But like this, our expenditures will be higher than estimated." Heinz still had a frown on his face. "This initial investment is necessary." Sui nodded before drawing another circle on the map. "If it's possible, I even want to rent this large part of undeveloped land to use." "This large part?" Heinz said in a stunned voice. "We can't do that. Just to rent a hectare of land. We need to pay Viscount Leslie 100 gold coins every year. How we rent such a large piece? It wouldn't be 10,000, but it would be several thousand gold coins each year. Then again, we don't need such a large workshop. Why do we need such a large piece of land? Sue revealed a faint smile. Heinz, could it be that you are only satisfied with a little magic fan factory? Heinz looked at Sue in a daze. Could it be this fellow has even bigger ambitions? Just yesterday, Sue had found Heinz to tell him not to waste time finding a suitable place in Banna City, because Sue wanted to find an empty space outside Banna City. He was planning to build a factory on empty land and focus on producing magic fans. During this time, Sue also had Heinz's nephew Alex perform a small survey of the city. According to their results, Sue could estimate that the consumption for magic fans in Banna City was around 3 to 5,000, and right now they had only sold less than 500. This meant they had a market of over several thousand people. Moreover, this number was only limited to Banna City. The living conditions of families in the rural areas outside Banna City was not as good as Banna City, but there was still a certain demand for magic fans. If the area around Banna City was included, Sue could make a bold estimate that the demand for magic fans was over 10,000 units. Because of this number, Sue had made the decision to increase his production line. If he wanted to greatly increase his production, there were limits to the warehouses he rented in Banna City. So, Sue directly headed outside the city, preparing to build a magic fan factory. After all his research, he finally decided on a piece of land that belonged to Viscount Leslie. Of course, if he wanted to increase production, other than land, the more important thing was people. Sue looked at the stack of things in his hand, and his lips curled into a smile. Of the stack, half was information on 30 people, and the other half was 30 contracts. These things were his harvest after his trip to Baron Richter Magic Academy. With his hard work at convincing him, Director Shearer finally allowed Sue to recruit Baron Richter Magic Academy students to work for him. However, Shearer had said that he would not openly support him, he would just not oppose him. However, after Sue put in effort all around the campus and finally succeeded in recruiting 30 students that met the requirement. The magic level of the students were not high. At least there wasn't a single one that could compare to Sue. But as Baron Richter Magic Academy students, they had a solid foundation on the basics of magic array, as well as some experience drawing magic arrays. Even though the revolving wind magic array of the magic fan had been changed by Sue, making it more complicated, it was still only a low-level wind magic array. It wasn't that difficult to inscribe it. Sue recruited these students, and the only thing they had to do was inscribe the magic arrays. Although this was a very simple task, they needed a certain amount of magical power to do this. When he was manufacturing the 500 magic fans, Sue had asked his 10 co-workers to help him complete them. However, in order to produce over 10,000 magic fans, it was impossible just to rely on his 10 co-workers. Compared to this, it was more suitable for him to hire 30 students than to rely on his 10 co-workers. First, these 30 students wouldn't be as constrained as his 10 co-workers. They wouldn't hesitate to sign a contract with Sue. With them establishing a clear employment relationship with Sue wouldn't need to worry about them affecting production. Next, when Sue invited his 10 co-workers to complete the 500 magic fans, he had paid each co-worker 5 gold coins and given them a bonus of a magic fan. Compared to this, he had already discussed this with the 30 students, and each one would be earning 2 silver coins per magic array drawn, so he could greatly cut down on costs. Actually, when Sue mentioned this pay, he was a bit worried that the students would find it too low. However, he never thought that after hearing the pay, the students would all look very excited, even praising Sue for being so generous. The last thing was the most important point. Compared to his co-workers in the lab, these Magic Academy students still had not formed their own thinking, so they didn't have that much prejudice towards magical application. Sue could instill them with his mechanical engineering knowledge from Earth, letting them learn from the beginning. If a few of them showed talents in magical engineering, that would be a very valuable resource. If more and more of these magicians appeared, Sue's dream of creating an industrial system on the Signs continent would no longer just be a dream. The horse carriage suddenly jolted and Sue was thrown out of his seat, instantly bringing him out of his daydream about the future. "We're almost there," Heinz on the side reminded him. Sue opened the window and looked out. He found that the horse carriage had already left the large road to Banta City's west and was now on a rocky and unsmooth small village road. Feeling the shaking coming from the carriage, Sue couldn't help knitting his brows. This situation of this road is too lacking, Hines said with a bitter smile. Of course, this place is a piece of undeveloped land. For it to have a small road that can let a horse carriage pass is already pretty good. This won't do. Hines, if I wanted to make a smooth path from our place to the large road just now, around how much money would that cost? Building a road? Hines was stunned. He looked down and pointed at the map a few times before replying with a bitter smile. That is not cheap. Even if it is the most simple road, it would cost several hundred gold coins. After pausing for a bit, he couldn't help adding, actually, although this road is a bit bumpy, it can let a horse carriage pass, so we don't need to spend all that money on repaving the road, right? He shook his head. No, we have to repave this road. The magic fans aren't that well made, so perhaps their transport requirements aren't high, but we will be making more and more precise products in the future. With the situation of this road, it's very easy for products to occur during transport. Hines curled his lips. He found that he didn't understand what Sui meant by well-made, future products, and precise, so he couldn't help trying to convince him otherwise. But right now, Sui was the one in charge, and he didn't have any decision-making rights, so he gave up on trying to convince him in the end. The horse carriage continued jolting down this road for a bit before it finally slowly stopped. Sui and Hines jumped out of the horse carriage and looked around, seeing a true expansive wasteland. The surrounding area was filled with weeds, and they couldn't see anything. Seeing how run down the land was, Hines couldn't help being a bit disappointed, but Sui wasn't surprised at all. He had gone to several areas on Earth that were being developed. The land there was even more desolate than this. After it was developed, it wouldn't be long before it became much more lively. Although this area was very desolate right now, he believed that if he kept investing in it, this place would become much more luxurious. Are you Mr. Sui and Mr. Hines? A small and thin old man had appeared at an unknown time. Hello, Butler Brunei. I am Hines, and this is my partner Sui. Hines quickly came forward to greet him. Sui, this is Viscount Leslie's butler, Mr. Brunei. Sui looked over this ordinary-looking old man and gave him a bow. Brunei looked over with his small eyes and looked over Sui. He said with a nod, "All right, since you are here, then have a proper look." The Lord Viscount has said that although this place is undeveloped land, since it is in his territory, he can't just give it to people to use. No matter what you want to do in the future, if it's on this land, you have to tell the Lord Viscount first, understood? Looking at this arrogant Brunei, Sui couldn't help feeling angry and finding this funny. If this was Earth, if someone like him was willing to pay money to rent this undeveloped land, the owner would go wild with happiness. But on the Signs continent, Viscount Leslie not only took his money, his butler Brunei was acting this arrogantly. It was like this land wasn't being rented by Sui, rather it was Viscount Leslie who was gracious enough to let him use it. Sui naturally couldn't reveal anything on his face, so he just nodded in agreement. Then he turned to look around the area. Sui was very satisfied with his inspection. This geological conditions of this land was good, and the terrain was rather flat. It was very suitable for building a factory. The more important thing was that there was a 10-meter wide river by this land, and there was a small forest on the other side, so it was easy to gather resources and to gather water. The only problem was that transportation wasn't too convenient, but Sui had already considered this problem. Renovating the road to ensure connection was the first thing to do when building a factory or a mine. A hectare of land was not too big. Sui spent less than an hour to finish inspecting it. Returning back to Butler Brunei, Sui took out a document from his bag. Butler Brunei, this is our plan for the lands used for the first year. You can bring it back for the Lord Viscount to look over. If there is anything the Lord Viscount isn't satisfied with, he can tell us, and we will make the appropriate changes to according to Lord Viscount's needs. Sui was still very respectful on the surface. He was very clear that the Signs continent was currently in a half-feudal society, being different from the society on Earth. If he wanted to succeed in some things on the continent, he had to follow some customs. As expected, with Sui's respectful appearance, Butler Brunei's expression became more relaxed. He took Sui's plan and gave a nod. "All right, I'll have the Lord Viscount look it over when I head back. Actually, you don't need to be too worried. The Lord Viscount is a very generous person. As long as you don't do anything that will upset him, the Lord Viscount normally will not interfere." Then I'll have to thank Butler Brunei for your kind words. The better the tone became, naturally this matter became much more smooth. Butler Brunei only casually looked over the development plan before taking out a rent contract for Sue E to sign. When Sue E signed his name, Butler Brunei finally revealed a smile. He reached his hand out towards Sue E. Very good. Mr. Sue E, this land will belong to you for a year. I hope that you will treasure this chance the Lord Viscount has given you. The three people said a few more words, and when Sue E and Hines wanted to leave, a shrill cry suddenly came from the distance. The three of them were stunned, looking in the northwest direction the cry came from. There was another pitiful wail before the sound of crying and the sound of a leather whip cracking rang out. Let's go take a look. Sue E didn't have time to think as he rushed off in the direction the sound came from. Hines hesitated a bit before looking at Butler Brunei beside him. Butler Brunei, it seems like the sound is coming from Lord Viscount's territory? Butler Brunei narrowed his little eyes to look in the direction the sound came from before waving his hand. We're going to take a look. When they came closer, the sound became louder. The sound of the whip cracking couldn't help making people's hearts feel fear, and hearing the pitiful crying that came after, people couldn't help feeling pity. Sue E was younger than Butler Brunei and Hines, and adding in the fact that he left first, he appeared where the sound came from not long after. Looking up, his eyes instantly filled with anger. In a desolate area, three large men were currently surrounding a child who was only around 14, 15 years old. These people had whips in their hands and kept cracking them at the child. That child already had countless bloody marks from the whips, and even some parts of his body were lacerated, making them look incomparably pitiful. They could cry out pitifully at first, but now they didn't scream anymore, not even have the strength to turn over. They could only keep twitching from the whips falling on them. Stop! Sue E roared out in rage, charging out without even thinking about it. You want to beat him to death? The three large men clearly never expected someone to charge out and stared at Sue E in a daze. They mostly had scruples because of the magic robes that he was wearing, so they couldn't help stopping. But when Sue E wanted to lean over to look at the child, he was stopped by one of the large men. Hey, what are you doing? We're teaching this slave a lesson. No matter who you are, you have no qualification to meddle in this matter. The large man shouted. Slave? Sue E was stunned when he looked at the child on the ground. He remembered that this was Viscount Leslie's territory, then this child would be. This is Viscount Leslie's slave? The large man looked at Sue E in surprise. Since you know the Lord Viscount, then do not stick your nose in the business of others. Let me tell you, this little bastard has lost the Lord Viscount's cattle. It wouldn't be going easy if he was beaten to death. Cattle. Sue E knit his brows and angrily said, It's just losing a single cow. You want his life just for that? You don't know shit. The large man scoffed. It'll be the fall harvest in less than 2 months, but this little bastard has lost a cow at this time. That would greatly affect the fall harvest. Then again, do you know how much a single cow costs? 40 gold coins. This little bastard wouldn't be worth half that much even if he was sold. Don't you think it's going easy on him? That still doesn't mean you can't beat him to death. Even if you kill him, that cow won't come back. Nonsense. Of course we know that. This is punishment. Do you understand punishment? If we don't punish this fellow, the other fellows will all be the same, and then who would plant the Lord Viscount's fields? Sue E knit his brows. He knew that he couldn't talk any sense to them, and there was nothing on the Signs continent that protected slaves, so he really didn't have any qualifications to stop the other side from doing this. Thinking of this, Sue E looked around at Butler Brunei and Hines who were not far behind him and calmed down. The three large men followed Sue Yi's gaze and naturally saw Butler Brunei. As guards of Viscount Leslie's manor, they naturally recognized the trusted Butler Brunei of Viscount Leslie. After being stunned for a bit, they quickly went over to receive him. After a while, Butler Brunei and Hines also came over. When they looked over the scene, they understood what was going on. Mr. Sue E, this is our family's matter. I ask you not to interfere. Butler Brunei's tone was very indifferent, but his voice gave no room for argument. Sue E deeply knit his brows. He knew that if they followed the customs of the Signs continent, he indeed didn't have any reason or qualification to interfere. But to have him watch a child being beaten to death like this was not something he could accept. Sue E looked over at Hines for help, but he saw Hines shaking his head to him. It was clear he didn't agree with his actions. The three large men pulled out their leather whips, and Sue felt anxious. He suddenly had an idea and shouted, "Wait a minute. Butler Brunei, can I buy him from you?" "Buy?" Butler Brunei was stunned, but then he knit his brows. "Sue, I have already told you. This is our family's matter. Are you really going to meddle with this?" "No, no, no, I don't have this meaning." Sue quickly waved his hand. "I just suddenly remembered that it isn't convenient for me to live alone. I had always wanted to buy a servant to serve me, but I've never found a suitable one. Since this servant belongs to the Lord Viscount, I want to ask for a favor and hope the Lord Viscount will sell him to me. How about it? I believe as the trusted butler of the Lord Viscount, you can make the decision for a trivial slave, right?" Butler Brunei's face sunk and was about to reject him when Sue suddenly charged forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. This sudden action made Butler Brunei frown, and when he was about to get angry, he heard Sue whisper in his ear, "10% stocks. Sir Butler, as long as you agree to sell this slave to me, I will give 10% of the stocks of my newly built magic fan factory to the Lord Viscount. What do you think?" Butler Brunei looked at Sue in a daze and found that Sue had a very serious expression, not looking like he was joking at all. He couldn't help saying in a curious voice, "Mr. Sue, you really want to give away 10% stocks for a trivial slave? Although I don't know the value of this 10% stock, with how the magic fans are selling in Bana City, it shouldn't be a small value, right?" Sue revealed a faint smile. "Just treat it as me being willful." Butler Brunei looked at Sue with a deep gaze. "You're certain about this?" Sue firmly nodded. "Certain." Butler Brunei nodded. He didn't throw away Sue's arm and waved his hand at the three large men. "Let him go." The three large men looked at each other and obediently walked away. Butler Brunei looked at the slave on the ground before looking back at Sue. "Mr. Sue, he belongs to you now." Sue laughed and reached his hand into his pocket. "Many thanks, many thanks. How much is this slave worth?" Butler Brunei's lips curled into a strange smile. He shook his head and said, "Mr. Sue, is this generous? I naturally can't be petty representing the Lord Viscount. This slave will be given to you. Just treat it as a meeting gift. Since it's like this, then I ask you to thank the Lord Viscount for me." After Butler Brunei and the three large men left, Sue and Hines carried the slave into the horse carriage together. When he heard the price Sue paid to save the slave on the way back, Hines almost jumped out of the carriage. "Are you crazy?" Hines pointed at Sue, actually being a bit out of breath from his anger. "Sue, according to our estimate, if everything goes smoothly, the profit of this magic fan factory will be at least 5,000 gold coins in a year. The 10% share you've given Leslie is equal to giving him at least 500 gold coins. You have to know, we also spent 100 gold coins to rent this 1 hectare of land from him for a year." Sue waved his hand, signaling for Hines to sit down. He said with a smile, "Actually, this isn't anything. I wanted to find a chance to give Viscount Leslie a 10% share anyway. I might as well use this chance to give it to him. It's better to say that everything is going according to my plan." Seeing how relaxed Sue was, Hines relaxed a bit. However, he was still a bit confused. "Why?" Sue laughed and pointed at the desolate land outside the window. "Hines, you've already seen it. This land is all Viscount Leslie's personal land. You should know what personal land means, right? It means that as long as Viscount Leslie changes his mind, he can drive us out at any moment. Even if we have a contract, it's no use because it's that damn noble's right. I've already considered this, so if we want to do this for a long time, we need Viscount Leslie's full support. But how can we make that noble Lord Viscount fully support us? There is only one answer, which is to put him in the same carriage as us. As long as we share benefits with him, he will fully support us. At the very least, he wouldn't be dragging us down. Actually, 10% is too little. If possible, I want to give him 20%. But this would be too conspicuous, and our relationship is just starting, so there's no rush for this matter." Hines looked at Sue in a daze for a while before suddenly shaking his head and letting out a long sigh. "Sue, I was mistaken about you. I thought at first that you were a magical genius, but now it seems like you're more of a profiteer than me." "Huh, many thanks for your praise." The little slave was covered in bruises and lacerations. Although his wounds looked very terrifying, They were actually only skin wounds and didn't hurt his physique at all. Sui delivered him to Banta City's best hospital. After confirming that there was no life-threatening danger, he left him with the doctor and let the doctor watch over him as he returned to the Camilla Magic Tower. Returning to the lab, his co-workers were a bit surprised to see him suddenly come in. "Hey, Sui, didn't you take the day off? Why are you back?" Rem loudly asked. "I finished my matters and had nothing else to do, so I came back to see if there was any work here." Sui replied with a smile. "Oh, I thought that you wouldn't be planning to come back this time." "Rem, don't you understand? With how well the magic fans are selling right now, Sui would be fine even if he didn't come back. He can become rich just by selling the magic fans. How would he need to come back to this shabby tower to do the dirty work in the future?" Hearing this dark voice, Sui slightly knit his brows. He then shook his head with a smile and ignored it. Because he needed to organize the factory and do many other things, he had to take several days off. Great magician Camilla said nothing about this, but his co-workers in the lab had some veiled criticisms. There were even some that had a bit of anger in their voices when they were talking. Sui was too lazy to care about why they cared about him so much. It didn't affect him that much anyway. "Wella, how is the research for the magic array going?" Sui came directly to Wella's desk and asked in a low voice. "It's pretty much done." Wella took out a magic array blueprint and spread it on the table. "Look at this. I agree with your thought that using the Lydial node would conflict with the magic array. I've done many experiments over the past few days and have already found the most suitable model. Do you think it's all right? Since you say it's the most suitable, then there definitely isn't a problem." Though he said this, Sui still carefully looked over the magic array blueprint. Finally, he confirmed that Wella's solution was indeed very suitable. "Great. Wella, thanks for your help." After saying this, Sui gave a soft cough. "Of course, help on one side and reward on the other. Another 10 gold coins, what do you think?" Wella's face had a slight blush and she awkwardly said, "Isn't that too much? I only spent a single night on it." He, it's because you are a genius. Knowledge is priceless. I even feel 10 gold coins isn't enough." Sui said. Wella thought about it and was no longer polite as she nodded in agreement. When Sui walked away from Wella, Rem came over with a frown. "Wella, what were you talking about with Sui? Acting all sneaky." Wella glared at him. "Who are you calling sneaky? How is it sneaky?" Rem was surprised and his voice became apologetic. No, no. I'm just saying. Mysterious. That's right, mysterious." "What were you talking about?" "Nothing. Sui just wanted my help in studying a magic array, and then he gave me 10 gold coins as remunerations." Wella didn't think there was anything that needed hiding, so she openly said it. 10 gold coins. Rem shouted out in surprise, attracting the attention of everyone in the lab. He was surprised before saying in a low voice, "He's giving you 10 gold coins just to study one magic array? Is he cheating you?" "What reason would he have to cheat me?" Wella rolled her eyes at Rem. "This is not the first. He paid me quite openly the past few times. What reason do I have to not trust him?" "Not the first time." Rem was even more shocked. "Wella, you actually hid from me that you and Sui." Wella instantly flew into a rage. "What are you saying? What hiding from you? Who are you to me? Do I have to report to you if I want to do something?" Wella's voice became even louder and fell onto the ears of everyone in the lab. Everyone looked over at Wella and Rem, treating it as a lover's quarrel. And then everyone looked over at Sui. They couldn't understand. Why did Sui talking to Wella for a bit cause her and Rem to argue? That kid Rem. He normally wasn't someone who was jealous. Sui didn't have time to pay attention to Wella and Remington. After he received the magic array blueprint from Wella, he went back to his table to continue working. This magic array was an improved revolving wind array for the magic fan. Because the first design for the magic fan was rushed, there were many parts that weren't perfect. Now that Sui was prepared to expand magic fan production lines, naturally, he was prepared to make a new magic fan. For example, if he finished researching this magic array in his hand, he could let the magic fan change speeds. It wouldn't keep rotating at the same speed like the first generation magic fan. But while this modification sounded simple, it actually had a high requirement of the magic array. Sui could no doubt study this himself, but it would waste quite a bit of time for this, so he simply asked for Wella's help. He hoped that she could change the design of the magic array based on his requirements. Wella was already interested in Su Yi's first-generation magic fan, and hearing that Su Yi wanted her help in changing the magic array, she immediately agreed. As a magician whose magic power ranked in the top ranks of the lab, Wella's researching ability towards magic arrays was much stronger than Su Yi's. It didn't take her long to make the changes to the magic array according to Su Yi's requirements. Su Yi was very happy with this result. He recognized that a single person's power was limited and each profession had specialization. So in terms of magic level, Wella was much stronger than him. So giving this kind of magic question to a specialist like Wella was not wrong. Wella helped him solve every problem, so naturally had to pay 10 gold coins as remunerations. Wella always said it was too much, but Su Yi didn't think so. It had to be known that if one looked for a specialist to solve a problem on Earth, if they didn't give a high price, the specialist would ignore them. The more important thing was that this could save Su Yi quite a bit of time, letting him combine magic and design together. To suit this altered magic array, the magic fan structure inevitably needed to be changed a bit. The only person on the Sign's continent that understood this was Su Yi. No one could help him. It was now late July, and the hot weather wouldn't last more than 2 months. If he wanted to let the second wave of magic fans come out during the summer, Su Yi needed to make the best use of his time. Time passed quickly when he focused completely on researching. When Su Yi finally determined the first steps in the variable speed magic fan design, he looked up to find that the lab was already silent. His co-workers had already finished work and left. Su Yi stretched himself out. When he was prepared to put away his things and leave, the doors of the lab suddenly opened and Still's head poked in. "Hey, Su Yi, you really haven't left yet." Still waved her hand and Su Yi and revealed a bright smile. "What is it? Do you need me for something? Is great magician Camilla summoning me again?" Su Yi asked with a smile. Although he didn't meet Still that much, because she had helped him get his job in the magic tower, he had always felt grateful towards her. He was much more friendly with her compared to his co-workers. Still rolled her eyes and gave a soft snort. "What? I can only look for you if I need something." Su Yi had a lost smile as he shook his head. He didn't believe that Still would look for him without any reason. But he wasn't dumb enough to reveal this lie in front of this 19-year-old young miss. "Looking for me without a reason? It can't be because I'm too handsome and you've fallen in love with me, right?" Su Yi couldn't help teasing her. Still's face turned red and she glared at him. She angrily said, "Why are all you men so full of it? All right, stop wasting time. Come with me. We're going out to eat. It'll be my treat." Treating me to a meal? Su Yi was stunned, as he thought, "It really would be strange if you looked for me without a reason. All right? What? You don't believe me?" Still glared at him. She came over to hook Su Yi's arm and pulled him outside. "Hey, hey, hey, this will make people misunderstand. I'll walk with you, all right?" Still treated Su Yi to a meal in a restaurant not far away from the Magic Tower. This restaurant didn't look very expensive, but it had a quiet atmosphere. This place wasn't too crowded, and the dishes were a bit special, tasting quite good. It could be seen that Still had put some thought into treating him. While they were eating, Still hesitating a few times, but she never said anything. Su Yi felt this was funny and said nothing, just lowering his head to eat. Seeing that they were about to finish the meal, Still couldn't take it anymore and said to Su Yi in a small voice that, "Su Yi, can I ask you something?" Su Yi revealed a faint smile, as he thought that Still was quite patient. He asked back, "What is it? Tell me about it. Based on this meal, I'll help if I can." Still's heart was filled with anger. She thought to herself that she was still a beauty, not to mention treating someone to a meal. If she found another man for help, which one wouldn't just follow her? Su Yi actually said that he would help based on this meal, but he still sounded reluctant. He really didn't know good from bad, but she was the one asking for something, so she let go of her attitude. She forced a smile and said, it's like this. Do you remember when you came for your interview at the Magic Tower on the first day and took out that model piano?" "I do, what about it? Do you have it on you right now?" "No, that thing is not small. Why would I bring it around for no reason?" Su Yi shook his head. "That is right." Still thought about it before suddenly saying, "Then how about we go to your house right now?" Su Yi choked on a mouthful of food. Coo. Still, what did you say?" "Go to your house." Still felt a bit strange, but seeing the strange expressions on Su Yi's face, her mind turned and instantly understood what he meant. A faint blush covered her face, and she couldn't help sending a punch out. What are you thinking? Sui quickly waved his hand and shouted. All right, all right, I know what you mean. You want to go to my house and see the model piano, right? But I don't understand. Why are you in such a rush? Still stopped her hand and hesitated for a bit. She asked in an uncertain voice, Sui, that, can you sell me that model piano? Sell it to you? Sui looked at Still with a confused gaze. What do you need it for? I have my uses. Still ambiguously responded. Sui didn't even think about it as he shook his head. I'm afraid not. That thing is very important to me. I can't sell it to you. It wasn't Sui rejecting on purpose. That model piano was made by him during his time in the Sennheiser school. It was also the first magical mechanical product he made in this world, so it was very sentimental to him. He wasn't willing to give it to anyone. It's like this. Still was a bit disappointed before asking. Then, can you teach me how you made it? I originally wanted you to teach me how to make it since personally, making something is worth more than buying something from someone else. Sui looked at Still with a strange gaze. Still, I want to ask something. Are you planning to give this to someone? That's right. I need to give someone a birthday present right now. Last time I saw your model piano, I felt it was quite novel, and using it as a birthday present was quite good. What do you think? Can you teach me? Teach me how to make it, all right? I promise I will not treat you unjustly. As long as you help me, I will let grandfather treat you well from now on. Sui stroked his chin, forgetting about using this chance to advance a step further with great magician Camilla. Just based on the fact that Still was such a beauty, it was normal for him to help her. That's right. I want to ask something else. Is the person you're giving the present to a man? A faint blush appeared on Still's face, and she angrily said, Why do you care? Sui laughed, thinking that he had been correct. But Still was 19 years old. She was in the spring of life. It wasn't strange for her to like some boy. All right, it's no problem teaching you how to make it, but there's no need to go to my house. It's already getting late. It's not convenient for a little girl like you to come to my house. From tomorrow onwards, come to the lab to find me after work. I'll teach you there. Still looked at Sui in surprise. Sui, I never thought you would be such an honest person. Cool. Do I look like a dishonest person? Sui angrily looked at Still as he snappily asked. That's right. When do you need the present? I need to prepare my speed for teaching you. There's still half a month. There shouldn't be a problem, right? That is enough time. That model piano's crafting technique is not difficult. It just requires some fine details. After the two made an agreement, Sui left after saying goodbye. He didn't head home like normal. Rather, he went to the hospital first. The little slave who was wrapped in bandages, looking no different from a mummy, had woken up from their coma. Lying on the bed in the hospital, their eyes looked at the ceiling, and there was a trace of alarm and fear in them. Hearing Sui talking to the doctor, he finally reacted. He turned to look at Sui, and a deep curiosity appeared in his eyes. How do you feel? Noticing the little slave look over, Sui stopped talking to the doctor and asked him this in a gentle voice. The little slave didn't seem very adept at talking to others, so he only nodded after a bit of hesitation. Sui revealed a smile and didn't press him. He asked the doctors a few things, and after confirming that he was already good, he said to the little salve, It's good that nothing's wrong. Your injuries haven't healed yet, so just rest up for a few days here. I'll come back for you when you are better. Sui turned to leave when he felt a tug at the corner of his clothes. Turning back in a surprised manner, he found that the little slave had reached out and was tightly holding his clothes. Sui looked at the nervous and fearful little slave and instantly understood what he needed. What? You need someone to stay with you? I'm afraid I can't. I'm very busy with work. I don't have much time to stay with you. Relax, since I have already bought you. I won't throw you away. You can just relax and stay here. The doctor has said that you can leave in a few days. It's fine. The doctor on the side looked at Sui with a strange gaze. Bought. That meant the little fellow on the bed was a slave. This Sui really was a strange person, actually being this good to a slave. It had to be known. This hospital was Banta City's best hospital. The fees weren't cheap at all. The little slave tightly held Sui's clothes, and the fear on his face became stronger. It was like he was afraid that Sui would throw him away. Seeing this appearance, Sui could only give a helpless sigh. He turned to the doctor and asked, Is it all right if I take him home like this? Will there be any danger to him? This Actually, he only has some external injuries. It isn't too serious. There's no problem taking him back now, as long as he eats his medicine on time and changes ointment every 3 days. That's good. I'll take him home first then. Leave this bed for him. I will pay the fees. The doctor couldn't help looking at the little slave in the bed. This kind of treatment, not to mention a slave, some families' children would find it hard to receive something similar. Completely wrapped up, this slave that couldn't move at all was brought back to Su Yi's home. He worked hard to get him to settle down, and after feeding him his medicine, Su Yi was covered with sweat. Seeing the little slave sleep after eating his medicine, Su Yi let out a long sigh. Who? I told Butler Brunei that I wanted to buy him to take care of me, but now I'm the one taking care of him. Even while sleeping, the little slave had a pained expression on his face from time to time. It could be seen how difficult his life was normally. Seeing this thin little face, Sui let out a sigh and shook his head. He turned to take a bath before heading back to study the magic array. After having Wella's help with the magic array, the research on the variable speed magic fan had become much faster. All that was left to do now was to find a suitable structure for this magic array. Sui wanted to use this second-generation magic fan to greatly increase the power of the magic fan, but after researching, he found that there were two problems that couldn't be avoided. The first problem was materials. The industrial system of the Signs continent was close to zero. Although there were some artificial products, most of the time they used natural materials. Even if it was processed, it was a crude processing. The various kinds of materials were far from being able to compare to the super finely made materials of Earth. Taking the magic fan as an example, the core part of it was without a doubt the electric motor, but Sui had used the revolving wind array to replace that. However, for the center bearing that was just as important as the electric motor, Sui had not been able to find a suitable replacement currently. On Earth, they could use highly dense and highly wear-resistant alloy materials on Earth, but they could only use normal iron on the Signs continent. This world's iron craftsmanship couldn't compare to Earth's. The quality of the smelted iron wasn't high. Even if they were hammered, it wouldn't raise the quality that much higher. When Sui made the first-generation magic fan, he didn't care that much about this quality. An electric fan on Earth could last for around 10 to 40,000 hours, but with Sui's current estimates, the first-generation magic fans couldn't last more than 3,000 hours. If each magic fan was used for 8 hours during the 3 hottest months of the year, the first-generation magic fan could only last 4 years before they broke. If it was used all day like Heinz was doing, the 2 magic fans he had now would be broken by summer next year. It could be said that the problem with the material was the most serious problem with the magic fans, and it was something that Sui couldn't solve at all. Materials was one of the most basic and complex components of an industrial system. It would involve many parts of the system. Even on Earth, it would be very difficult to increase the level of materials, not to mention the Signs continent with no industrial system at all. The second problem was an issue with the production process. There were no standard tools on the Signs continent like on Earth. When Sui made the first-generation magic fans, he could only find the blacksmiths and the forges and have them create something based on his design. It could be said that these blacksmiths had pretty good technique for Bana City, but no matter how precise human hands were, they couldn't compare to the precise machinery of Earth. The outer cover for the magic fans they built always had a slight difference. Although it didn't seem like a big problem, Sui was very clear that if they wanted to increase the output of magic fans, they needed to step into mass production. That meant that every part of the magic fans needed to be perfect, or at least it had to reach a level of being uniform. Cutting machines, slide tool rests, punch presses, drill presses, and boring lathes. I want to die. Thinking about all the problems he needed to face when wanting to start mass production, Sui gave a wail filled with pain. Standing in front of the volcano blacksmith, Sui had swept away the pain from last night and had become composed again. May I ask if Master Lanus is in? Sui came to the front door of the blacksmith and was hit with a wave of heat, almost forcing his words back into his mouth. A loud metal clashing sound came from the blacksmith, as if it took the place of a reply. Sui went in, and he saw the forge of the blacksmith spew out flames. Beside the forge, there was a dwarf whose head was only to Sui's chest, but was several times bulkier than him, currently holding a piece of red iron clamped in his left hand and with his right hand slamming down with a hammer that was 2 times the size of his head. As the hammer fell down again and again, there was a clear metal clanging sound that filled the blacksmith that had a kind of charm to it. Sui watched this dwarf's extremely rhythmic hammering for a while and couldn't help secretly nodding. Heinz really was right. If one was talking about blacksmithing, dwarves really were the best on the continent. When he met Heinz today, Sui discussed the issues he faced with him. Heinz didn't have a method for the material problem, but in terms of craftsmanship, he did give a suggestion. It was to have Sui search for Banta City's most renowned blacksmithing master, which was this dwarf Lanus in front of him. After being reminded by Heinz, Sui finally remembered that while the Sign's continent was different from Earth, it didn't only have humans. There were also many races other than humans. The dwarf clan was renowned as blacksmithing masters on the continent, publicly recognized as the race with the greatest skills in blacksmithing. But normally dwarves lived in their own tribes and rarely went out, so there was only Lanus, this dwarven blacksmith master in the entirety of Banta City. Sui actually never thought of him before. Sui patiently waited for a while, and Lanus finally finished what he was currently forging. He threw the red piece he had already hammered into shape into the water and looked at Sui. "Hey, say what you want to say. I don't want to beat around the bush." While speaking, Lanus took a water skin from the table and opened it, causing a strong wine scent to spew out. Dwarves loved wine the most, the stronger the better. "Master Lanus, I am here to ask for your help in making something." Sui took out a blueprint from his chest. "What is it?" Lanus raised his head back to take large mouthfuls, while taking the blueprint to look it over. He gave a cold snort and threw the blueprint away, as he angrily said, "Who told you that I, Lanus, would help people make this kind of broken nails?" Sui laughed as he picked up the blueprint from the ground. "Master Lanus, although this thing is a nail, it is better to call them screw bolts. I don't care if it's a screw bolt or not. Anyway, Lanus, will never make this kind of little toy. You can leave." Lanus waved his bulky arm and turned to leave. He looked like he wasn't willing to acknowledge Sui at all. "Are you not making it? Or can you not make it?" When Sui's voice fell, Lanus quickly turned around and pointed at Sui as he shouted, "Human, let me tell you, don't think that Lanus is someone stupid you can goad into action. I said I won't do it, so I won't do it." "Oh, if you won't make the screw bolt, will you make this? This thing is not a small thing." Sui took out another blueprint. Lanus glared at Sui before calmly taking the blueprint. This time he didn't throw away the blueprint. Rather, he honestly looked over it. After a while, Lanus slowly looked up at Sui with a face filled with curiosity. "Hey, little human, where did you get this blueprint? Why have I never seen this before? It was made by me. How about it? Master Lanus, can you make it?" Sui asked. Lanus looked at the blueprint and carefully thought it over. His face suddenly turned red and he gave a snort. "This was just randomly thought of by you. How could it be made? I say, brat, did you deliberately come here to play with me? If so, scram for me now." Sui laughed. There was a large-scale excavator on this blueprint. It was even hard to make on Earth. Trying to make it with human labor was basically a fool's dream. But he certainly wasn't here to play with Lanus. Although he saw Lanus becoming angry, he looked down at the blueprint and said with a serious face, "Master Lanus, you are a blacksmithing master. Although this thing can't be made right now, you should know that this wasn't randomly thought of by me. This thing is the main reason I came to find you." Lanus gave a snort, but his expression relaxed a bit. Actually, he could see that Sui was not lying. Although the thing on the blueprint seemed like it was fantasy, there were exhaustive details written for every part of the blueprint, even having detailed and precise parameters. It could be seen that this was not made on an impulse, and based on his inference, he could tell that it wasn't impossible to make this thing. Only it couldn't be accomplished with the Sign's continent's current blacksmithing level. "All right, brat, just what do you want me to make?" Lanus couldn't help asking. Sui took out the first blueprint. "I'm not joking with you. This time I really hope that you can help me make this bolt screw." This time Lanus didn't fly into a rage, but he carefully looked over the blueprint. When he looked it over, he saw that there was a little toy drawn on the blueprint and threw it away. Now that he was carefully looking over it, he found that although this little toy called the screw bolt was small, it was actually not simple. Looking it over, he found that this thing was like a normal nail, but looking it over carefully, he found that although it was like the nail, this screw bolt had fine lines all over it. There was no difference in the spacing between lines, and it curved all the way down. It looked very precise and complicated. It was not something a normal smooth nail could compare to. Lanus looked at it for a while and was a bit confused. Hey, kid, why did you make such a complicated pattern for a nail? To make it look better? Of course not. Sui took out another blueprint for Lanus with a smile. The blueprint had plans for the second generation's variable speed magic fan, but it was only a part of the magic fan's outer casing. It included the screw bolt and nut part connecting the outer casing. Lanus took the blueprint and looked it over, immediately understanding the mysteries contained within. So it was something like this. This is great. With these holes, as long as these screw bolts are twisted firmly, it will be fixed. Even taking it out is very convenient. Hey, kid, the person who thought of this is simply a genius. As a blacksmithing master, Lanus could tell with a single glance that this screw bolt would have a large effect on the blacksmithing industry. He had looked down on this little screw at first, but seeing the cap nut and the screw bolt hole, his perspective of the bolt screw greatly changed. Looking up to see Su Yi's faint smile, Lanus was stunned. Was this thing something you thought of? It was me. Su Yi admitted without any politeness. How about it? Master Lanus, are you willing to make this screw bolt now? Lanus looked at the blueprint and nodded. Based on your creative talent, I will make an exception and help you. Tell me, how many of these screw bolts do you need? Su Yi raised one finger at him with a smile. It can't be one, right? Is it 10? I'll make a mold first. It should take around a week. Lamus thought about it before speaking. Not just 10. Su Yi shook his head with a smile. Then 100? There isn't much of a difference. As long as a mold is made, 100 isn't that different from 10. It should take around 10 days. Master Lanus, you're mistaken. It isn't 100 either. It's 100,000. 100,000. Master Lanus' eyes were already quite big, and they were staring right at Su Yi right now, wishing that he could spit in Su Yi's face. I thought that you were seriously here for my help, but I never thought you were playing me. 100,000. You want me to spend the rest of my life making these damn screw bolts? Su Yi wiped his face, and his smile didn't change as he took out another blueprint. It's a waste for a master blacksmith like you to spend your life on something small like the screw bolts. Actually, I came to find you this time was to have you help me make this magic thread rolling machine. Magic thread rolling machine? What damn thing is that? Lanus curiously took the blueprint, and from a single glance, his face became serious. This thing is like this. How about it? Do you have any confidence in making this? Lanus didn't immediately respond this time, and looked at the blueprint for a while. After thinking for a bit, he slowly replied, I need to research this. I can't make it that quickly. That's right, kid. What is this thing used for? Su Yi pointed at the screw bolt blueprint. It's to make screw bolts. Oh, no wonder it's like this. Lanus nodded in understanding. Master Lanus, if possible, I hope you can make this machine as quickly as possible. Of course, I definitely will provide a reward you are satisfied with. Lanus waved his arm. We'll talk about the payment later. First tell me this. What is with this toy? For such a complicated thing, there are many things that aren't clearly written on your blueprint. How do you want me to make this? Su Yi couldn't help secretly revealing a smile. He said in his heart that this magic thread rolling machine was something that he made with the sign's continent situation in mind. If he were to draw the thread rolling machine from Earth without changing a thing, even if it was a dwarven blacksmithing master renowned across the sign's continent, he would definitely be stunned seeing it. Look, these two magic arrays should be further apart. This way, the two magic arrays can work together on this node, and the two magic arrays won't affect each other. You need to pay attention here. You have to look over each socket. There can't be a single mistake. Otherwise, a spring will be stuck when the piano starts, and it can't continue working. That's right. What song did you decide on? Different songs have different keys, so the magic arrays are also different. It needs to be set beforehand. No, you can't do this here. You will destroy the entire model. The Camilla Magic Tower was silent after work, but Su Yi's voice kept ringing out in the lab he was in. He was following through with his agreement, teaching Still how to build her model piano after work. Still's talent in magic was as good as the rumors said. Su Yi only needed to explain the principle of the two wind-attributed magic arrays of this model, and she could easily replicate it. But when it came to model design and building the model, Still could only honestly listen to Su Yi's instructions. It was a good thing Still was diligent and naturally intelligent. Sue, you didn't need to waste that much effort before she learned the main points. After using around a week's worth of rest time after work, Still's model piano had already taken its basic form. Now they only needed to make a few more precise adjustments. With the current speed, it would take no more than 3 more days. They could definitely finish it before the birthday of Still's friend. Still pressed gently, and a sound came from the model. The piano lid fit perfectly with the bass. Ooh. Still let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off her face. All right. Not bad. Sue nodded. You've grasped the main points of the model. The rest you can complete by yourself. If there is any adjustment you don't understand, you can ask me later. Still replied, turning to reveal a smile at Sue E. Sue E. Thank you for patiently teaching me. Later, I'll treat you to another meal. Sue E. looked at the sky outside and shook his head. I'm afraid I can't today. I have a meeting with someone else tonight. I have other things to do. Oh, Still was a bit disappointed. She thought about it before asking. That's right, Sue E. I always wanted to ask you, why did you reject my grandfather's invitation? You should know, there are many young magicians who give their all to being grandfather's disciple. Moreover, grandfather has secretly praised you several times in front of me, saying that your talent in magic is very high. As long as you focus on studying magic, it is very likely you'll become a great magician in the future. Sue E. revealed a faint smile. Many thanks for His Excellency Great Magician's praise, but please tell His Excellency that it isn't because I don't want to become his disciple. Only, there are too many other things to do, and I'm afraid I won't have enough time to study magic with him, so I can only turn down his goodwill. Why? Still knit her brows and asked in a confused voice. Even my grandfather has praised you for your high talent in magic, and I can see in these past few days that your talent in magic is indeed high, perhaps even greater than mine. Why aren't you willing to properly study magic? Could it be because of that magic fan? I've heard that you've been focused on studying that during this period. Sui thought about it and asked a question back. Still, what do you think of the magic fan? Me? Still pointed at herself and honestly thought about it before slowly answering. I feel that it is very interesting because it's very rare to see magic being put to use in daily life, and it is very well designed. To be honest, I admire you quite a bit. But Sui, you should be clear that a magician's status on the Signs continent depends on his strength. Even if you design 100 magic fans and your magic power isn't that strong, you still won't have any status. Your magic talent is that good. I urge you to focus on studying magic. As long as you become a great magician, I promise you that everyone will applaud and praise you when you design a magic fan. You're saying this like everyone feels the magic fan is a bad thing. Sui couldn't help muttering in a low voice. Seeing Still's honest expression, he gave a cough and seriously said, Still, I understand what you are talking about, but each person's thoughts and pursuits are different. Perhaps most magicians feel that their magic power is the most important, but I am not the same. I've always felt that magic is a tool. Magicians can use magic to destroy, so why can't they use it to build? We have reasons to use magic in many parts of our daily lives, and if we can improve everyone's lives with magic, isn't that good? This Still hesitated. You're right, but if a magician isn't strong enough, they will miss many. Who says that studying magical machinery won't raise my strength? Sui suddenly revealed a strange smile. He raised his right hand and activated his magic, creating a small cream-colored tornado in his hand that was visible to the naked eye. Miniature tornado spell. Still called out in shock. This is a third-grade magic spell. Only third-grade magicians can use this kind of spell. Sui, I remember that during the interview, you said that you hadn't passed the Magician's Guild certification exam. Didn't pass doesn't mean I can't pass. Sui said with a smile. Of course, my magic power during the interview couldn't compare to my magic power now. Back then, I was still in the middle of the first and second grade magician rank. Your meaning is that, in just 2 months, you became a third-grade magician? Still was even more shocked. Isn't this too exaggerated? Your talent in magic is actually this high? I thought you normally didn't have that much time to research magic. Sui revealed a faint smile. You can't just raise your magic power by focusing on studying magic. While studying magical machinery, I am also focusing on studying magic arrays. Studying magic arrays is also equal to studying magic, so it isn't strange that it can raise magic power. Still, when focusing on building this model piano during the past few days, didn't you find that your magic power has increased because of it? Still tilted her head to think before nodding. I feel that my understanding of wind attributed magic has deepened. But it isn't as exaggerated as you. That is because I am a genius. Sui gave a shrug, boasting as he spoke. Still rolled her eyes at him and couldn't help saying, "Since you are a genius, why don't you focus on studying magic? With your talent, there is a very large chance of you becoming a great magician." I already said it. Everyone has their own ambitions. Sui said with a relaxed expression. He looked up to cut Still off from trying to convince him otherwise and looked at the sky outside before saying, "All right, Still, we'll end here today. I'll remember your offer to treat me to a meal. When I remember it in the future, you can't forget about it." Humph, petty. Still pouted her lips. Sui laughed before putting away his things and walking out. When he came out of the magic tower, he saw someone in the distance quickly walk over. Sui was very familiar with that figure. It was Heinz. Seeing how rushed Heinz looked, Sui couldn't help smiling. Since Sui gave Heinz 20% of the stocks, he was like a car that gained more horsepower, and he drove off at full force. Not only did he take the job to supervise the factory, he completely took over the production, transport, and sales channels for the magic fan. He was entirely like a smart and competent manager. As for his small general store, he had already completely handed it over to his nephew Alex. Although Heinz was not someone who had experience and creativity, he was a good person and wasn't afraid of working hard. He was very organized when taking care of things, so it could be said he was very suited to this kind of work. Of course, the dividends brought by the 20% was the greatest driving force for this kind of effort. "Hey, Heinz, why did you come looking for me today? You're even this anxious." Sui had just raised his hand to greet him when he was suddenly shocked. Heinz had come over at this time. Sui was surprised to find that he looked very serious, so solemn that he seemed like he would drip out water at any moment. Sui's heart skipped a beat. This was because since they hired the 30 Baron Ricto Magic Academy students to draw the magic arrays, the production of the first-generation magic fans hadn't stopped during this time. The sales had been as high as usual, selling over 1,000 of them in just a short week. This brought Sui over 700 gold coins in net profits and also 200 gold coins for Heinz, who had a 20% share. Heinz's mood had been good the entire time, always having a smile whenever he met Sui, like he had just drank honey. This was his first time seeing him with such an ugly expression. Could it be that something happened? Thinking of this, Sui quickly walked over. Without Sui even asking him, Heinz said in a small voice, "Sui, this is bad. Something has happened." Seeing how anxious Heinz was, Sui patted his shoulder to tell him to calm down. "Don't be anxious. What happened? Tell me slowly." Heinz took a few deep breaths and calmed down after a while. He looked around before moving close to Sui, whispering in a deep voice, "There has been imitations of the magic fan." Sui looked at the magic fan that was almost exactly the same on the table. After looking over it for a while, he reached out his hand to press the switch. The magic fan stopped for a few seconds before the fan blades began to rotate slowly. After a while, there was a cool breeze that was blown out. Sui stood in front of the fan to feel the breeze and gave a slight nod. Not made. It's quite cool." Heinz on the side became anxious, reaching out to turn off the magic fan. He began panting out of anxiety. "It's already like this, and you have the mind to praise it? Quickly think of a way. Let me tell you, there isn't just this one thing. I've had people investigate this for me, and there aren't that many in Banna City, but there are many imitations outside the city." "Did you investigate where the imitations came from?" "No." Heinz was instantly discouraged. "No need to investigate." Sui waved his hand. "There is no use even if you find out." "What do you mean no use?" "We can tell." After saying this, Heinz suddenly stopped. This was because he suddenly remembered that for products, not to mention the Lampuri Kingdom, even the entire Signs continent didn't have a law that protected them against imitations. Even if he found the person making the magic fan imitations, it was impossible to depend on the kingdom's laws to punish that person. The kingdom might even reprimand him for being too nosy. Have you realized it? Seeing Heinz's expression, Sui knew he understood the main point. Actually, when I was designing this magic fan, I had already thought of this. This was not just Sue E deceiving Hines. When he was designing the magic fan, he had already done his research. He was certain that the sign's continent was exactly as he thought. There was nothing like patents, and there wasn't a need to mention something like product protection. So he was already certain a long time ago that magic fan imitations would appear because the technology in this thing wasn't at a high level, so it wasn't hard to imitate it at all. Since you have already thought of this, do you have a way to prevent it? Do we really have to watch these sneaky fellows copy us? Sue E, you should be clear on this. Each one they sell means one less we sell. That means we will be earning one less sparkling gold coin. All right, no need to be excited. Sue E raised his hand to press him down, signaling to Hines to calm down. Relax, since I have already thought of this. I have already prepared a way to stop it. Come, take a look. Sue E casually grabbed one of the magic fans he made and pointed at the base of the fan for Hines. What? Hines felt this was strange. Do you see this symbol? Sue E pointed at a circular icon above the switch at the base of the magic fan. Here, this is the brand logo that I've designed for our magic fan. Hines knit his brows to look at this half a wing inside a circle and asked in a confused voice, what uses this thing? The brand logo you mentioned. What does it mean? This? You can consider it a badge, a unique one that is only on the magic fans that we produce. I have already given an application to the kingdom's royal parliament to have this as a badge. Without our approval, anyone who uses this badge will be severely punished by the royal parliament. Sui explained. Applied for a badge from the royal parliament? Heinz's eyes popped out as he looked at Sue E with a shocked look. My God, you actually made an application to the royal parliament for a little badge? You. Wait, what grade badge did you apply for? Sui smiled as he stretched out 3 fingers. Huh. Hines slapped his hand to his head and painfully said, although the royal parliament is less demanding on applications now, but a 3rd grade badge. Just because of this, we have to pay 300 gold coins each year to the royal parliament? It is indeed that much. Actually, the royal parliament isn't accommodating enough. They will only allow me to raise the badge's level if I pay enough for a year. Otherwise, I would have directly raised it to the platinum grade. Platinum badge? Hines suddenly raised his voice and shouted out, that costs 1,000 gold coins each year. You must be crazy. No, I'm very sane. Sue E had Hines sit down while giving him a cup of tea. This badge, actually it is the only thing that I could think of that would protect us right now. With the protection of this badge, we can imprint this badge onto each magic fan that we make. As for other people, they can imitate the magic fan, but out of fear of the royal parliament's laws, they wouldn't dare put the same badge onto the magic fans they make. Hines drank a mouthful of tea and shook his head. I still don't understand what you mean. Even if we have this extra badge, what use would that have? There are many uses, Sui confidently said. This badge can be used to differentiate the magic fans we produce and those imitations, and that difference will become our brand. Hines was still astonished. What about a brand? Can it be eaten? Sui shook his head. To want to explain the value of a brand to the people of this world was a bit advanced. Moreover, it was very hard for people to understand with just this thing. People could only understand if they ever saw a concrete example. Thinking of this, Sui waved his hand at Hines. Hey, Hines, does Banda City have anything like a newspaper? Ophelia's father was very angry. To an old hunter who relied on hunting to make a living, 2 gold coins was half a month's income from hunting in the mountains. Normally, he wouldn't be willing to spend such a large amount at once. If it wasn't because his beloved grandson had fainted because of the heat in the past 2 days, he wouldn't have made up his mind to buy an expensive magic fan. Although this magic fan was indeed pretty good, sending out a cool breeze at first. It made his grandson smile from ear to ear, but damn, this damn magic fan only turned for 2 days before it stopped turning. Ophelia's father bought several pieces of magic crystals for this, but no matter which crystal they used, the magic fan wouldn't turn at all. Seeing his little grandson's face flushed red because of how hot it was, Ophelia's father couldn't take it anymore. He took the magic fan in one hand and entered Banda City. The person who sold him the magic fan had said that he bought this magic fan from a store called Heinz's General Store in Banda City. Now that there was a problem with the magic fan, he couldn't find that damn merchant, so there shouldn't be any problem looking for this Heinz's General Store. Aphelia's father didn't come to Banna City often. He spent some time in the city before he found that Heinz's general store. However, when he arrived at Heinz's general store, he was stunned. This was because the general store's entrance was filled with people. With a casual look, it was over 100 people. What made Aphelia's father even more curious was that these people all had magic fans in their hands. Hey, young man, what is going on? Why are there so many people here? Aphelia's father curiously pulled out a young man from the crowd and asked him. The young man looked at Aphelia's father, and seeing the magic fan in his hand, he immediately revealed a look of understanding. Old man, is your magic fan broken? That's right, what? Is everyone here like me? That's right. This damn profiteer. The young man spat on the ground. I resolved my heart to buy a magic fan, but it stopped turning after using it for just one night. It caused me to sweat all night, and I couldn't fall asleep at all. The young man's voice was very loud, and the people beside him clearly heard him, so they all agreed with him. That's right, it was also like this for my magic fan. It stopped turning after just a single night. It didn't work even after I changed the magic crystal. Mine is a bit better than yours. I used it for 2 days, but it stopped working when I took it out today at noon. It seems like I'm the most unlucky. I only used it for less than 2 hours and was just feeling good when it suddenly stopped. Damn, I spent a whole 3 gold coins on this. Huh? You spent 3 gold coins? Isn't it only 2 gold coins? 2. Why did that damn profiteer want 3 from me? You've been scammed. Hearing the discussions of the people around him, Aphelia's father was actually a bit comforted. If it was only his magic fan that had a problem, the profiteer might never admit it and his problem wouldn't be easily solved. Now that all these people had a problem, if this damn profiteer wasn't willing to solve it, it would cause the public to be enraged. While they were thinking, the doors of Heinz's general store slowly squeaked open. Everyone immediately came forward. Hey, my magic fan is broken. Can you fix it? Mine is also broken. I want to exchange for another one. That's right. Directly exchange it. Profiteer. Father spent a whole 2 gold coins, and it broke in just a single day. Be wary that father might report you for this. When the general store's door opened, Heinz came out with a somewhat strange look. Seeing the excited crowd, Heinz was very surprised. This, Sue, how did he know that this would happen today? The discussion he had with Sue last night flashed in his mind. Heinz raised his hand before slapping it down and saying in a loud voice, "Everyone calm down. Let's slowly discuss this if there is a problem. I am this store's owner, Heinz. If there is a problem with my store, I will definitely solve this problem for everyone. You say you'll solve it? Good. Then let me tell you, I bought this magic fan from your store and it broke only after 1 day. What are you going to do?" A large man said in a loud voice. "What can you do? Compensate us. Something worth 2 gold coins. How can it break so easily?" Another person shouted out. "That's right. Compensation. Even if you don't compensate it, you have to repair it for me. The tigress in my house hates this heat." Everyone calmed down. Heinz shouted out again and pressed down everyone's voice. Looking around, he pointed at the loudest large man and said, "Let me see your magic fan." The large man gave the magic fan to Heinz. With so many people watching, he wasn't worried that Heinz would dare to deceive him. Who would have thought that after Heinz looked at it for a bit, he would shake his head. "I'm sorry, this magic fan wasn't sold by us. I can't solve your problem." Huh? What kind of joke is this? Seeing Heinz actually rejecting him, the large man instantly flew into a rage. "I've already asked around. Only your store sells magic fans in Banna City. If it wasn't sold by you, could it have fallen out of the sky?" "That's right. There is no other store that sells this other than yours. Do you dare not admit that? This bastard wants to cheat us. Profiteer, beat him to death." Seeing the crowd swelling up, Heinz was a bit fearful. After taking a deep breath, he calmed himself and shouted, "This magic fan indeed was not sold by us because there isn't our brand on it." Everyone instantly calmed down, looking at each other in blank dismay. "Brand? What is that?" "That's right, what is this thing? Have you heard of it before?" "Only a ghost would have heard of it. He wouldn't be speaking nonsense to fool us, right?" Everyone discussed this, and after a while, the large man couldn't take it anymore and shouted at Heinz, "Hey, profiteer, what is this brand you mentioned? Why can you tell it wasn't sold by you since there was no brand? Let me tell you, if you want to cheat us, there is no good ending for you." Heinz laughed and waved his hand. No, no, no. How could that be? My place is a lawful operation. How could it cheat people? Of course, it isn't something sold by us, so how can it be associated with us? Come, everyone take a look. Heinz took his magic fan he had already prepared from Alex and raised it high up, letting everyone see it. He pointed at the badge above the switch at the base of the magic fan. Does everyone see this? There is a half-wing design here, which is the brand of a magic fan made by us. It is called the Frestek brand. Only magic fans with this symbol are products sold by us. If it doesn't have it, it is fake goods sold by someone else. Hearing him say this, everyone couldn't help looking at the magic fans in their hands. It really doesn't have it. That's right, mine doesn't have it either. Could it be that he is telling the truth? These magic fans really aren't sold by them. It can't be. I've asked around. There is only this place in Banta City that sells magic fans. That also isn't right. My magic fan was not bought from this store. It was a fellow who ran to my village to sell this. I've heard they specially came to our village from this store to resell this thing. Oh, it's the same as me. What did the fellow who sold you the magic fan look like? Let me think. That fellow was not old, but his skin was very dark. That's right, his nose was especially big. Oh, that isn't the same. The fellow who came to our village to sell the magic fan was a middle-aged man. Hearing the discussion in the crowd, Heinz gave a slight nod. It seemed like the fellows selling imitation magic fans was a group. After they finished making the imitations, they split up to sell them in the villages. After everyone discussed this, they all had the same worried looks. Hey, according to what this fellow said, this magic fan was not sold by them. What do we do now? I spent 2 gold coins on this magic fan and now it's broken. So who should I look for now? That's right. I can't just spend these 2 gold coins in vain, right? AI, it's my fault for being lazy and cheap. I asked around earlier. Everyone who bought a magic fan here bought one for 2 gold coins. Think about it. Since those fellows were trying to resell them, how could it be for only 2 gold coins? Wouldn't he have made a trip in vain? What money would he gain? This isn't good. According to what you've said, haven't we been cheated? Didn't we waste those 2 gold coins? Otherwise, can we still find the boss here to cause trouble? Our magic fans don't have that. Brandy mentioned, it means it wasn't sold by him. Seeing everyone's worried looks, Heinz seized this chance to loudly shout, "Everyone, please calm down. I still have something else to announce." Everyone immediately stopped talking. They wanted to hear what he was going to say. I know that everyone has been cheated by a swindler, and I understand what everyone is thinking, but I must make something clear right now. The Frestek Magic Fans is currently only sold in our store. Anything sold anywhere else are all imitations. I ask everyone to please be careful. Che, what use is there in saying this now? We've already been cheated. That's right, it's just words. This fellow wouldn't compensate us our gold coins. Humph, this fellow in the end is just a profiteer. Would he have any good intentions? Heinz revealed a faint smile as he continued to say in a loud voice. But the cause of this matter is the magic fan in the end. Our Frestek Chamber of Commerce's chairman has said that this time everyone has sustained a loss, and although we can't give everyone compensation, we can at least help everyone solve some of their problems. For the magic fans everyone has bought this time, whether it is of the Frestek brand or not, as long as it is broken, it can be repaired for free. Listen well, as long as it doesn't require a part replacement, the repair will be free. Heinz announced this, and everyone broke out in cheers. Really? You're speaking the truth. Free. He actually said free repairs. It can't be, right? Didn't he say that our magic fans weren't sold from his place? Why would he repair it for us for free? Are you stupid? Didn't you hear what he just said? Their chairman is helping us solve this problem. Wah. That chairman really is a great person. That's right. What is your company called? It's Frestek Chamber of Commerce. That's right, Frestek Chamber of Commerce. This store owner just said that the magic fans were of the Frestek brand. It seems like the name came from the name of the company. All right, I'll remember that. Frestek, I'll look for this first when I buy magic fans in the future. The other fake products can all go shove it. On me too. As long as you can fix my magic fan this time. Not to mention the magic fans. Even for other things. I will buy everything as long as your Frestek Chamber of Commerce sells it. Hearing everyone continuing to talking about Frestek, Heinz's expression became very strange. Could this be the brand recognition Sue E talked about? Although he didn't understand what these words meant, Based on the reaction of these people, not only did he and Sue not suffer a huge loss this time, they even gained some benefits that couldn't be seen right now. Managing a brand is very hard. It needs to be maintained for a long time. If we even relax a bit, it could be destroyed at any moment. So, Heinz, you have to remember in the future, no matter the time, as long as there is a chance, you have to seize it to advertise our brand. After he finished fixing a magic fan, Sue turned his head over to speak to Heinz. I know. Heinz replied with a nod. Seeing the people who had full smiles and were filled with words of thanks after their magic fans had been repaired, Heinz had some understanding in his heart. After this matter, these people should have a deep impression of the Frestec brand. This means that in their hearts, they should have a certain amount of brand awareness. Seeing Heinz being lost in thought, Sue turned back around with a smile. After he stretched out his stiff limbs, he nodded at the person waiting in front of him. All right, bring your magic fan over. Aphelios, after carefully placed the magic fan he was carrying on the table in front of Sue. After sitting down, he didn't watch Sue fix the magic fan, but rather he looked at Sue with a curious look. Sensing Aphelios' father's gaze, Sue felt a bit awkward. He looked over the magic fan while saying with a smile, "Old grandfather, what are you looking at me for? Is there something on my face?" Nothing, nothing. Aphelios' father quickly waved his hand as he said while laughing, "I'm just a bit curious. Hey, kid, tell me, what is your company's boss thinking?" "What do you mean?" Sue asked back in a surprised voice. "I'm saying, these people who've been scammed with these magic fans are clearly unrelated to you. So why is your boss helping us fix them for free?" "Oh, you're asking about this. It's very simple. Our chairman said that a company is not just about making money. They also have to bear social responsibilities. Although it was you all who were cheated into buying these imitation magic fans, because we didn't announce this matter beforehand, you were all cheated. So that means we do have some responsibilities. These free repairs can be considered our compensation to you all." Aphelios' father knit his brows and thought it through for a while before shaking his head. "I don't understand. Actually, it's fine if you all do nothing since these magic fans weren't sold here. We can't cause any trouble for you even if we wanted to." He. I've already said this. This is our social responsibility." "What social responsibility? I don't understand." Aphelios' father waved his hand. Sue laughed. "You're old. You don't need to understand. You just need to know that this is how it'll be." After saying this, he returned the magic fan in his hand to Aphelios' father. "Here, it's fixed. Why don't you take a look?" It's fixed." Aphelios' father took the magic fan in a daze. He looked over it before pressing the switch. After a few seconds, the blades of the fan began moving and it blew out a cold breeze after a while. Aphelios' father instantly bloomed with a smile. "This is great. This is great. With this fan working, my little grandson won't cause any more trouble. Thank you, kid. No need. This is what I should do." Sue smiled as he spoke in a respectful voice before adding, "That's right. There is a problem with the magic array inside the magic fan, and there is a problem with the structure, so it can't be used for a long time. You need to let it rest after a certain amount of time, or something bad will happen to it. According to my estimates, you can't use it for more than 2 hours before you need to let it rest. I can't keep using it." Aphelios' father's good mood instantly sunk. "What broken thing is this? It even cost me 2 gold coins." After being annoyed for a bit, Aphelios' father asked Sue, "Then what about the one you sell?" "Right, that Frestec magic fan? Does it need to keep resting like this thing?" "Of course not." Sue shook his head with a smile. "There is definitely no problem with the quality of our magic fans. It can be used continuously for 3 days without problems. You can ask around Bana City. There are people who have bought our Frestec magic fans, and there hasn't been a single person with any problems. Of course, it can't keep spinning for too long. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to keep going no matter what it is. Don't you think so? I understand this, but it's so much better than this broken thing." Aphelios' father slapped his head in annoyment. "If I knew this earlier, I wouldn't have blindly bought something outside. I would have just come into the city and bought it from here." Sue laughed. "It's not too late to know about this now. You just need to recognize our brand in the future." Aphelios' father gave a strong nod. "Frestec brand, right? I'll remember it." After sending off the last person who had been cheated, Sue let out a long sigh and stretched out his body. Ooh, it's finally over. I'm so tired. Heinz came over right in time to hand Sue a cup of warm tea. He said with a smile, "Actually, since you already expected that this would happen today, you should have called those students over. If you rely on just one person, naturally you'll be tired." Sue shook his head. "That won't do. The things they learn in school are very important to them. I can't cause them to fall behind. Then again, it already stated on the contract they signed before that it can't interfere with their class time. They are also closely related to the production of magic fans. So if they are tired, it wouldn't be good since it would affect our production." Heinz rolled his eyes at Sue. "It's not bad if you're tired? Hey, this bit isn't much." In the past, Sue suddenly stopped. He wanted to say that when he used to work in the research center, he went 3 days straight with only 4 hours of sleep. Compared to that time, this was basically nothing. But he reacted before he spoke. He was no longer in that world anymore. He couldn't return to that wild research environment. Thinking of this, Sui couldn't help feeling a trace of sadness in his heart. Seeing Sue suddenly become silent and his expression became vacant, Heinz was a bit confused. However, he knew that it was not a good time to ask questions, so he also became silent. There was only the sound of Alex putting things away in this room. After a while, Sui shook his head and looked at Heinz with a smile. "Sorry, I was distracted." "That's right. What were we talking about just now?" "You said that you couldn't tire those students and affect production." "Oh, right. Speaking of this, Heinz, find some time to go to the Baron Richto Magic Academy and try your best to recruit more students. You can also have those students we already hired to advertise for you. It would be more effective. I've almost finished researching the second-generation Magic fan, so perhaps we'll be able to begin producing them at the end of the month. We'll need a large amount of manpower at that time." I know." Heinz casually wrote what Sue said into the little book he carried with him. Seeing his movement, Sue couldn't help smiling because Heinz's actions were simply the same as an experienced secretary. Heinz was a bit confused by Sue Yi's smile, but he opened the book and remembered something else. "That's right, Sue Yi. I already asked around, and there really isn't anything like the newspaper you mentioned before in Bana City. The closest is the City Lord Manor's government report sent once in a while. But that thing is only sent to the old masters of the noble families. Normal people can't see it at all. It's like this, then forget it. I'll think of another method of advertising." Sue waved his hand, signaling to forget this matter for now. "Speaking of manpower, Heinz, I think we should hire a group of blacksmiths." "Oh." Heinz was stunned by Sue Yi's sudden thoughts. "Hire blacksmiths? Why? If it's to make fans, can't we just use a blacksmith shop in the city? Other people have too much control like this. If something happens to the blacksmith shop, it'll be very hard for us to take care of this." Sue shook his head. "Of course, the main thing is that we need specialized people. I've always been dissatisfied with the outer casing made from those blacksmith shops. Their quality can't match my requirements. Because we haven't been able to find a suitable substitute, we've been using them the entire time. After what happened today, haven't you noticed yet that we were able to easily convince those people that the magic fans they bought wasn't from our place because of the quality of our magic fans are much better? So, if we want to maintain the value of our brand, we need to maintain the quality." Heinz thought about what happened today and found that Sue was right. If it wasn't for a clear difference in quality, making those people have to admit that the magic fans they bought and the Frestek brand magic fans were completely different things, this matter wouldn't have ended so easily. But where are we going to find a large amount of suitable blacksmiths? Heinz knit his brows. "Actually, we don't need very skilled people. We just need specialized blacksmiths for this." "Do you understand what I mean?" Sui asked. "You're saying we just need to hire some blacksmiths that know how to forge and have them specially make the fan outer casing for us?" "That's right. That's exactly what I mean." Even later, Sui revealed a faint smile and a strange look flashed in his eyes. "When we've developed to a certain extent, we won't even need that many of these specialized blacksmiths." It was already afternoon when he left Heinz's general store. Sui looked up at the sky and thought that he would take another day off. He had already taken 3 days off during this week. He hadn't gone to work at the Magic Tower for close to half the time. The co-workers in the lab should already be able to guess that I don't want to do it anymore. Perhaps they'll think that I'm too dumb, giving up the chance to study magic with great magician Camilla. Sui revealed a smile of self-ridicule. "But speaking of this, Great magician Camilla has never revealed a stance on this. If it was anyone else, perhaps he would have already driven them out of the magic tower. While trying to guess what great magician Camilla was really thinking, Sui passed several corners and arrived in front of the volcano blacksmith again. Like usual, when he entered the blacksmith shop, he was welcomed with a wave of heat. "Hey, Master Lane is here." He didn't even look as he threw the bottle of wine in his hand into the blacksmith. A thick hand came out of the heat wave and firmly grabbed the wine bottle. "Brat, can't you see that I'm working? What if he? Good wine." Master Lanus was about to curse out when he was attracted from the powerful wine fragrance from the bottle of wine. Without saying a single thing, he put it to his mouth and took a large swig. "Ooh, it really is good wine." Master Lanus let out a breath filled with alcohol smell before giving a burp. Only then did he look at Sui. "Hey, kid, this should be the Sachi Manor's 30-year aged wine, right? This costs at least 5 gold coins per bottle. A kid like you wouldn't have any good intentions, so what requests do you have now?" "What do you mean by strange requests?" Sui said in an aggrieved voice. "Master Lanus, have you been dissatisfied with the requests I've made the entire time? Don't forget that you're the one who agreed to them. As for me changing this request in the end, wouldn't it improve the two machines much more?" "Humph, I did say this, but kid, you keep throwing requests after requests at me." Sui gave 2 laughs. He looked to the side, and his eyes fell onto the 2 strange machines in the corner of the blacksmith shop. "Wah, Master Lanus, I've only been away for 2 days, and you've already finished it?" Sui excitedly charged over. He went around the 2 machines a few times like he was looking at a treasure. "Humph, what kind of person am I, Lanus? It's just 2 machines, how hard can they be?" Master Lanus gave a snort before taking another swig of the wine. Sui was already beginning to look over these 2 machines from head to toe. One of them was the magic thread rolling machine, which he had Master Lanus make the other day. The other one was a magic capping machine, he added later. These 2 machines were important machines for making the screw bolts. As long as both of them worked properly, the mass production of screw bolts that Sui envisioned would be possible. Don't look down on the screw bolt. This thing seemed normal, but it could be found in every part of the industrial system. It was an essential material. Whether it was big or small, complicated or simple, almost every machine and industrial product on Earth had a screw bolt in it. Being able to mass-produce screw bolts, it meant that Sui had already taken the first step on the path of industrialism on the Science continent. "Master Lanus, can these 2 machines be used right now?" Sui turned his head to ask this. "Nonsense. I've already told you it's finished. Could it be it still can't be used?" "Very good." Sui took a small iron rod from the store and placed it in the mold of the capping machine before pressing the on switch. There was no movement at all. "Idiot. You didn't even put in a magic crystal. How could it move?" Master Lanus' angry roar came from behind him. Sui slapped his head. He realized that he had been too excited, actually forgetting the most important thing. Sui quickly took out the high-grade magic crystal he had already prepared and put it into the capping machine as the power source before pressing the switch again. There was suddenly a pung sound from the capping machine as it sent a high-speed hit, hitting the top of the rod inside the mold. With a clear, strange sound from the capping machine, the machine itself trembled intensely. The entire blacksmith shop trembled several times from the giant sound, which was truly terrifying. Sui couldn't help being stunned. Wasn't it just hitting a screw bolt head? Why did it create such a heaven-shaking sound? He finally came back to his senses after a bit. He pressed the switch again, and the stamp head came back to the peak. Sui took the iron rod from the mold. He was pleased to find that under the power of the stamp head, the head of the rod had actually been turned into a circle. There was also a cross hole on the head, which was normal for a screw bolt. "It's not bad." Sui nodded in satisfaction. "Let's try the thread rolling machine." Compared to the simple and crude capping machine, the thread rolling machine was much more complicated. Even though Sui simplified it quite a bit, this thread rolling machine actually had over 4 magic arrays. Just drawing the magic array had used quite a bit of concentration from Sui, not to mention having to perfectly combine the magic array with the structure of the machine. But seeing the cutting tool quickly engraving lines on the screw bolt, Sui completely forgot the difficulty in studying this machine and was just filled with a sense of accomplishment. This was the Science continent. This was a world without any industrial systems at all. To be able to create a screw bolt in this world, this was already a great accomplishment. As one of the most important participants in this great project, Sue E completely had the right to feel proud. To the side, Lanus saw these two machines turn this iron rod into this finely made screw bolt, and his heart was filled with shock. At first, he thought this kid's two machines were very strange. That was why Lanus took the challenge to make it for him. But now that he had seen how amazing these two machines were, Lanus suddenly felt that these two machines were more important than anything he had made before. How did this kid think of these two machines? Lanus looked at Sue E with eyes filled with curiosity. Not far into the northwest corner of Bana City, there was a small road that led into a lush, green forest. About 2 kilometers into that path, there was a manor occupying an extremely large piece of land. This manor was also completely green, with all manners of plants and flowers. There were only 10 rooms inside of the manor, but they didn't look messy at all. Rather, it was all neatly designed. There was the sound of a bird crying from time to time, making the manor seem even more calming and peaceful. There was a little mountain to the west of the manor, with a clear mountain spring flowing off the mountain. There was a cool mist that filled the manor while also collecting a pool at the foot of the mountain. The water was clear as it kept flowing down, naturally creating even more cool mist. There was a little wood cabin beside the spring, and Viscount Leslie was currently at the cabin looking at the spring. He took off his shoes and dipped his calves into the spring. Feeling the cool sensation brought by the spring water, he let out moans of comfort from time to time. Other than this, there was a magic fan that kept turning beside him. With the cool breeze of the magic fan, it kept blowing his scattered hair around. After closing his eyes to enjoy it for a while, Viscount Leslie suddenly shook his head. This thing isn't good. It can't compare to the frost array. Butler Brunei, who had been standing on the side the entire time, bowed and responded, "Yes, Lord Viscount. There isn't a single noble family that has bought a magic fan in Bana City. Everyone feels it is something for the commoners. I suggest you do not continue using it, otherwise rumors will spread." "Oh, those idiots are thinking this." Viscount Leslie looked over at Butler Brunei with a smile of ridicule on his face. Seeing Viscount Leslie's sluggish smile, Butler Brunei gave a sigh deep down. The Lord Viscount had just turned 30 and was in the prime of his life. Adding in his charm and his proper manners, there were many noble ladies in Banta City that welcomed him, but he still chose not to get married. It made the old Count and Anvilmar worry about this for a long time. "Lord Viscount, what do you mean?" Butler Brunei, of course, wouldn't reveal what he was thinking and instead responded right on time. "What? You don't understand." Viscount Leslie pointed at the magic fan. "Although this thing's effect can't compare to the frost array, you shouldn't forget that the cost of this thing is far beneath the frost array. Those normal families in Bana City can't put down a frost array, but that doesn't mean they can't buy this magic fan. They can get a cool breeze for themselves for just 2 gold coins. What is unacceptable about that?" Butler Brunei gave a slight nod. "That is indeed true. During this time, the magic fan has sold very well in Bana City. There are even many people in the villages outside the city who are buying it." "Brunei, how much do you think it costs to make this thing?" Viscount Leslie suddenly asked. Brunei didn't hesitate at all and immediately responded, with a general estimate. "A single magic fan shouldn't cost more than 1 gold coin to make." He, a cost less than 1 gold coin and selling it for 2 gold coins. This also means that each time he sells one, that fellow Sue, you will earn a gold coin. Then do you know how many he has sold so far? This, I'm not certain, but I estimate it to be over 2,000. Butler Brunei said in an uncertain voice. Then let's consider it 2,000, which is 2,000 gold coins. This fellow used only a single month to earn 2,000 gold coins. He really is quite skilled. Viscount Leslie had a trace of praise in his voice. Butler Brunei was a bit curious as he asked with knitted brows, "Lord Viscount, although I admit that he does have some skills, this is only an exception. The magic fan can only sell during the summer. At most he can sell it for 3 months each year. Then again, each family wouldn't need that much. When he has sold to every family that needs one, he won't be able to make any more gold coins. Brunei, you are old in the end." Viscount Leslie shook his head with a sigh. "You don't understand. Even if there is no one in Banta City to sell this to, he can sell this thing to other cities or even other countries. The Signs continent is this big. There are countless people who want to buy this magic fan. As long as he can transport this thing to other places, he will definitely be able to sell it. I can even confidently say that this fellow had this idea from the beginning. Otherwise, would he suddenly rent a hectare of land from me? If he wanted to keep his current scale, he wouldn't need that big of a place. He could just find a small workshop in Banna City. Butler Brunei said in an astonished voice. He actually had such large ambitions? He, he, having ambition is good. Otherwise, do you think I would discuss a small merchant with you? Viscount Leslie said with a faint smile. Actually, what made me take note was when a group of people surrounded his store last time. Oh, I was also surprised by this matter. I thought it would be a big problem, but I never thought they would take care of it that easily. In the end, those people were very happy when they returned. Butler Brunei's tone couldn't help containing a trace of admiration. I've seen that Heinz before. He isn't that great of a person. So everything that happened should be because of Sue E. Just this isn't considered much, but what I took note of was what he mentioned. That's right, Brand. Brunei, do you understand what this means? Butler Brunei shook his head in a daze. Honestly, I don't understand either, but I feel this thing is definitely very important. The other merchants in Banna City still don't understand what this thing means, but I believe they will definitely understand in the future. Viscount Leslie's tone was strangely certain. It seemed like he believed in his conclusion very much. Butler Brunei knit his brows while thinking about it, and he couldn't help but ask, Lord Viscount, what are you thinking about, saying all of this? No matter what that Sui wants to do, it shouldn't be that related to you, right? Although he has given you a 10% share, according to my estimates, it can only bring several hundred gold coins each year. You don't need to care that much, right? Viscount Leslie laughed. Brunei, I ken you old, and you still don't understand. Go, take a trip for me, and send an invitation to Sui. Say that I'm inviting him here as a guest. Butler Brunei's eyes popped wide open in shock. Did he hear wrong? The Lord Viscount, who never liked guests bothering him, was actually personally inviting someone as a guest? Sui wasn't feeling honored at all right now. After testing the capping machine and the thread rolling machine over 100 times at Master Lanus' place, he gave Master Lanus a bunch of adjustment suggestions. He received many complaints from Master Lanus at the same time, but he also received the good news that it would be finished in 3 days. This process exhausted Su Yi's mind and body. When he dragged himself back to his little hut, he directly collapsed on his bed and fell asleep. He didn't know how long he was asleep, but when Su Yi woke up, there was the fragrant smell of meat cooking that assaulted his nose. Peeking his ears, he could hear sounds coming from the kitchen. It was actually a girl's voice. Sui was shocked. Could it be that when he was sleeping, someone snuck in? Standing up, Sui looked over at the kitchen. He saw one small and one large figure with their backs to him, currently working in front of the stove. Whether it was the large or small figure, both of them were familiar. Still, why are you here? Sui asked in a daze. Still, who was stirring with her spatula, turned around in surprise before giving Sui a smile. You're awake. Go wash your face first and prepare to eat. Sui looked at her with a strange gaze before looking at the little slave beside Still, and he couldn't help revealing a frown. Hey, your injuries aren't cured yet. Why did you come out? The little slave had been at Suyi's place for several days now, but they still acted very timidly. Their necks shrank back and lowered their head to leave the kitchen. Heading for the room, Sui prepared for them. Sui, what are you so fierce with her for? I called her out to help. Seeing Sui chasing off her little helper, Still couldn't help speaking in a dissatisfied voice. Don't you see his wounds? You're actually having him help? It'll be troublesome if his wounds open again. Relax. I've looked over her body. It's already pretty much healed. It won't hinder her at all. Still had already finished cooking this dish. She used her mouth to signal to Sui to bring the soup and dish to the side over. After putting down the tableware, Still asked Sui in a small voice, Hey, Sui, what is with this little girl? Little girl? Who? Sui asked back in a stunned voice. Of course I mean her. Still pointed at the little room the little slave was in. Oh, I bought a little slave. This matter is very troublesome to explain. I'll tell you later. Wait a minute. You said little girl? Sui's eyes suddenly opened wide. That's right. What? Seeing Sui's surprised expression, Still was also stunned. He isn't a boy? Sui asked in a shocked voice. What boy? She's clearly a little girl. All right. Is there a problem with your eyes? Still reprimanded him without any courtesy. The first time he saw the little slave, she was being beaten to death by three large men with leather whips, causing Sue-yi to unconsciously deem her as a little boy. This was because he didn't believe that there would be people who were this ruthless to a little girl in this world. After he bought her from Butler Brunei, because she had been injured, she had been wrapped up in gauze the entire time. Moreover, Sue-yi didn't have much contact with her, so naturally he didn't pay attention to this matter. He never thought that the little boy he thought she was actually a little girl. This, Sue-yi couldn't help scratching his head as he felt he really was too careless. Then again, this couldn't be blamed on Sue-yi. He didn't interact too much with girls back on Earth, and adding in the fact that he spent most of his time with ice-cold machines and data, he was quite slow in this aspect. Moreover, this little slave had such a thin figure. She didn't grow that well, so there were no features of a girl on her at all. If it wasn't for the special circumstances, Sue-yi never would have figured it out. Seeing the awkward look on Sue-yi's face, Still suddenly revealed a smile. Hey, Sue-yi, when I saw this little girl in your house, I thought that you were the same as a few of those aristocrats with special tastes. But looking at it now, it seems I've mistaken you. Sue-yi couldn't help rolling his eyes. What special hobby, all right? Even if he was interested in that, would he be moved by this kid that was like a bean sprout? Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about why you came to my house first, all right? Sue-yi snappily asked back. How did you know where I live? Moreover, if you felt that I was some kind of pervert, why are you still here? Moreover, what is the meaning of you making food for me? You really have a lot of questions. Still mumbled. Thanks to you. I have already finished the model piano. I came to ask you out to treat you to dinner, but I never would have thought I would see you asleep. Seeing how tired you were, I couldn't bear to wake you up. Thinking about it, I just chose to make you dinner. How about it? Looking at how messy your place is, no one should have ever come here to make you dinner before, right? Aren't you very grateful to me? Still was as pretty as a flower, and adding in that charming and cute smile, it made Sue-yi's eyes light up, and he couldn't help being stunned. I say, you wanted to treat me to a meal, but you used my ingredients and my cookware. Isn't this a little too economical? Che, I personally made food for you. This is something that even my grandfather rarely enjoys. It should be enough to satisfy you. Still gave a cold snort and pointed at the room inside. Go and call the little girl out to eat. Although she shouldn't eat with us based on her slave status, I can see that you don't treat her as a slave. Of course, there shouldn't be things like slaves in this world anyway. Sue-yi gave a sigh and shook his head before heading to the room. Hearing the sigh Sue-yi unconsciously gave, Still was a bit stunned. Her eyes lit up a bit as she watched Sue-yi walking away. That's right, Sue-yi. Other than coming here to treat you to a meal to show my gratitude, I have something else to tell you about. While they were eating, Still suddenly spoke. What is it? It can't be that I've taken too many days off during this time, and great magician Camilla is dissatisfied. So he's firing me, right? Sue-yi asked in an uncaring voice. PSH, who wants to fire you? Still glared at him before pointing at Sue-yi and saying, let me tell you, grandfather likes you quite a bit. Although you rejected being his apprentice, he says that your talent in magic is quite high and you always have some kinds of new thoughts. Keeping you in the magic tower will give him some inspiration. So how could he be willing to let you go? Then that's good. If it's not firing me, what else does he need you to tell me? Listen well, Sue-yi. Although I don't know why you don't care about raising your magic power that much, I have to seriously tell you that since you are already a magician, your rank means everything on the Signs continent. Still's face became incomparably serious. It could be seen that she was very serious about this. Also, in less than 3 months is the Magicians Guild's annual certification exam. Grandfather, as a Magicians Guild recognized 3-star great magician, he has 3 recommendation spots, and he's decided to give you one. He will recommend you to participate in the certification exam. Do you understand what this means? Sue-yi honestly shook his head. I don't understand. Still couldn't keep her serious expression, and she was breathless from her anger as she shouted, You idiot! You don't even understand this? If it is someone recommended by a great magician, the Magicians Guild will be more relaxed during the exams. This means that with this recommendation, you will pass the qualification certification exams much easier than normal magicians. And then, becoming a magician whose rank and strength doesn't match. Sue-yi asked back. Still was stunned, not being able to say anything for a while. This was because she suddenly found that she couldn't refute the meaning in Su Yi's question at all. Seeing Still's dumbfounded expression, Su Yi revealed a faint smile. He reached his hand out towards Still. "Give it to me." "Give you what?" Still asked in a daze. "The thing representing the recommendation? I can't just run to the Magician's Guild and tell them that great magician Camilla recommended me, hoping that they would believe me, right?" Still asked in a daze. "Don't you not want this recommendation? Who told you I didn't want it?" "But you just said." "I did say that, but that doesn't mean I'm not clear on the meaning of this exam." Su, he said with a smile. "I am 27 years old today. That doesn't mean I'm a child with ideal thoughts like you. How could I give up convenient things and not know how to use them? Then again, this is great magician Camilla's, and your goodwill. If I rejected it, wouldn't it be a waste of your goodwill?" Still looked at Su Yi in a daze for a while before suddenly slapping the table and standing up. She angrily threw a sentence back at him. "You're the child." After saying this, she didn't even look back as she left. Watching Still disappear, Su Yi shook his head with a lost smile. It seems like that's her taboo word. I can't say it that easily in front of her in the future. He turned back to see the little slave on the side looking at him in a daze, with a helpless look on her face. Su Yi revealed a faint smile and asked her, "Sorry, I've been busy these days and never had time to properly talk you to. How is it? Are you used to staying here?" The little slave shook her head first, but after thinking about it, she gave a strong nod. Su Yi slightly knit his brows. "You can't speak?" The little slave nodded. "What does that mean? Can you speak or not?" The little slave slowly opened her mouth, and after a while, she said a few syllables. "Can speak." Based on the stuttering syllables that came with her hoarse voice, it seemed like she hadn't spoken in a long time. At least she wasn't that skilled at talking right now. Sui thought about it and scooped some meat soup into her bowl. "You don't have to be afraid in my place. Although I bought you, I don't have any intention to treat you as a slave, and I won't hit you, so you can be assured." The little slave looked at the bowl of meat soup and gave a soft nod. I know you are a good person. Huh, I've been given a good guy card." Sui gave a soft laugh. "That's right. What is your name?" "I never asked." "Vivian? That is a good name." Sui praised. Seeing the pained look that quickly passed on the little slave face, he knew that this name had brought up some painful memories for her. He shook his head and didn't ask anything else. He knew that this little slave's life must have been hard before, and it caused serious trauma on her. If he wanted her to speak openly, he could only slowly put in effort and couldn't rush it. After they finished eating, the little slave took the initiative to put away the dishes. Sui thought about it and didn't stop her. Letting her do some things now would make it easier for her to integrate into her new life. This was actually a good thing for her. After doing a few exercises, Sui headed into the workshop again. The magic capping machine and the magic thread rolling machine had already been made. That meant they could officially begin producing the second-generation magic fans. But right now, Sui still had many other problems he had to solve first. Although there were only 3 more speeds compared to the first-generation magic fan, there were many complicated changes needed for the magic array and the magic fan structure, so there was quite a bit of data to calculate. There were many things that he couldn't let other people do because right now, he was the only person that was skills in magic arrays and mechanical engineering. Not to mention that he was the only person that could use both perfectly. Talented people are hard to obtain. Thinking of the sea of problems he needed to solve, Sui couldn't help giving a long sigh. If this world had as many talents who received higher education and a complete knowledge system like on Earth, his work wouldn't be this hard. But thinking about it, if the Signs continent had as many talents as on Earth, Sui couldn't rely on basic technology like the magic fan to earn this large amount of money. So-called, one can't have a fish and a bear paw together. Sui shook his head with a bitter smile. When he was prepared to focus on his research, a tray suddenly appeared beside him. Seeing the steaming tea on the tray, Sui said with a faint smile, "Vivian, you don't need to care about me. Go and sleep." Vivian placed the teacup beside Sui before lowering her head and softly saying, "Serving, master is my responsibility." Sui smiled and didn't keep trying to persuade her as he turned to continue working. Vivian at first stayed at Suyi's side while cautiously lowering her head, but after a while, she looked up at Suyi's work with a curious look on her face. This new master, He really is much better to her compared to her old master. Only why did he have to work so hard? On the land rented from Viscount Leslie, the factory that had been built just 3 days ago was already in full swing. Actually, saying this place was a factory was being too nice because the so-called factory was only a building. It was nothing more than a simple wooden log that took less than 500 square meters of space. To call it something, it was just a small workshop. But of course, there was no other choice. Time was very tight. They had only rented this land from Viscount Leslie for less than 10 days, and Hines being able to find enough people to build such a large cabin could already be considered quite talented. If his thoughts could be more flexible and he had some more foresight, he could be considered a very good CEO. Sue looked at Hines, who was busy supervising the production, and his heart filled with a trace of regret. Talented people were hard to find. That didn't just apply to research staff, but also management staff. Sue currently could only rely on Hines right now, so he basically gave all the management work to Hines. It should be said that Hines was quite good. Whether it was production or sales channels, he did everything properly. It allowed the process to suffer no setbacks and proceed smoothly. But that was all there was. Hines had only been a normal general store owner before. His realm was limited. He was very outstanding in doing some mundane things, but he didn't have any form of higher cognition that would allow him to make changes and react to things. Many times, Sue had to supervise the general situation and give pointers to him. It also took quite a bit of mental concentration away from Sue. If there was someone who was even more talented than Hines in terms of management, not only would Sue be freed, he could focus on research and his long-term plan. At the same time, it would also free up Hines, allowing him to focus on managing production and sales channels. This would greatly increase their productivity. Where can I find this kind of talent? Sue was a bit worried. Chairman, can I discuss something with you? A young voice suddenly came from beside him, breaking Sue's train of thought. Sue turned over to look and was a bit surprised. Warren, you already finished your work? This slightly chubby kid was one of the 30 students he recruited from Baron Richto Magic Academy. But he was different from the other 29 kids who came from normal or poor families. This student, called Oren Zedeman, was the biological son of Viscount Zedeman in Bandit City. He was a true noble. When he saw this fellow's background at first, Sue was very surprised. This fellow with his background, why did he need to run here and work for him? Oren's reply had made Sue a bit speechless. He said that he was here for life experience and was very interested in the magic fan, so he came here to study it. Sue thought back then that this kind was just applying because he wanted to have fun. Once he realized how boring it was working in the factory, he probably wouldn't remain. Sue wanted to reject him, but there wasn't a suitable reason to reject him. This was because he was from the first batch of students recruited from Baron Richto Magic Academy, and Oren was known as a magic genius in the school. So if he couldn't bring out any reason to reject him, it would affect his recruitment in the future. Not to mention that a student like Oren with a rich family and was talented in magic was willing to work for him. This was a kind of stimulation for the other students of the school. Look, even Oren is willing. Is there anything the others could be dissatisfied with? So Sue recruited Oren with a trace of worry. He never thought that after working for a week, Oren not only persisted in this job, he also meticulously finished all the work he was given. Because of his outstanding magical talent, he could make arrays that were better than the other students, which had better effects. This performance made Sue see him in a new light. I've already finished the morning's work, Oren loudly replied. Sue looked in the direction of the other students working. He found that there were some others who had finished their morning work and were currently resting. So he gave a nod. Very good. What do you want to discuss with me? Is it a request for work? Speak freely. As long as it is a reasonable request, I will agree to them all. If it is work requests, there are. For example, this place is too hot, so I strongly request that you lay down a large-scale frost array. Otherwise, it will affect our work efficiency and enthusiasm. Sue revealed a bitter smile and said while shaking his head, I'm afraid I can't agree to this. You have a large-scale frost array in your home, so you should know how much it costs to set one and maintain it, right? I can't afford that right now, but just bear with it for now. Wait until I make the magic air conditioner and everything will be much better. Magic air conditioner? Oren's eyes lit up and excitedly asked, what is that thing? Is it a new magic machine? Chairman, Can you tell me the details? I am very interested. Sui realized that he had been careless and quickly waved his hand. This thing is just a thought right now. I haven't started studying it yet. It won't be finished for this summer at least, so you shouldn't ask about it. Oh, it seems like it's a secret still. Oren nodded in a disappointed manner, but he obediently didn't keep asking. All right, let's not talk about this. Based on your tone, you aren't here to make a request, so what did you want to discuss? Sui quickly changed the topic. Hearing this question, Oren revealed a look of excitement and dug out a blueprint from his chest. Chairman, look, this is the revolving wind array I developed last night. What do you think? Revolving wind array? Sui looked at Oren curiously. He thought, Kid, you are working on drawing the revolving wind array right now. Why are you still researching this thing? Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to attack Oren's enthusiasm. Looking over the blueprint, he suddenly made a sound and honestly looked it over. After a while, Sui raised his head and looked at Oren in a daze. This revolving wind array was developed by you alone? Oren stuck out his chest and proudly said, It was me alone. No one helped. It was like meeting Oren for the first time for Sui. He looked him over before patting him on the shoulder and praising him. Good kid. No wonder Director Shearer said you were a rare magic talent for Baron Ricto Magic Academy, and for me to properly look out for you. Oren laughed before pointing at the blueprint in Suyi's hands. Chairman, what do you think about this magic array? I feel that if this change is made, it should be a bit better than the previous revolving wind array, but I'm not certain on this. Sui laughed. Don't you see how much I'm praising you? The answer is of course yes. Let me tell you, although I haven't tested your change yet, I can tell that just with this change, it can decrease the consumption of the magic fan by a bit. It's only a bit. Oren was very disappointed. Chairman, one can only say the magic array you designed was too outstanding. There is almost no flaws at all. I did everything I could, and I only made this small change. Sui slapped Oren's shoulder and seriously said, You mustn't look down on this small change. I can honestly tell you that for magic machinery, any small change, no, more accurately speaking, it's an improvement, will all be very important. Don't look down on your modification because it can slightly reduce the magic crystal consumption rate of the magic fan by a little. This will allow the people who buy the magic fans from us to save more money. For us, this makes people more willing to buy the magic fan. The more important thing is that it will increase the quality of our Frestec magic fan. The meaning of that is not something you can understand right now. Oren was stunned by what Sui said. He thought that he had only made a small change, but why did it sound like it was very important when the chairman said this? Thinking about it, he became happy again. He had only altered the revolving wind array out of interest. He didn't think that much about it at all. To obtain Suyi's acknowledgement was already enough to satisfy him. Sui suddenly pulled Oren by the arm and brought him to where the other students were working. He was met with the curious gazes of the 29 students and Heinz. Sui raised Oren's arm high up and loudly said, Everyone listen up. Oren has just proposed a modification of the revolving wind array with me, and after my confirmation, this change will have a positive effect on the magic fan. So I will now announce that because Oren made this modification, he will receive a special research bonus from the company. The amount is 10 gold coins. As soon as Suyi's voice fell, an uproar went through everyone. 10 gold coins. That much. God, what modification did that kid Oren make? He was actually rewarded 10 gold coins at one. If I knew this earlier, I would have studied it as well. I'm very confident with magic arrays. That's right, 10 gold coins. If I could receive this reward, I could let my mother rest for a while. It had to be known that these students received only 2 gold coins for each magic array they drew. If they wanted to obtain 10 gold coins, they needed to draw an entire 500 magic arrays. To the students whose families couldn't compare to Oren's, 10 gold coins were a very large amount for them. Hearing the discussion of the students, Sui looked at the stunned Heinz. Heinz immediately understood and headed to the side. After a while, he came back with a small paper bag in his hand and handed it to Oren. Oren, this is your reward. You can count it. No need, Chairman. I was just interested in the magic array, so I studied it. This reward, I don't need it. Oren shook his head and hands. He didn't want to accept this reward. Although he was normally very proud, he knew that he was separated from the other students because of his family background. If he were to take this reward in front of everyone, It could completely divide him from everyone else. This was not a happy experience. Take it. This is the company's policy. It doesn't just apply to you. Sui took the paper bag and put it in Oren's hands. Come, count it, and see if there are 10 gold coins inside. Seeing how firm Sui was, Oren could only open the paper bag with an awkward face and take out the gold coins inside to count one by one. Seeing in the sparkling gold coins in Oren's hands, the eyes of the other students couldn't help lighting up. Sui revealed a faint smile before raising his voice again. Listen up, what I said just now, that policy doesn't apply only to Oren alone. If any of you can make a modification that will improve the magic fan, you will also receive the same reward. Chairman, what kind of change is good? A rather tall student raised his hand and asked. As long as it is related to the magic fan and has a positive effect on the magic fan, it will be enough. Sui said with a serious look. Of course, that is on the premise it doesn't affect your work. If you only think about this and delay your work, affecting the production speed, not only will I deduct your pay, I might even directly fire you based on our contract. He had no choice but to be the bad guy. If these students become hot-headed and only focus on studying modifications, forgetting to do even their most basic work, the gains would not equal the losses. The students looked at each other, and they all looked down as they focused on their work. Compared to before, they were working even more enthusiastically. Heinz looked at Oren, who had returned to his post to work honestly, and asked Sui in a quiet voice, 10 gold coins? Was it worth it? Sui gave a soft laugh. Of course it is. Heinz, you have to remember, this kind of modifications are very important to the quality of the product. This policy needs to be maintained in the future, and it shouldn't be only limited to changes with the magic array. In the future, we should also include the entire production line of the magic fans. If anyone can make a change to the structure of the magic fan, they will also be rewarded, encouraging them to do this. Heinz said in a confused voice, didn't you do all of this yourself? Do you think that the things you've researched can't compare to a bunch of kids who haven't even grown hair on their bodies yet? No matter how powerful I am still a person. A person's abilities are limited, but the wisdom of people is infinite. You mustn't look down on these students. Perhaps the next great magic mechanical engineering master will be born from among them. Heinz looked at the passionately working students and shook his head. Why couldn't he see it? When Heinz wanted to discuss their next steps with Sui, there was a loud call from the doors of the wooden cabin. Mr. Sui. The two were both stunned. To address Sui in such an official tone, only that old butler of Viscount Leslie did something like this. Turning back, who would have suddenly appeared in the entrance of the cabin if it wasn't for Butler Brunei? Sui quickly came forward to greet him. Butler Brunei, why are you here? Is there something you need? Butler Brunei looked over the wooden cabin before taking out a gold-laced invitation out of his chest for Sui. Mr. Sui, I represent my master, Lord Viscount Leslie, to sincerely invite you to his manor to be a guest at noon. Sui was stunned. He looked at Heinz, but he was also confused. When they were renting the land, Viscount Leslie didn't even show himself. So why did he suddenly invited Sui as a guest? When he saw Viscount Leslie, Sui was a bit surprised. Since he rented land from Viscount Leslie, Sui naturally knew a bit about this Lord Viscount. According to the information Heinz found, Sui knew that this Viscount Leslie was very famous among the nobles in Banna City. He had just turned 30 this year, and it said that because he was very handsome and he had a rich family, he was very welcomed by the noble young misses in Banna City. He was famous for being a dandy young master in Banna City. Sui thought that this fellow would grow up as a pretty boy, making his actions very frivolous and making him very prideful, which meant he definitely wasn't an easy person to get along with. But after seeing the truth, Sui found that his impression was a bit lacking. The fellow in front of him was indeed handsome. His face was very serious, with thick brows and big eyes, giving him a very serious aura. His face was not the white color that was popular among nobles. Rather, he had a bronze glow that was even considered a bit black. He was a very tall person and very well proportioned. There was no need to mention it to know that he exercised regularly. He was not as weak as those young masters from noble families. Just with a single look at Viscount Leslie, the contempt in Sui's heart towards him disappeared. This Viscount Leslie, he was not like this arrogant and idiotic noble young masters he had seen before. While Sui was sizing up Viscount Leslie, he was also sizing up Sui, and he seemed quite interested in Sui. He honestly looked over Sui a few times before pointing the little table beside him. Please sit. Sui gave a salute like a commoner before respectfully sitting down in front of Viscount Leslie. Seeing Sui's appearance, Viscount Leslie laughed. No need to be so constrained. I am not as strict with troublesome courtesies like those old men. You can just act casually. Look, I didn't greet you in the main hall, so this is not considered an official meeting. You can just treat it as a friend inviting you to a meal. Sui looked at him and felt a bit strange that he would be this courteous to him. Based purely on status, Sui was a very normal commoner, and the other side had been bestowed a viscount title by the Lampuri kingdom. He was a true noble. Even with Sui's status as a magician, it wasn't that rare to see magicians on the continent. Most people wouldn't attach great importance to normal magicians. In Banda City, only a great magician like Camilla would receive everyone's respect. Not to mention that Sui hadn't passed the Magician's Guild certification exam, so he didn't have any value at all. If one looked at it from a business angle, Sui was renting land from Viscount Leslie, meaning he was under his control. By right, he should be even more respectful to Viscount Leslie. Lord Viscount, I don't know why you've suddenly summoned me. Is there something urgent? Sui couldn't help but ask. We'll talk about this later. Come, let's eat first. Viscount Leslie waved his hand and didn't reply. Sui thought about it before relaxing his heart. He just enjoyed the lunch that Viscount Leslie called out. It was just like Viscount Leslie said. He didn't entertain Sui in the manor's main hall. Rather, it was a small cabin beside a pool. The meal he brought out wasn't that luxurious or official. It was just a few cold dishes. Of course, these dishes were finely made. It was not something any restaurant in Banda City could compare to. Viscount Leslie during the meal was very friendly, taking care of Sui while chatting with him. He talked to Sui about matters around the country, not repeating a single matter once, which showed that his insights were much better than normal citizens. After they finished their meal, the servants took away the tableware and were timely in bringing out 2 cups of cold fruit juice. Viscount Leslie stopped chatting and looked at Sui before suddenly saying, Sui, I've heard Butler Brunei say that your magic fan factory has already begun functioning. It's here. Sui's heart skipped a beat. He took a sip of the fruit juice, wetting his throat while organizing his thoughts. After a pause, he replied with a nod. Yes. I've also heard that your factory has made quite a few magic fans. Can you tell me how many magic fans you make each day? After asking this question, Viscount Leslie also quickly waved his hand. Of course, if this is a secret, you don't have to tell me. Sui revealed a faint smile. This is not a secret. Right now, we're producing 150 each day, no more, no less. Oh, 150 each day, let me count it. You've already opened the factory for 3 days, then that would be 450 fans. If everything still goes smoothly today, that is indeed the number. Sui nodded. Then I have a question for you. Viscount Leslie looked at Sui with a profound gaze and asked, if you can produce 150 each day, then you can produce 4,500 in a month? Do you think you can sell all these magic fans? Banda City only has 3,000 households, and I don't think each family will buy several magic fans. Many thanks for the Lord Viscount's worries. Sui said with a smile. Actually, it is like you said, the magic fan needs in Banta City are saturated. It will be hard to sell more magic fans. Oh, then why are you producing all these magic fans? You're not worried that you won't be able to sell them? If there isn't anyone in Banta City that wants to buy them, there are still a large amount of people outside Banta City who also needs it. Sui replied with a smile. Lord Viscount, I won't hide anything. Actually, the orders we currently have exceed over 5,000. There is a very small portion of it that comes from Banta City, and the majority of it is from the villages outside the city. Moreover, with each day, the orders keep increasing. For example, just yesterday morning, I just received another order for 1,000 magic fans. After saying this, Sui paused for a second. He looked at Viscount Leslie's expression and said in a more serious tone, what is worth mentioning is that the order came from Karma City. Karma City? Viscount Leslie quickly looked at Butler Brunei, who had been standing on the side the entire time, and said in an astonished voice, I never thought that you would have already sold magic fans in other cities. That really is unexpected. Sui laughed and shook his head. Strictly speaking, we didn't sell them, but rather they were the ones who came to us. Oh, what do you mean by that? Viscount Leslie asked in a very curious voice. Lord Viscount has just said it. The population in Banta City is limited. Even adding in the villages outside Banta City, there is still a limit to the need for magic fans. So we have already made plans to promote the magic fans in areas outside of Banta City. But we didn't promote this earlier because the timing was not right. Why wasn't it right? Viscount Leslie was a bit confused. If people are willing to buy, you aren't willing to sell? No, it's not like this. This is based on my consideration for the future. Sui put down his fruit juice and decided to explain it all to Viscount Leslie. After the short period of contact with him, his impression of Viscount Leslie had greatly changed. He felt that he wasn't as useless as those normal noble dandies and rather had his own ideas and views. With this kind of person, Sui was willing to interact with him more. Although looking at it from the surface, it is inevitable that we would bring the magic fans to a broader market. This is still very good for our development. But we can't rush this matter because as the number of sales increase, we must also increase our output. Otherwise, if our output can't keep up and we can't fulfill the orders we receive, not only will it create losses in terms of sales, the most important thing is that it will be a large hit to our reputation. If we lose our reputation, it will damage our foundations and hurt our future development. Viscount Leslie thought about it and asked with knitted brows, Then why can't you increase the output? Is it because you don't have enough people? But I've heard Brunei say that you have only recruited 30 students from Baron Ricto Magic Academy. You aren't producing to your full potential yet. You said just now that you are producing 150 magic fans each day. Then if you recruited some more people, you don't have to recruit a lot. Wouldn't you at least be able to produce 200 per day? Lord Viscount, you've forgotten a very important question. Sui shook his head. That is quality. Although it is very simple to make the magic fans, up until now, the people that can produce them has been very small. Accurately speaking, there is only me who can make magic fans perfectly. Those students that were hired, although they can work on the most important magic array for the small adjustments and installations, there is no one else but me who can do it. This is a fact that has made me very helpless, which is that the production of the magic fans depends completely on my work efficiency. But as a single person, my abilities are limited, so the production line is limited and it can't be increased. Viscount Leslie looked at Sui for a while. This isn't right. Since you can give the most important magic array work to the students, it is impossible to give the other work to other people to do. I think you should be afraid of revealing the course secrets, so you're not willing to do this, right? Lord Viscount, you're looking down on me. Sui revealed a smile. I have just said that the magic fans aren't hard to make, and to me, they aren't considered a secret at all. Only, I'm in charge of a very difficult matter right now, so it's hard for me to hand it to other people. But I believe this won't last for long. Those students have slowly started to learn the main parts, and I believe that after a period of time, they will be able to completely take over my work. When that time comes, you'll find that the magic fan production will greatly increase. After saying this, Sui paused for a bit and revealed a mysterious smile. Other than that, I might as well disclose a real secret to you. If nothing unexpected happens, a new generation of magic fans are about to appear. Viscount Leslie was instantly stunned. A new generation? There are different magic fans? What is different about it compared to the magic fans you sold before? As for what difference it has, I'm afraid I can't simply describe it. When the new generation of magic fans appears, you will naturally know. Sui deliberately kept him guessing. Moreover, I can tell you that the new generation of magic fans are made with completely different production methods and has a completely different design. Its output will far surpass the magic fans currently being produced. When that time comes, that is when we push the magic fans onto the broader market. Viscount Leslie stared at Sui for a while before shaking his head with a smile and saying, When I saw the plan Butler Brunei gave me at first, I thought you were a lunatic with big words. Looking at you now, it seems I've truly underestimated you. Very good. Since you didn't disappoint me, that means we can discuss this further. Brunei, bring out the contract. Butler Brunei bowed before turning to leave. Contract. Sui saw Viscount Leslie's confident look and slightly knit his brows. Could it be that this fellow wants to play some tricks? After a while, Butler Brunei came back with a document. which Viscount Leslie placed in front of Sue E. Look at this and feel free to ask any questions you have. Sue E. curiously picked up the document and found that it was a land rental contract that was about the land that he was currently renting. But compared to the first contract, this one was much more in-depth and also much more preferential. In the previous contract, Sue E. and Hines had only been renting the land from Viscount Leslie for a year, and they didn't have any authority at all. They were very limited by Viscount Leslie, and if he felt unhappy one day, he could drive them away without any questions. As for this contract, it clearly stipulated that Sue E. had completely control over the use of the land, and Viscount Leslie only had property rights. This also meant that Sue E. could do whatever he wanted with the land without any problems, even without needing agreement from Viscount Leslie. At the same time, Viscount Leslie had directly increased the length of the contract from 1 year to 5 years, as well as decreasing the rent. 1 hectare per year was actually decreased by half, which became only 50 gold coins. Sue E. carefully looked over the contract, and after confirming he had missed nothing, he put down the contract. Thinking about it, he asked, "Viscount Leslie, do you have any conditions?" A look of praise flashed in Viscount Leslie's eyes, and he said with a faint smile, "If I didn't raise any conditions, would you believe it?" Sue E. smiled without saying anything. "Ah, ha. All right, I won't joke around. Of course there is a condition, but I think you won't reject it. Lord Viscount, please tell me. This condition is very simple. I want to invest. Pay attention, this is not as simple as the 10% share you gave me. Rather, I want to participate. In the future, whether it is the magic fans or any other projects you make, I want the right to know and to give my opinion. Of course, I will not force my way in. Other than providing land, I can also inject capital into the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Other than that, I can also rely on my connections to open up markets for you. For example, I can help you bring this magic fan to Anvilmar City to sell. How about it? What do you think of this condition?" Suyi's expression didn't change, and after thinking for a while, he asked with a serious look, "Lord Viscount, I want to ask something. When you raised this condition, are you using your identity as a noble or as an ordinary merchant? Oh, is there a difference?" Hearing Suyi's strange question, Viscount Leslie was very interested. "There is a large difference." Suyi nodded. "If you use your identity as a noble, then according to the rules set by the kingdom's royal parliament, your rights as a shareholder must be supervised by the royal parliament and can't hide anything. Like this, there will be many things of our company that can't be hidden from the royal parliament. This is one thing that I can't accept, and I can only apologize to you. Then if it's as a normal merchant?" "If it's as a normal merchant," Suyi revealed a sly smile. "Then in terms of business, the condition you have stated is very attractive. But I must clearly tell you that while there is no problem for you to become a shareholder of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, you will only have a small amount of rights. That means that other than the right to give ideas, you will not have any decision-making powers. What do you think about that?" Butler Brunei on the side tightly knit his brows and angrily said, "Audacious. The Lord Viscount is willing to invest in your little company. That is your honor. You dare say the Lord Viscount won't have any decision-making power? Simply audacious." Suyi's expression didn't change. He completely ignored Butler Brunei and kept looking at Viscount Leslie with a faint smile. Viscount Leslie did not show a single trace of surprise. Rather, he nodded and asked, "I understand your thoughts, but Suyi, how can you ensure you won't make the wrong decisions? Simply speaking, how can you guarantee my benefits?" Suyi smiled and unexpectedly winked at Viscount Leslie as he said, "Lord Viscount, don't you believe in me?" Viscount Leslie was surprised before breaking out in laughter. "Good, good. Suyi, you really are an interesting person. Brunei, it's fine. Take out the other contract for him to see." Suyi received another contract from Brunei and found that it was an investment contract. The contract stated that Viscount Leslie would be using territory to join the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, and his original 10% would be raised to 30%. The contract also clearly stated that in terms of company decision-making, Viscount Leslie didn't have any decision-making power. For everything about the company, Suyi was in charge and Viscount Leslie could not interfere. Another thing that was specially added was a privacy clause, which meant that this contract wouldn't be protected by the kingdom's royal parliament. But because of this, Suyi felt relaxed. After carefully reading the contract, Sui looked up and stretched his right hand out as he looked at Viscount Leslie with a smile. Lord Viscount, to a good cooperation. Viscount Leslie also stretched out his hand with a smile and tightly gripped Suyi's hand. To a happy cooperation. It was past noon when Sui left Viscount Leslie's manor. Looking up at the bright sun, he determined that it was better not to brave this burning heat to go to the factory and let Butler Brunei send him back to Banta City with the horse carriage instead. With this hot weather, Banta City was in the same deathly silence as usual. Sui looked around from inside the horse carriage and found that many houses and stores had traces of magic fans turning. He couldn't help revealing a smile. It was just in a single month, but the magic fans had spread all over inside and outside Banta City. Other than those rich people who can afford to lay down large-scale frost arrays inside their houses, every household had one or two magic fans. It was simply impossible to raise one's head and not see one in the neighborhood. According to Heinz's data, up to this point, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had sold a total of 2,371 Frestec brand magic fans. Adding in all the assorted costs, the net profit was over 2,200 gold coins. Then taking away the commission Heinz made and the commission from Viscount Leslie's 10% share, Sui had made a profit of 1,500 gold coins from just this. And this was just his net income for a single month. It had to be known, the average income per month for people in Banta City was only 10 gold coins, and their yearly income was around 200 gold coins. With Rim's 30 gold coin income at Camilla's Magic Tower, he could be considered someone with a high income in Banta City. But compared to the current Sui, there was no doubt he was lacking by countless times. It was no wonder Heinz frequently tried convincing Sui to stop working at the Magic Tower and focus on the company. Of the reasons why the Magic Fans production couldn't be raised, the deciding factor was Suyi's limited energy. Although his workload at the Magic Tower was not considered heavy, it did consume a large part of his energy. From Heinz's point of view, this was basically a large waste. But as for Heinz's proposition each time, Sui kept firmly rejecting him. Heinz didn't have foresight, but Sui didn't lack it. After getting out of the horse carriage, Sui gave the driver a gold coin and carried a large and small bag into the Magic Tower. He came across quite a few colleagues in the Magic Tower who all looked at him with a smile when they saw him. During this time, Sui had sold large amounts of magic fans he designed in Banta City. So even with how little the magicians of the Magic Tower cared about normal things, they still heard all about it. Through this, they began recognizing this black-haired kid none of them knew before. But in the eyes of the magicians of the Magic Tower, Sui was ignoring his main profession. As a magician, he wasn't properly conducting magical research and running off to make some unknown magic fan. This was simply an embarrassing magician. Sui turned a blind eye to all the strange gazes mixed with these smiles and maintained his own smile as he headed into the lab. Seeing Sui come in, the young colleagues in the lab all shouted out and charged over. They stole the bags from Suyi's hands without any politeness and quickly opened them. "It's mung bean juice again? I say, Sui, don't you have anything new?" A colleague didn't forget to complain. Sui laughed. "What? You're sick of it? All right. I'll remember to bring something new next time." Don't listen to his nonsense. It's already pretty good having something to eat. A female colleague pushed the colleague who complained aside. "Sui, you always bring something to eat back. It's embarrassing for us." "It's nothing, just some small cheap things. I'm always taking vacations and leaving the work in the lab for you all, so this is considered an apology from me." You're too polite." "Humph. So you do know." A cold snort suddenly cut through this harmonious atmosphere. "Sui, don't think that you can show off here with the bit of money you're making from the magic fans. Don't forget, you are a magician in the end. We magicians rely on our magical strength, and it's the Magicians Guild certification exam next month. I've heard that you haven't even passed the lowest level test yet, right? If you still can't pass it next month, that will be a joke." Sui looked over and found that one speaking was the one who was second in terms of magic power in the lab, Cimarrot. Since Sui came to this lab, this Cimarrot had always been critical of him, looking down on him in many ways. Sui didn't understand what was the matter, but after asking around with his colleagues, he found that Cimarrot always had thoughts about Still. After learning that Sui was brought in through the back door by Still, he thought that Sui and Still had some kind of special relationship, So naturally, he didn't like Sui. For this kind of people, Sui knew that he would become more excited the more you paid attention to him. He had always ignored him, not acknowledging his existence. After a long time, Cimarat realized that him grumbling by himself didn't have any meaning. Adding in the fact that Sui didn't have any special relationships with still, he gradually stopped. He never thought that he would suddenly start again. Hey, Cimarat, aren't your words a bit too harsh? The female colleague who had spoken up for Sui earlier said in a dissatisfied voice. Although Sui hasn't passed the certification test yet, everyone has been working together for this long. Do we still not know what kind of power Sui has? If it was me, I'm certain he will pass the certification test next month. Humph. Latte, Sui has bought some small things for you, and he has already bought you off? You say he will definitely pass the test? Then so what? I can see that his strength is at most at the primary magician grade. Do you think a primary grade magician is strong? Sui stretched out his hand to stop Latte, who kept wanting to argue. He looked at Cimarat and said with a faint smile, Senior Cimarat, my magic power can't compare to yours. I think we don't need to discuss this matter. Cimarat never thought that Sui would actually admit that he couldn't compare to him in front of all these people, and he was stunned. He was too embarrassed to keep going, so he gave a grunt and sat back down. It was unknown if he was wholeheartedly focused on his work. What kind of person is he? Latte disdainfully looked at Cimarat before giving a soft snort. She then slightly knit her brows as she said to Sui in a soft voice, Sui, why did you say that you can't compare to him? Isn't this urging him to become even more arrogant? The problem is that I am indeed inferior to him. Sui revealed a smile, not looking angry because of it at all. Latte, I am an engineer. The most basic requirement for me is honesty. I can't lie about anything. Latte glared at Sui. You are indeed quite calm. Sui revealed a faint smile. Looking around, he didn't see Rim and Wella. The two took a day off together today. I think they're most likely going on a date. Latte giggled as she spoke. Speaking of this, that fellow Rim really isn't single-minded. He still knows to ask Wella out on a date. It's like this. It's really a pity. I wanted to find Wella for something. Sui helplessly said, You're looking for Wella again? Latte looked at Sui doubtfully. She suddenly became mysterious and said in a small voice, Hey, Sui, don't blame me for not warning you, but it's best if you don't look for Wella alone. Although Rem hasn't said anything, I can tell that he is very unhappy because of this. Sui was stunned. I am only looking for Wella for business. That still isn't good, Latte firmly said. Men can also be jealous. You should be careful. Sui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking about it, he could only shake his head with a bitter smile. All right, I'll be more careful in the future. Since Wella wasn't here, Sui lost his goal in coming to the lab today. After he went back to his station to finish the work that had piled up, it was already close to getting off work. Sui hesitated a bit before leaving the laboratory, stepping onto the magical ladder. The top layer of the magic tower was completely cool. Sui reported his name, and the door to Great Magician Camilla's lab automatically opened, revealing the space inside. Sui, you actually didn't take the day off today? Great Magician Camilla had just finished a magic experiment and was taking a short break. Seeing Sui come in, he even revealed a small interested smile. Sui awkwardly smiled. He knew that he had taken quite a few days off. Even Great Magician Camilla knew about it. Speak, what are you looking for me for? Great Magician Camilla asked. I have two things. The first is to express my gratitude to your excellency, Great Magician. Thank me for what? Great Magician Camilla asked with knit brows. To thank you for the recommendation quota you gave me for the Magicians Guild certification exam. Gave you? A trace of confusion appeared on Great Magician Camilla's face before he suddenly remembered something and nodded. It's nothing. Your magical talent is pretty good, so it's very appropriate to recommend you. Anyway, this quota won't play that much of a role. It just makes it a bit easier for you, so you don't need to thank me. You said there's another thing. No matter what, I still need to thank you. Sui gave a deep bow to express his gratitude to Great Magician Camilla before taking out a blueprint. The other thing is to consult you about a matter. It's another magic array? Great Magician Camilla took the blueprint and looked it over before making a fainty sound. It seems to be a frost array? You truly are your excellency, Great Magician. recognizing it with a single glance. Su-yi immediately flattered him. That's right, this is indeed a frost array, or accurately speaking, a modified frost array. I can see that, but what changes have you made to the frost array? Great magician Camilla pointed at the blueprint. Why have I noticed that the changes you have made to the frost array is similar to the modifications you've made to the revolving wind array? Su-yi was instantly impressed as he happily said, Your Excellency, great magician, you really are too powerful. You can see the core of this array with a single glance. That's right. The goal of modifying this frost array is the same as modifying the revolving wind array. It's to let the frost array have a stable output. Can you see what the effects the array has? This modification is very good, but there are small problems in several places. Great magician Camilla suddenly looked up. Su-yi, you wouldn't be planning to use this frost array to make something, right? Just like that magic fan thing. Su-yi nodded with a faint smile. That's right. I want to make a magic air conditioner. In the blink of an eye, they entered August and the middle of summer. The weather became even hotter, and once the sun came out, the magic fan factory was the same as a steamer. After a while, every one of the 30 students were covered in sweat. Even with a magic fan turning in every corner of the factory, it couldn't let them cool down. Sir Vice Chairman, can you convince Sir Chairman to install a large-scale frost array in this place? Oren wiped his forehead covered in beads of sweat, as he couldn't help complaining to Heinz beside him. He came from a noble family and had a better family circumstance since he was young, so he had never suffered like this before. Oren, you really are a child of a noble family. Do you know how much a large-scale frost array costs to install? Without waiting for Heinz to respond, a student refuted him with a cold snort. We only make a few gold coins each month, and even if we add all 30 of us together, we can barely afford the consumption for a large-scale frost array each month. Do you think Sir Chairman will install one for us? I know that, but we still have to put up some resistance. Oren didn't care about the insulting tone of the student at all, since he received a special reward from Su-yi for modifying the magic array. Oren's heart had been filled with joy the entire time, and he became much more open. Cool. Everyone does not need to worry. I'll report this matter to the chairman when I get back, and I will try my best to convince him to install a large-scale frost array. I believe that chairman has seen everyone's hard work and will definitely think of a way to solve this. Seeing everyone's back covered in sweat, Heinz quickly comforted them. With how hot the magic fans were selling, the magic fan factory earned over 100 gold coins each day. Like this, it wasn't unacceptable for them to install a large-scale magic array. After all, these students were the core part of producing magic fans, and now that it was too hot, it would greatly affect their productivity. As the manager of this factory, Heinz had no choice but to consider this problem. The students didn't reveal expressions that were too excited towards Heinz's response. Even Oren laughed, while shaking his head, looking like he didn't believe him. The student said was right. Laying a large-scale frost array costs too much, and from the perspective of a merchant, they would not easily arrange this kind of thing for their workers. At least they had never heard of a company that arranged such a luxurious thing for their factory. Of course, they thought this, but when they saw Su-yi appear in the factory, there was a bit of hope in those students. But Su-yi's reply immediately shattered their hopes. Laying a large-scale frost array? That isn't possible. It costs too much. There is no need for that at all. Su-yi shook his head, answering in a very firm voice. The students looked at each other and gave sighs before silently returning to their work. Sir Chairman, I thought that you were different from other merchants, but now I can see that you are no different from them. Oren was too disappointed, and he couldn't help complaining. Su-yi laughed while waving his hand and saying, You don't need to be in a rush to be disappointed. Although I said that a large-scale frost array is too wasteful, that does not mean that I can't solve your problems. The students curiously looked over at Su-yi again. They thought that the weather is so hot. If you don't lay down a large-scale frost array, how could you solve the problem? Su-yi pointed at the rectangular iron box he just brought in and signaled for Heinz to install this box on the wall of the workshop with him. Then he casually threw a magic crystal into the hole on the side. Seeing Su-yi's action, the eyes of the students lit up. Could it be that Su-yi made another new piece of magic machinery? Sir Chairman, what is this thing? Oren couldn't help asking. Don't rush. You'll know in a bit. Su-yi finished his preparations before pressing the switch at the bottom of the strange box. With a soft sound, The iron box lit up with a faint cream-colored light before it released a faint blue glow along with that light. As woo sounds came from the iron box. There were several strange openings on the bottom of the box, and outside it were strips of cloth. At first, everyone couldn't tell what it was, but after a while, everyone found that these strips of cloth were slightly moving, clearly being blown by wind coming out of the opening. Seeing this scene, the students became disappointed again. Sir Chairman, isn't this just an altered magic fan? What use does it have? That's right, we have so many magic fans around us, but just blowing wind won't cool us down that much. That's right, you should still lay a large-scale frost array for us. Otherwise, we'll die from the heat. Sue smiled without explaining anything. After a while, Heinz and the other students suddenly realized something strange. This isn't right. Why is this wind so cold? That's right, it's so strange. It's clearly so hot. So why is the wind being blown out cold? That's true, it's so cold. This is great. It'll be much more comfortable later. Aha, so comfortable. This thing is almost comparable to a large-scale frost array. The students enjoyed the cool breeze coming from this strange iron box for a while before they couldn't help curiously asking Sue. Sir Chairman, just what is this thing? That's right. Why is the wind being blown out so cold? It would be great if the magic fans were like this. Everyone wouldn't need to install large-scale frost arrays. This thing. Sue stretched out his words. He obtained the appetite of the students, but he kept them hanging. I won't tell you for now. It can't be, right? Sir Chairman, you're kidding with us, right? That's right. Why do you need to intentionally keep us hungry? At least you can tell us what's the name of this thing, right? Hey, it isn't that I'm not willing to tell you. Rather, this thing hasn't been completed yet. I have only made an experimental model, and I'm letting you use it first. 1. I'm positively changing your work environment, and 2. I'm giving you all a task, which is to observe the running conditions off this magic machinery. No matter what problems or changes occur with it, you have to record it all. I need to collect some experimental data and then make some changes to it. Do you understand? It's like this. We will definitely finish this task. That's right. Be assured, Sir Chairman. Since it has let me be much cooler, I will definitely treat it as a treasure. No. I don't want you to use it like a treasure, rather be rough with it. How rough you can be is how rough you should treat it. This is because I need to record its reactions to many different special circumstances to test its performance. The time? Let's just set it for 3 days for now. In 3 days, I'll collect the data from you all. If everything goes smoothly, this thing will enter production. At that time, I'll install a few of them here for you all, and I promise you won't feel the heat. Sir Chairman, you really are a good person. Seeing the cheering of the students, Sue revealed a smile. He turned to Heinz and said in a small voice, Heinz, I'll be heading out in the next few days. The matters on this side will depend on you. Going out? Where? Heinz asked in a surprised voice. Sue's gaze drifted into the distance. I'm going to the dwarven village Master Lanus came from. Master Lanus said that it would be fast, only taking a day, so I'm estimating it at 3 days. But if something happens to delay me, you are here to help me take care of things. Also, I need you to take a trip to Great Magician Camilla's magic tower for me, and tell Great Magician Camilla that I will be taking 2 days off. Heinz asked in a curious voice, What are you doing suddenly going to the dwarven tribe? Remember what I told you last time? I've always been dissatisfied with the works of the blacksmiths in Banta City, and the only one qualified is Master Lanus. But Master Lanus is alone, so he can't meet my needs at all. I've thought about it seriously and discussed this with Master Lanus, deciding to head to the dwarven tribe. If I can recruit a few dwarves to leave their tribes, it will be very helpful to my plan later on. Although dwarven artisans are a bit better than human artisans, is there a need for this? Look at those magic fan outer casings made by human blacksmiths in the city. I don't see any problem with them at all. Heinz, this isn't me being picky, rather your standards are too low. Can it be that you haven't noticed that although the magic fan outer casings look pretty good, there are always small differences in its appearance? These differences can create large or small differences in the appearance of the magic fans we've produced. You shouldn't look down on these small differences. You can't see it now, but when our factory wants to start line work, these small differences could be fatal. Line work. Heinz couldn't help being astonished by the several new words that came out of Sue's mouth as he became dazed again. What is that? I'll explain this to you when the time is right. You just need to focus a bit more. This is the must standard for all products. It must be uniform and have no discrepancies at all. Seeing how serious Su Yi was, Heinz could only nod in agreement. All right, I'm setting off. I hope that when I return, I'll be able to bring back a group of dwarven artisans. If one directly calculated the distance, Master Lanus' dwarven tribe was only less than 200 kilometers away from Banna City. But if one calculated based on travel distance, it was close to 300 meters. The over 200 meters in the beginning could be traveled by sitting in a horse carriage. Only at the mountain the dwarves lived on in the end, there were only 20 kilometers that needed to be traversed on foot. To Master Lanus, this would only take a single day's travel. Su Yi found after leaving Banta City in the morning that only when the sky turned dark could he see the dots of flames Master Lanus mentioned in front of them. Do you see it? Each flame is a forge. The fires in the forges of us dwarves are never extinguished. When he said this, Master Lanus held his stomach that wasn't that small and revealed a proud look. It was a pity that Su Yi already had no strength to talk to him after traveling for a day, but he also wasn't interested in going along with him. To Su Yi's sudden visit, the dwarves in the village were mostly surprised, but because Su Yi came with Master Lanus, they were immediately welcomed. There was a grand welcoming feast held for them. The dwarves loved wine, so naturally they used wine to greet guests. Su Yi couldn't remember how many times his bowl had been filled and couldn't remember at all how he passed out drunk. Only when he opened his eyes after regaining consciousness, it was already bright out. It was already the morning of the next day. Su Yi shook his head and found that strangely it didn't hurt, only he was a bit dizzy. It seemed like the dwarves not only loved wine, they were very skilled in making wine. After drinking that much last night, he actually didn't have a hangover the next day. Of course, this was also thanks to Su Yi's tolerance being quite good. On Earth, as one of the best mechanical engineers of the country's biggest mechanical engineering company, even if Su Yi strictly controlled himself, he couldn't avoid the various dinner appointments. His alcohol tolerance was also trained by this. This wine fermenting technology of this world wasn't as developed as on Earth, so naturally the degree was far from being able to compare. This indirectly increased Su Yi's tolerance by a large amount. "Hey, Su Yi, is it? Are you awake?" There was a thick voice that came from beside him. Su Yi turned over and saw a male dwarf with a rather large nose. "You are?" Su Yi scratched his head. He had an impression of this male dwarf, but he couldn't think of his name. Just call me Camby." The dwarf strongly slapped Su Yi's shoulder as he burst with laughter. "I thought that all humans couldn't drink that much, but I never thought that you really could drink. You actually drank out 2 people before you collapse. Not bad, not bad." Su Yi laughed. The dwarves loved wine, so any man who could drink wine was a good person. The alcohol tolerance he displayed last night at the feast was a great stepping stone for me. "Where's Master Lanus? Why don't I see him?" Su Yi asked. "That brat Lanus has gone to see the head. He said that he had something to discuss." "That's right. I almost forgot. He said that you could go see the head after you woke up. How about it? Are you going now? But you just woke up. It's better to eat something before you go." Su Yi rubbed his stomach. It was indeed empty, so he nodded. Camby brought out 2 pancakes made of unknown ingredients that Su Yi quickly finished. Then he asked Camby to lead him to the meeting with the head. The dwarven tribe Lanus came from was not especially big. According to what Camby said, there was only around 500 people in the entire dwarven tribe. Su Yi estimated according to what he observed. There should be around 100 adult male dwarves in the dwarven tribe. This made him a bit disappointed. He planned on recruiting enough dwarven workers this time, but the adult males of this tribe only added up to around 100 people. Even if everyone had the same level of skill as Master Lanus, it was still a bit lacking. "Who told you that only adult male dwarves could forge?" The dwarven tribe chief Saluka gave a snort at Su Yi's question. "Let me tell you, we dwarves learn winemaking and forging as soon as we're born. Even the little kids in our tribe are much better than those human blacksmiths." Seeing Saluka's proud appearance and the approval of Master Lanus and Camby on the side, Su Yi tactfully didn't respond. He thought about it before saying, "Then, respected Sir Tribe Chief, can you allow me to hire some smithing masters from your tribe to help Master Lanus complete the work I've entrusted him? Regarding your request, I've already discussed this with Lanus." Saluka nodded. "Speaking logically, I don't have a reason to stop you. But human, have you considered a problem? If a large group of people leave the tribe, it will greatly affect the lives of our tribe members who remain. Not to mention, how can you guarantee that the tribe members who work in your human factory will be able to live a good life and will obtain the rewards they deserve? Sui looked over at Master Lanus, and Lanus gave a slight nod. Master Lanus had already mentioned this problem to Sui on the way here, which is a problem that many dwarves tribes faced. Although the races of the Signs continent lived in relative peace, they were still different races in the end, and various kinds of problems will occur when living together. For example, even if Master Lanus was a master blacksmith recognized in Bana City, because he is a dwarf, there are many difficulties for him living in Bana City. Although this problem was only brought up by Saluka, these were the worries in the hearts of many dwarves. It was because of these worries that caused the dwarves to gather together in little villages instead of choosing to live together with humans. Sui had long considered this and casually said, "Sir Tribe Chief can be assured, since I want to invite the dwarven friends to work for me, naturally, I will solve all their problems. As for their daily needs, I have already discussed this with Master Lanus, and I believe that Master Lanus has already mentioned this to you. He said that you want to assign a special area for the tribe members to live near your factory, and you will take care of their board and daily necessities. This is very good. But what about the other aspects? Are you certain my tribe members won't be disdained and oppressed by humans?" Sui revealed a faint smile. "Sir Tribe Chief, I'll tell you something I'm not willing to admit, which is that we humans care quite a bit about race. As long as the other side can bring benefits to us, then we can be friends with them and won't have any scruples with them. I think you would agree to this point." "Right." Saluka gave a cold snort. "Of course I know this. Since it's like this, what scruples do you have? Look, Master Lanus is a very good example of this. Although he is a dwarf, because of his exceptional blacksmithing skills, he can bring many benefits to the people of Banta City, and that naturally gains him the respect of many people in Banta City. Perhaps there are some difficulties with his life, but those don't really inconvenience his life at all, right?" Master Lanus laughed at the right time and said with a nod, "It is indeed like this. That group of fellows in Banta City don't dare offend me. There are many things the human blacksmiths in Banta City can't do, and only I can do. So how could they possibly cause trouble for me?" Saluka considered this for a bit before saying, "Then that's good. Let's not discuss this matter for now. You are taking a large group of our adults away, so what can the rest of the tribe members do? You have to know, even if we dwarves love wine and forging, we still need to keep living. Whether it is hunting or farming, we still need quite a few tribe members. If you take them away, it will greatly affect our tribe. Sir Tribe Chief, I have a suggestion that I hope you will listen to. I am planning to build a research lab here, and I hope the dwarven friends can help me research something. Of course, I will also send a set amount of research funds each month. As for the amount, let's set it at 500 gold coins for now. If the lab comes up with and significant results, there will still be corresponding rewards. Sir Tribe Chief, what do you think of this suggestion?" As his voice fell, the three dwarves on site were stunned. 500 gold coins. Master Lanus' eyes popped out. "Sui, why didn't you tell me you wanted to build a research laboratory here before?" "Research laboratory? Human, we dwarves only excel at forging. What do you want us to help you research?" As the tribe chief, Saluka was worried about something else. "Please be assured, the things you are researching is related to forging. It's mainly related to researching some forging materials. I've bought a research plan today. Sir Tribe Chief, please take a look at it." Sui took out a piece of paper from his chest. Saluka looked it over and was a bit stunned. "Steel allow? What is this thing?" "The concrete details have all been written. Sir Tribe Chief can slowly look it over." Sui replied with a smile. "Now, Sir Tribe Chief, do you have any other questions? If there is anything you still aren't satisfied with, please speak. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy your request." Saluka and Master Lanus, as well as Camby, looked at each other a few times before giving soft sighs. "All right, human, I admit that I have been moved by your words. I basically agree with your condition and agree to you recruiting people in the tribe, but as for the concrete details, we still need to properly discuss them." Sui revealed a happy smile and replied, "Of course." "Sui, actually, even if you didn't add the 500 gold coins compensation, the tribe chief would have agreed to your conditions. On the horse carriage ride back, Master Lanus looked at Sui and suddenly spoke with a sigh. "Oh, what do you mean?" Sui asked back. "You couldn't see it?" The tribe's living conditions were already very poor. Master Lanus gave a bitter laugh before shaking his head. "Actually, I had suggested to the tribe chief long ago that we should let the tribe members wander in your human world. With the skills of us dwarves, it could greatly improve the living conditions of our tribe members. This suggestion is pretty good. So why didn't tribe chief Saluka agree to this?" Sui asked in a curious voice. Master Lanus looked at Sui and after hesitating a bit, he replied, "Because we dwarves have been tricked by you humans many times before, and the tribe chief doesn't trust humans at all." This time Sui was the one with a bitter smile. "Then why did Sir Tribe Chief agree this time? Could it be that he isn't afraid that I'm lying to him?" "Because there is already no other choice," Master Lanus helplessly said. "The Signs continent is completely controlled by you humans. Almost all of the precious resources has been taken by you humans. Whether it is us dwarves, the elves, or the beastmen, we can only stay far away from you humans and find a place to stay that hasn't been seized by you humans yet. But these places are devoid of any resources, and we don't have the creativity of you humans at all. So the living conditions of my tribe members are getting worse and worse, and there are less and less people. Sui, do you know? When I was young, our clan had over 1,000 dwarves, but now there are only around 500 people left. When you were small?" Sui looked over Lanus. He knew that dwarves lived longer than humans, so when Master Lanus talked about when he was young, that was over several hundred years ago. Master Lanus didn't care about what Sui was thinking as he continued to say, "Just last year, 3 people died of old age and not a single baby was born. That is a decrease in the tribe by 3 people. The tribe chief knows that like this, our tribe will gradually decrease until we disappear. But there is no other choice. We can't compete with humans at all. We can't fight a war with the humans for resources like thousands of years ago. But trying to integrate into human society isn't easy to talk about. You don't know this, but for me to continue living in Banna City, I've suffered quite a bit of hardships and have almost lost my life." Sui silently looked at Master Lanus and gave a soft nod. Although he didn't know what happened specifically, he could tell just from his imagination. For someone from a foreign race like Master Lanus to integrate into a human city and smoothly make a living, he needed to put in quite a bit of effort. The tribe chief actually wasn't prepared to send out all those adults, but he had no other choice since the conditions you gave were just too good. Not to mention everything else. Just based on you taking out 500 gold coins at once could help solve many problems that needed to be solved in the tribe. Not to mention that you agreed to give a high salary of 8 gold coins each month for each worker. With this salary, their families in the tribe could live their lives without worry. Tell me, with this kind of conditions, could the tribe chief reject you?" Sui thought about this for a bit, and he couldn't help asking, have the daily lives of dwarves already reached such a bitter state? What is the tribe chief basing on trusting me? Could it be that he isn't afraid that I'm lying to him? You still don't understand? Even if you are lying to him, the fact that you have taken out 500 gold coins is real. Master Lanus rolled his eyes and said, "Then again, you are someone I brought in the end. Although I haven't known a kid like you long, based on me living among humans for a long time, I can tell that you are not someone who lies to others. At the very least, you try to fulfill what you say. Just based on this, I feel it's worth trusting you this time." Sui rubbed his head in embarrassment and said while laughing, "So I'm someone this worth trusting." Master Lanus glared at Sui. "Kid, don't be happy too soon. As for what happens, it still depends on how you treat my tribe members. Let me tell you, if you are tricking them in the end, I will use this old life to properly take care of you." Sui waved his hand. "How could that be? Master Lanus, you and your clansmen are treasures to me. I will use everything to protect you all. How could I lie to you? Actually, I'll be honest with you. Master Lanus, the work and your clansmen will be doing will be very important work that will change the entire Signs continent. In the future, it is very likely you dwarves will play a very important part in the history of the Signs continent. When the time comes, you will become masters welcomed all over the continent. Will you need to worry that you can't afford your daily necessities?" Master Lanus glared at him. "Kid, don't make it sound good. What changing the continent? What written in history? I don't care about this at all. The thing I care about most now is, Where are the houses that you promised my clansmen? Su-yi laughed, as he thought it really wasn't realistic to let Master Lanus believe this. But he was certain that as long as everything went smoothly, Master Lanus and his clansmen will become the most important driving factors to changing the history of the Signs continent. When he came back to Banda City after 3 days, it was already time for the night lights to be lit. When he came into the city, Master Lanus said a few things to Su-yi before jumping out of the carriage. Su-yi ordered the driver to return to where he lived. When he jumped out of the horse carriage, he found that there was someone sitting on the ground in front of his house, and this figure looked a bit familiar. When he came close, Su-yi couldn't help being stunned. Still, it's this late, what are you sitting at my door for? Still had been sitting there hugging her legs with her head between them. After hearing Su-yi's voice, she slowly looked up. After seeing her face, Su-yi was shocked. Under the lights, Still's face looked very pale and her face was much thinner. Her face had already completely lost the previous youthful beauty it had before. A pair of big eyes and no figure at all. It was like her entire person had collapsed. Hey, Still, what happened? Su-yi leaned over in worry and looked into Still's eyes looking up, asking in a deep voice. Still opened her mouth, but she couldn't say a single word. After a while, she slowly shook her head. Su-yi knit his brows and didn't think too much. He helped Still up by the arm and opened the door before walking in. When he came in, the light from Vivian's room lit up and Vivian's timid voice rang out. It's me. You keep sleeping. There's no need to get up. Su-yi replied before supporting Still over to the couch to sit down. He turned to pour a cup of water for her before sitting in front of her. After a while, he asked in a soft voice, Still, tell me, what happened? Could it be you were bullied by someone? Still suddenly revealed a bitter smile and looked at Su-yi before taking a big gulp from the teacup on the table. Because she drank too fast, she choked and gave several strong coughs. Su-yi deeply knit his brows. Even if he didn't understand much about girls, based on Still's expression, she must have suffered a strong hit. Otherwise, for a lively and naughty young girl like her, she wouldn't easily become like this. Still, did you give the gift? Su-yi tentatively asked. The last time he saw Still was when she came to his place at night last time to thank him, but she was chased off in anger by Su-yi saying, You are still a child. But in their talks before this, Still had said that she finished the model piano she had Su-yi help build, and the birthday of the person she liked was approaching soon. She was going to take a trip to the Lampuri Kingdom's capital of Anvilmar to personally give the gift to that person. Now, after several days, Still had come back looking like she had lost her soul. It was very likely the problem came from this. Hearing Su-yi's question, Still put down the teacup and looked at Su-yi for a while before suddenly asking Su-yi, Tell me, am I a child? Su-yi was stunned. Could it be that Still cared about what he said last time? But it didn't seem like it based on her appearance. Su-yi seriously thought for a bit, but he still didn't know how to answer. Still clearly wasn't in a stable mental state right now, so if he answered wrong, it was very possible it would have an unexpected effect. That depends on what aspect you mean. Based on my aspect, you. All right, you don't need to say anything. You are right, I am a child. A child who is incredibly dumb. Still suddenly raised her voice and shouted out. Why do you say this? Su-yi asked with knit brows. If I wasn't an innocent child who didn't understand anything, how could I have liked that kind of trash? Still suddenly cursed it out in a rough manner. Trash. Su-yi was stunned before his face sunk. Still, tell me, just what happened? If someone has bullied you, just tell me. I will definitely think of a way to take revenge for you. You? Still laughed and shook her head. You can't do it. His family background is very strong. You can't do anything to him. He has a lot of influence. Su-yi raised one before saying with a faint smile. If it's like this, then I do need to investigate a bit. Come, tell me, what kind of person is the fellow who bullied you? The most important thing is, what kind of harm did you suffer? Seeing that Su-yi was looking over her, a faint blush appeared on Still's pale face. She angrily rolled her eyes at Su-yi. What are you thinking? Nothing happened to me at all. Don't forget, my grandfather is a great magician. He doesn't have the guts to do anything to me. That is true. Su-yi nodded. According to what you said, you're sad because you realized that he was waste. Therefore, you're heartbroken? Hey, I wasn't even dating him, all right? How could I be heartbroken? Still reprimanded. Su-yi laughed. One-sided love being lost can be considered heartbroken as well. Seeing Still recovering some anger on her face, Sui became more relaxed. It seemed like Still had just found out that the person she admired was trash. Therefore, the beautified image in her heart had been shattered, dealing a mental blow to her. This was a very normal thing. It wasn't rare for young girls to encounter this kind of thing. It was all good as long as she wasn't injured. She would naturally recover after a bit of time. Humph. It's a good thing you can still smile. Still gave a snort and glared at Sui. Although she was a bit angry, Still found that after talking with Sui for a while, she actually no longer felt like her heart was incomparably empty and the whole world had collapsed. It was like she had suddenly come back to life. After a while, Still looked at Sui seriously and said, Sui, the things I'm about to tell you, you definitely can't tell grandfather. Do you understand? Sui knew that Still needed someone to vent to right now to get rid of her anger, so he gave an incomparably serious nod. He looked at Still and silently waited for her to speak. That gift, I still haven't given it yet. Under the cover of night, there was only a faint candle inside of Suyi's room. With this light, Still slowly narrated her troubles over the past few days to Sui. Actually, it wasn't that strange of a story for Sui. The person Still had an unrequited crush on was a male student. That male student was from a large noble family in Anvilmar, so he had a deep background. Adding in the fact that he was handsome and dashing, as well as exceptionally talented in magic, he was publicly recognized as a male god in the Lampuri Royal Magic Academy. He was secretly admired by countless female students. Still was one of them. Properly speaking, this was just a normal story of unrequited love, but Still was quite the dedicated girl. Even after graduating the Lampuri Royal Magic Academy and coming back to Bana City, she still thought about that male student even though they were this far apart. This time she wanted to use that male student's birthday and use that chance of his birthday banquet. Still specially had Sui help her make the model piano and brought this gift filled with her love to Anvilmar. She was prepared to personally hand this present to that male student at his birthday celebration and confess to him. Who would have known that after she arrived in Anvilmar City, she would receive some terrible news? The male god in her heart had actually been engaged. Still naturally felt dejected, but she still planned on giving her present. She was prepared to hide her feelings and bless the male god of her heart. If this matter ended here, it would be considered a sad story with a decent ending. But what happened next was something that people didn't expect. Still found that male god at the birthday banquet. She was prepared to give him the gift and give a few words of congratulations before leaving. Who would have known that after seeing Still, the male god would secretly tell Still that he had always loved her? Still was pleasantly surprised, but remembering that the male god was already engaged, she tactfully gave him a reminder. But after hearing the honey-coated words of the male god, Still strangely chose to believe him. She even had 2 secret appointments with him in the next 2 days. How did that fellow become trash? Listening up to this point, Sui looked at Still with a strange look. Could it be that he forced himself onto you? Still's face turned red. He didn't dare force himself onto me. But he. In short, he's just trash. He's clearly engaged, but before he is married, he gave me that kind of request. I rejected him, and he said that I didn't like him at all. Humph. Who set the rules that someone has to give their body away if you like someone? This trash. Later, I overheard some classmates say that this fellow had already played with several female students while in school, and then didn't admit it at all. He was already complete trash to begin with. Sui suddenly started clapping. Still, congratulations. Still looked at Sui with wide eyes. I'm this pitiful that you're even congratulating me? Are you trying to comfort me? Or are you just laughing at me? No. I'm seriously congratulating you. Sui said with a smile. Still, being able to recognize someone's real face before suffering an even greater loss, isn't this worth congratulating? Other than that, I also admire your firm and clear mind very much. Since this fellow has tricked all those female students, he must be quite skilled in tricking girls. Since you could remain this pure and firm in front of his tricks, it really is something rare. Still's face turned red and she gave a soft snort. I wouldn't sell myself cheap like that, Sui said while laughing. Good words. But still, since you know that he is trash, why are you doing this to yourself, putting yourself in such a bad state? It completely isn't worth it at all. I just couldn't think it through for a while. Still mumbled. Then what about now? Have you thought it through? Still looked at Sue before looking at the night outside the window. After thinking about it for a bit, she took a fine box out of her backpack. She opened the box, and naturally there was the model piano she personally made inside. Still looked at the model piano in a daze for a while before suddenly taking a deep breath and smashing her fist down. This model piano was incomparably intricate, so naturally it was very fragile. Adding in the fact that Still's fist was covered in low-grade fire magic. When this fist came down, the model piano was instantly shattered to pieces. The remaining pieces also burst into flames, instantly turning into ashes. All right, I no longer have anything to do with that fellow. Still flipped her head up, and the beautiful golden hair floated up. In just an instant, she returned to being the lively and beautiful girl from before. Sue couldn't help revealing a happy smile. Still really was a strong girl. She could recover this easily. But that meant that she didn't have real feelings for that so-called male god. It was no more than the admiration a young girl had for something beautiful in her youth. This was also good. Most girls would experience this once. For Still to experience this, it could be considered as gaining experience, making her more mature. Sue, I'm not going back tonight. When Sue was praising her in his heart, the words Still suddenly said made him spit out his thoughts. Huh? You're not going back? It can't be that you're spending the night here, right? Sue's eyes popped out as he looked at Still in disbelief. Are you kidding me? I am a man who lives by myself, and if a little girl like you spends a night in my place, aren't you afraid of bad rumors spreading? If great magician Camilla knew of this, it would be strange if he didn't send my flying with his magic. Che, I'm not worried. What are you worried about? Still looked at Sue in distance. Aren't you always saying that I'm a child? So what can happen if a child like me spends a night in the house of an uncle like you? Then again, you have a small girl like Vivian here. How can you be a bachelor? Relax. I'll sleep with Vivian later and won't disturb you, uncle. After saying this, Still stretched herself out before walking into the bathroom. I haven't had a bath in several days. I'm so dirty. Hey, uncle, can you lend me some clothes? I haven't even washed my clothes in the past few days. I don't have anything to change into. Seeing Still enter his bathroom without any politeness, Sue could only helplessly stand there in a daze. He looked to the side and found that Vivian had opened a crack in her bedroom door, secretly peeping on them. He waved his hand at her. Come over, Vivian. Go and take care of Still. Tell her how to use our bathroom. That's right. Are there any clothes you haven't worn yet from the ones I bought you last time? Take out a set for her to change into first. I'll buy a few more sets for you later. Vivian gave an obedient nod and went back to her room to bring a set of clothes to the bathroom. Not long after, there was the sound of water splashing and Still's soft singing coming from the bathroom. Sue couldn't help shaking his head. This fellow, how does she look like she's just been heartbroken at all? Humph, calling me an uncle? I'm only 27 this year, all right. How am I like an uncle? Hey, Vivian, do you think I'm like an uncle? The pitiful Vivian looked at Sue in a daze, not knowing whether to nod or shake her head. Because of the long journey yesterday, and adding in the fact he was tossing and turning late into the night because of Still's matter, Sue woke up quite late the next day. When he opened his eyes, the sunlight shined in through his window, and it seemed like it was around noon. Master, are you awake? Vivian's timid voice rang in his ears. It'll be noon soon. Is there anything you want to eat? Sue sat up and looked around, not seeing a trace of Still. Big sister Still already went back. She said that if Master is heading to the magic tower today, she wants you to look for her. She has something to discuss with you. Oh, something to discuss with me? Why didn't that fellow tell me last night? Sue looked out the window before asking Vivian. Don't make anything today. Let's go out to eat. It'll save some time. Master, there's no need for me. Vivian said in a surprised voice. You go and eat. It's all right for me to casually eat something at home. Stop talking. This is an order. Sue said without any politeness. After being with Vivian for some time, Sue knew that because this little girl had been a slave for too long, she was used to putting herself in a very low position. If he wanted to change her views, it would also take a long time. Oh, as expected, hearing the strong tone in Sue's voice, Vivian obediently agreed. After bringing Vivian out, Sue brought her to a clothing store to buy 2 sets of clothes before looking for a restaurant to eat lunch in. While eating, Sue was organizing his thoughts in his mind. There were many complicated things in front of him right now. So he had to sort these things into relative importances. The most important thing was, of course, guaranteeing the production and sale of magic fans. Otherwise, if he lacked money, he couldn't do anything. Although the magic fan sales had exploded, Sui was very clear that the market of Banta City and the surrounding area would be saturated soon. Their sales in the future quickly fall and plateau. They wouldn't have the same explosive sales as before. Sui two methods for this. One was to improve the magic fan, constantly releasing new products. He believed that after the second-generation variable speed magic fan was produced, it would inevitably create a swell. This was because people loved new things. The second was continuously increasing the market. Other than Karma City, there have been merchants from other cities near Banta City who have made large orders. According to the information they brought, when the magic fans came to their city, it immediately created a wild surge. The first test batch of magic fans these merchants brought back were emptied in a short period of time. So when these merchants came a second time, they directly proposed an order that was several times larger than last time. But because the magic fan production capacity couldn't be increased for now, Heinz had only accepted 5,000 fans in orders right now. Heinz was very annoyed because of this. If he knew about this earlier, he would have been even bolder and built a factory several times bigger, increasing their production capacities by several times to allow them to swallow all these orders. Sui was not anxious because of this. He had already set his mind on the second-generation variable speed magic fan. As long as everything went smoothly, as long as the second-generation variable speed magic fan entered the production line, their output would increase by several times. When the time comes, not to mention a trivial 10,000 fans, even if it was 20,000, 30,000, or even more, they could handle it easily. Of course, to actualize this production line, there were many things that needed to be prepared. This was the thing Sui cared about the most right now. Although Master Lanus had already built a magic thread rolling machine and a magic capping machine, allowing the production of screw bolts and allowing the possibility of a variable speed magic fan production line, it was far from being enough. In order to upgrade the crude forging of the first-generation magic fans, he needed to standardize every part of the magic fan production. But to standardize it, it was very hard just based on manpower. Even if Master Lanus tribe members had the same forging skills as Master Lanus, it wouldn't satisfy his needs. To achieve this, the most important thing was a forging machine. Take the magic fan cover as an example. If one were to rely on hand forging, a blacksmith shop in Banta City couldn't produce more than 30 covers. In order to guarantee the production of magic fans, Sui had already made orders in every single blacksmith shop in Banta City. Although this meant there was always work and it made the blacksmiths very happy, this affected the order in Banta City, so it wasn't a long-term plan. Even if it was like this, the output of magic fan covers could only barely match the production output of the factory. If he wanted to increase it, it was almost impossible. Not to mention that Sui had always been dissatisfied with the blacksmith's handiwork. Most of the magic fan covers they made were not uniform at all. If it was placed on Earth with their strict factory guidelines, most of them would be considered defective products. If he wanted the variable speed magic fans to be placed on a mass production line, these outer covers couldn't be used at all. In the end, there is still a serious lack in industrial foundations. Thinking of this, Sui couldn't help sighing. The establishment of an industrial system couldn't leave behind development of heavy industrial equipment. But on the Signs continent, not to mention heavy industrial equipment, even light industrial equipment was rare to find. Their foundation was just too lacking. I hope that after those dwarves come, they can improve this aspect. Sui took out a little book and began making preliminary plans on this matter. According to his agreement with Tribe Chief Saluka, in 3 days, there would be 100 dwarves with excellent skills that would come to Banta City to become Sui's employees. In order to protect these dwarves, Sui would build a residential area near the factory and also separately build 2 more workshops. One would be a metal foundry that the dwarves would mainly work in, while the other would be the assembly room for the variable speed magic fans. Because there was only a single month of summer left, time was very short. Those 2 workshops would have to be crude for now and would be built like the previous magic fan workshop. But he couldn't casually build the residential area. He had given Tribe Chief Saluka a good condition and also slap his chest and promise in front of Master Lanus. Not to mention that these dwarves were the most important forging masters in Su Yi's heart. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the base of the industrial system for the Sign's continent laid in these dwarves' hands. If he didn't treat them properly, that wouldn't be good. There are just too many things to do. I don't have enough people at all. Sui knit his brows as he looked at the packed things in his little book, not mentioning anything else. Just the workshop and the employee dormitory needs a large amount of people. I wonder, how will Heinz take care of this? While thinking about this, Sui suddenly looked at Vivian, who was focused on eating, and his eyes lit up. You want to buy a few slaves from me? Viscount Leslie looked at Sui in a daze. He never thought that this fellow would run over here at noon and ask this kind of request. What are you buying them for? Because I need a large amount of people right now. Sui said, I'm expanding the factory's production line and need large amounts of workers. I can't hire that many people in a short period of time, so I could only find you to think of a solution. Viscount Leslie's expression was a bit ugly. Based on your tone, I'm afraid you won't need a small amount of people. Tell me, how many people do you need? Sui raised one finger and said with a faint smile, I'll take 100 for now. 100. Viscount Leslie slightly narrowed his eyes and reprimanded him without restraint. Do you think they are pigs? You'll get 100 if you need 100. Let me tell you, I only have a total of 300 slaves under my name, and if I give you 100, what would I do? I'll be honest with you. Where would I even find slaves to buy to make up for that? Don't you see that there is still undeveloped land under my name? If I had enough people, that land wouldn't be empty at all, and there wouldn't be empty space for you. Sui wasn't moved at all by this, as he asked with a smile. Then speaking of this, the Lord Viscount only needs slaves to help you sow the land? Nonsense. What use do these fellows have? It's just a bunch of slaves. Viscount Leslie said these sharp words before suddenly looking at Vivian, who had been following behind Sui the entire time. That's right. This little girl should be the slave you stole from Brunei without my permission last time, right? What? After experiencing some sweetness from her, you want to buy a few more slaves to use? Viscount Leslie looked over, and Vivian immediately lowered her head in fear. From her views, her previous master Viscount Leslie was in an aloof position, one that a small slave like her couldn't stare at. Sui knit his brows and seriously said, Lord Viscount, first, I didn't steal her. Rather, I have discussed the conditions with Butler Brunei. Vivian was bought with agreement from both sides, and you signed the contract for this matter. Secondly, Vivian is my people, so I ask you to mind your words and not say anything degrading. Hearing Sui directly contradicting Viscount Leslie, Vivian was terrified. She couldn't help reaching her little hand to pull on Sui's clothes with a face covered in terror. Viscount Leslie was a bit surprised. He actually wasn't angry at all from being contradicted. Rather, he looked over Sui and Vivian before revealing a smile. Sui, you really are a strange fellow. For a slave, you actually dared confronting me. You said that this little girl belongs to you. But I can see that she's still a virgin, right? She could actually remain a virgin after being with you for so long. Are you actually an unexpected good person? They never thought Viscount Leslie would say something like virgin, causing Sui and Vivian to blush. Cool. Lord Viscount, I didn't mean that. Only, forget it, there is no meaning hanging on to this matter. I just want to remind the Lord Viscount that you have underestimated slaves too much. Even if they are slaves, as long as their hands, feet, and head are working properly, they have value as manpower, only you are not using them efficiently. I'll say something you won't like to hear, but if those 300 slaves remain in your hands, their value is far less than if you hand them all to me. Viscount Leslie was instantly filled with joy. Good, then I want to hear this. If I gave them to you, how will you let them display their value? Heinz saw the large group of ragged men and women far behind Sui, surging as a wave towards the factory, and was terrified. Could it be that this fellow was locked on to buy all the beggars inside Bana City? When the crowd came closer, Heinz noticed that he wasn't right, because in front of the men and women in rags, there was a brightly dressed old man with a noble aura around him with Sui. Butler Brunei? Why are you here? Heinz asked in a stunned voice. Butler Brunei nodded at Heinz and didn't respond to his question. He turned to Sui and said, Chairman Sui, I have already sent the people over. From now on, these 100 slaves will be for your use. You can do whatever you want with them. But the Lord Viscount has said that these 100 slaves are only being lent to you, and they aren't being given or sold to you. He hopes that you will fulfill your promise to him, and if not, he will immediately take back the 100 slaves. He said with a smile. All right, many thanks to Butler Brunei for personally sending them over. Butler Brunei turned to give those men and women a few orders before those people walked behind Sui, revealing looks of obedience. All right, I have finished my task. Butler Brunei gave another nod to Hines before saying seriously to Sui. Sui, although the Lord Viscount didn't tell me why he gave you these 100 slaves, as the Lord Viscount's butler, I must warn you that these 100 slaves are very important to the Lord Viscount. Now that the Lord Viscount has given them to you, that represents the Lord Viscount's trust in you. I hope you will not disappoint the Lord Viscount. Sui revealed a faint smile. Be assured, if the Lord Viscount didn't trust me, how could he accept my request? Butler Brunei gave a slight nod before saying nothing else and turning to leave. After Butler Brunei entered his horse carriage and left, Hines couldn't contain the curiosity in his heart anymore as he asked, Hey, Sui, what is going on here? These people are all slaves, and they are all Viscount Leslie's slaves? Why would he give you these slaves to use? What condition did you discuss with him? Sui raised his hand to stop Hines from asking his questions. I'll talk about this later. What about the houses I asked you to build last time? Let's set up the slaves first and let them settle down. Hines doubtfully looked at Sui before turning to shout at the workshop. After a while, Hines's nephew Alex ran out. After listening to a few words from Hines, Alex waved his hand to bring the slaves to the distant large wooden cabins near the river. You called Alex over to help? Sui looked at Alex leading the slaves and asked this with a bit of a surprise. Hey, I was just too busy, so I directly called him over to help. Hines somewhat awkwardly said. Although this kid isn't that smart, at least he's serious when he works. I had him help me manage several things, and it saved me quite a bit of effort. Sui revealed a faint smile and patted Hines's shoulder as he said, This is my fault. I've put everything onto you. Actually, now that there are more and more things, I should have found you a helper to share this a long time ago. You having Alex help is also good. At least he's one of us, so we can be assured. I also thought the same. Of course, if the chairman has someone more suited for this, I'll immediately send this kid back to manage the general store. No need for that. Since he is already here, then let him work properly. We'll do this. I'll use this chance to divide the work. Hines, you'll now be in charge of managing the production line and all the large and small matters here. You'll be the plant manager. As for the salary, let's just set it for 30 gold coins per month for now. How could that be? Hines was stunned before he quickly waved his hands. I have stock already. Managing things here is what I should do. How could I also receive a salary? Stock and you doing things are two completely different things. Putting effort in means receiving a reward. You spend a large amount of time and effort to manage things here. So actually 30 gold coins is already very little. But we are just beginning and can only afford this much for now. When we develop further, your salary will definitely become bigger. Without waiting for Hines to refute this, Sui forcefully slapped his shoulder. We'll just set it like this. This, that isn't good. Hines rubbed his hands and had a look of embarrassment, but in the end he didn't refuse this. Sui smiled before continuing. As for Alex, he'll be the assistant plant manager. His salary will be. No. It's already his luck for that kid to help. How could he dare take a salary? You don't need to consider him at all. Really? Hines quickly said. Sui laughed as he pointed at Hines. You're getting 30 gold coins each month, and he's not getting a single copper coin. How could he be happy? All right, I'm setting this matter, and it'll be 10 gold coins for a month for now. If he does well, it can be raised at any time. What do you think? Hines gave 2 laughs and didn't refute him. Seeing the excitement that couldn't be hidden on his face, Sui found it a bit funny. Hines seeking benefits for his nephew. This could be considered a normal thing for people. Sui didn't have anything against this. It was just like he said, Alex was considered one of them, so he could be assured in using him. Moreover, like this, it would make Hines invest even more and care even more about the factory, which was a good thing. As for his and Alex's salaries, it was nothing more than a small thing. That's right. Sui, you still haven't told me yet. What are these slaves for? After a bit of excitement, Hines didn't forget to ask about the matter with the slaves. Oh, that's the manpower I've borrowed temporarily from Viscount Leslie. Our factory will be investing into expanding our production capacity, and we need a large amount of workers. These slaves are obedient and easy to use, so of course they are very suitable choices. That's right. Contract a few more construction crews from Banda City and have them build more rooms as quickly as possible. The dwarven craftsmen that I've recruited will be here in just a few days, so we need to have a place for them to stay when the time comes. All right, I'll remember these matters. Is there anything else? Anything else? Sui looked at Heinz before shaking his head. Nothing right now. The main thing is taking care of the problem of where the slaves and dwarves will live. Heinz, you mustn't neglect them because of their identities as slaves and dwarves. They will become important parts for our company to develop. I know this. I'll definitely plan everything. Heinz have a serious nod. Sui let out a sigh, as he thought that he really lacked manpower. Heinz in name was a plant manager, but he was also human affairs and the logistics manager. Almost all the small and large things of the factory was taken care of by him. The factory was still small right now, and the scale of production wasn't big, but he already needed to call Alex over for help. When they developed in the future, he couldn't rely on just one person to do everything no matter what. But this kind of management talent was even harder to find than research talent sometimes. For now, he didn't have a solution for this problem. After he finished speaking to Heinz, Sui walked into the workshop. Because there were classes in the morning, the 30 students he recruited were at school right now, and this workshop felt a bit lonely. Sui looked into the empty workshop and couldn't help giving an emotional sigh over his lack of manpower. To those students, their studies at the Baron Richto Magic Academy was more important in the end. Even if they signed a contract, they wouldn't focus on working here. Rather, they would balance work and study. However, for a factory, a stable and continuous production line was very important. Even if Sui recruited a large amount of students to do this work, the minds of the students would still be affected by the system of the science continent. They would feel that becoming stronger machines is more important than working here, so it was very hard for them to remain here for a long time like Sui wanted. Two ways to solve this. One is to cast a wide net. Magic is extremely prosperous on the science continent, and there are many magicians, so there will always be magicians who aren't too successful. In order to live, those fellows still need to work. This work is considered work for their occupation, so there will be people that come here. As for the other method, Sui fell into deep thought and considered this. The other method was to reduce the threshold of the magic array. Although the Magic Fan's revolving wind array was only a low-grade magic array that even students in magic school could finish, Sui would make even more products in the future. The magic arrays inside those things would not be limited to low-grade magic arrays. To draw a high-grade magic array, one needed the magician to have a corresponding strength. When he arrived at that stage, it would be very hard to casually recruit magicians to complete this work. What Sui could do was reduce the magic power needed by these magical machinery as much as possible, lowering the might and grade of the magic arrays, as well as the requirement for the magician needed to draw it. But this was a very large project, needing a large amount of time and effort to finish. Just based on the revolving wind array used in the Magic Fan, it was already very difficult if Sui wanted to make any improvements to it. If he wanted to make any product in the future, he would have the same problem. If it was just relying on Sui alone, it definitely couldn't be solved. Sui knit his brows and aimlessly walked through the workshop while considering how to solve this problem. He arrived at the tables where the students drew magic arrays and suddenly felt a breeze of cold wind, surprising him. Looking up, he found that the magic air conditioner on the wall was still on. It's still on without anyone here? Isn't this a waste? Sui muttered. But then he remembered that he was the one who told them to do this. He wanted them to use the magic air conditioner more and test its performance. I don't know what kind of problems those fellows have come up with. After collecting their problems, I should go find Camilla and discuss this magic. Thinking of this, Sui narrowed his eyes and said to himself in a soft voice, "It seems like I need to have a proper discussion with Great Magician Camilla." Sui left Great Magician Camilla's lab covered in dust. When he saw the magic air conditioner earlier, Sui remembered that when he studied the magic air conditioner, he had consulted Great Magician Camilla several times and obtained many modifications of the frost array from him. So he wanted to invite Great Magician Camilla to be his research advisor. With His Excellency Great Magician's powerful magic strength, there were many problems that could be easily solved. When Sui found Great Magician Camilla, their discussion at first was quite harmonious, with Great Magician Camilla even agreeing to Su Yi's request, temporarily giving some magic knowledge to solve some problem that he couldn't solve. But when Sui offered to pay him in gold coins for his services, Great Magician Camilla's face instantly changed. He angrily slapped the table and pointed at the entrance to have Su Yi scram, not giving him a chance to explain at all. This Great Magician Camilla, does he have some kind of grudge against money? Su Yi couldn't help wondering about this. Although he already knew that Great Magician Camilla didn't mix magic research and business, he never thought that it would reach this kind of situation. Hey, uncle, what do you have a distressed look for? Does someone owe you money? There was a beautiful voice that suddenly came from beside him. Nobody owes me money. Other than that, I'm only 27 years old. Stop always calling me uncle, all right? Su Yi snappily looked at Still. After a single night, Still's face didn't show any sign of the heartbreak from last night, and she recovered her youthful appearance. Of course, she was still obviously a bit thinner. This was something that couldn't be recovered in a single night. Who told you to always regard me as a child? Still gave a snort. Seeing the Great Magician's exclusive laboratory behind Su Yi, she asked in a low voice, "What? Did you make grandfather angry?" Su Yi told Still about the matter that made him depressed, and it caused her to break out in laughter and teasing. You deserve it. You already knew that my grandfather didn't like these things, but you still propose paying him to him. Isn't this just looking for trouble? AI, how could I have known he hated it this much? Sui gave a sigh and couldn't help but ask, Still, His Excellency Great Magician, why is he so opposed to this? The other great magicians clearly wouldn't reject this. You want to know? Still revealed a sly smile. This won't do if you don't pay a little price. Su Yi shrugged his shoulders and looked at the sky outside the window. It's not time to eat yet. So how about we get some afternoon tea? After ordering 2 cold drinks in a snack bar near the Magic Tower, Still told Su Yi the entire story. In the beginning, Great Magician Camilla had several disciples, and there were 2 who he placed high expectations on. He thought that as long as they were willing to put in effort, they would become powerful magicians eventually and could even surpass him. But in the end, these disciples couldn't resist the call of money. They were hired at a young age by large companies and became guards for those companies. They completely disregarded their magic research and didn't advance at all after many years. Great Magician Camilla was very hurt by what they did, while also abhorring the actions of those companies. It accumulated after several times, and it turned into his current manner. After grandfather looked at your magic fan, he felt that your magic talent was outstanding and was filled with great expectations towards you. In the end, not only did you reject studying under him, you even made your own company, so naturally he was very disappointed. Let me tell you, if grandfather wasn't filled with hope towards you and your magic power has indeed kept growing, he would have chased you out of the magic tower already. How could he let you see him whenever and even solve your questions about magic? Now that you are discussing a business agreement with him, will he not be angry? So I told you you deserve this, but you didn't believe me. Towards Still's final statement, Su Yi could only open and close his lips without saying a thing. It really is a pity. I wanted to invite His Excellency Great Magician to be our chief researcher, and I even hoped that he could be the spokesperson for our company's products. According to what you said, doesn't that mean there is no hope? Su Yi helplessly said, Are you dreaming? Still looked at Su Yi before asking in a curious voice, But what do you mean by chief researcher and spokesperson? Why haven't I heard of this before? Chief researcher. Actually, it's just someone who helps me research the magic arrays needed inside the magic machinery that I make. Because your grandfather is a great magician and very strong, of course he could become the chief. Chief means number 1, boss. You should understand that. What about spokesperson? This is my first time hearing of this. What does it mean? Spokesperson. It's a bit complicated talking about this. Su Yi thought about the situation of the stars on Earth, and after thinking for a bit, he replied, For the so-called spokesperson, it's inviting someone to represent the company's products. As for the specifics, it's using someone to represent certain products, and people will think of those products if they look at that person. Normally speaking, the representative has to have a good self-image, and it's best if he has some fame. This way, Everyone can indirectly learn about the product by knowing about this person, so it's a kind of mutual advertising. Then if the product they represent isn't good, wouldn't it also tarnish the image of the spokesperson? Still immediately asked back. Sue E was stunned. Your reaction is quite fast. That's right. This is a mutual relationship, so the product and the spokesperson will be mutually affected. Not only will the spokesperson's image be affected if there is a problem with the product, if there is a problem with the spokesperson, it will also affect the product. So, whether it is the spokesperson or the company choosing the spokesperson, they have to carefully think this over. Your thinking is quite good to choose my grandfather as a representative. Still gave a soft snort. My grandfather is a great magician. He is very famous in the entire Lampuri kingdom. If everyone knew that he was suddenly representing a product, everyone would ask what the product is. Then again, my grandfather has always been a serious person, so his image is incredibly good. That's why I wanted him as a spokesperson. He stretched his hands out before saying in a regretful voice. But based on the attitude of His Excellency Great Magician, there is no need to mention this spokesperson matter with him at all. He definitely wouldn't agree. It would be strange if he did agree. Still nodded. She looked at Sue E before suddenly asking. That's right, Sue E. Since you are asking someone to be your spokesperson, then there must be a pay for that spokesperson, right? Of course. How could we let that person work for free? Then can I ask how much you're prepared to offer? This is not certain. It depends mainly on who the spokesperson is. Normally speaking, the more famous a person is and the better their image, the higher they're paid. If it was His Excellency Great Magician, I wanted to pay him 1,000 gold coins a year as a spokesperson fee. 1,000 gold coins. Without waiting for Sue E to finish, Still's eyes popped wide open and her mouth opened wide. That much? It's just to represent something. That's right, what about it? Still looked at Sue E with a strange gaze. Hey, Sue E, you shouldn't have sold that many magic fans. So how could you give my grandfather 1,000 gold coins right away? You have that much money. Sue E revealed a faint smile. You don't understand this? This is called investing in advertisement, and it is a very cost-effective investment. This 1,000 gold coins doesn't seem like much, but compared to the benefits brought by His Excellency Great Magician, it can't be considered anything. Speaking of this, Sue E couldn't help sighing. It's a pity His Excellency Great Magician wouldn't agree to this at all, so it's a waste talking about this. That's right. Still, are you familiar with any other great magicians? How about you introduce me to them? Still knit her delicate brows as she considered this before shaking her head. I do know several great magicians through grandfather, but Sue E, I can honestly tell you that those great magicians will not care about a small company like yours. You can just give up on this. I thought it would be like this. Sue E revealed a self-deprecating smile. My company doesn't have anything right now. Those venerable great magicians not caring about us is very normal. Putting aside this matter, Sue E suddenly thought of something else. That's right. Still, Vivian said you wanted her to tell me that you wanted to see me when you left. You said you have something to discuss. What is it? I indeed have something. But now I've found this matter has already been solved. Still said with a smile. I wanted to ask if you could find something for me to do. I'm very bored right now staying with grandfather. It isn't interesting at all. Moreover, you always seem like you're very busy, so perhaps you could have found something for me to do. Sue E honestly looked at Still. He thought that this fellow suddenly wanted him to find something for her to do. Could it be that she wanted to use work to push through the pain in her heart? It's not a problem if you want something to do. For example, I wanted to ask your grandfather to become the chief researcher. It's actually because I'm planning to build a magic research laboratory exclusive to the company. If you're interested, you can do magic research in the laboratory and help me finish next products. I was indeed interested in this work, and I was prepared to have you prepare this work for me. However, now that I've heard what you've said, I feel that another kind of work is more interesting. Still narrowed her large eyes and spoke with a smile. Still slowly sat up, and she revealed a burnt smile, revealing 2 rows of silver teeth. She said in a soft voice, Sue E, what do you think about making me your company's spokesperson? Watch properly. Put this rough end here and carefully insert it into the hole. Sue E took a half-finished screw bolt and put it on the capping machine. You have to pay attention to this next part. After you put it in, you must move away from the capping machine and you definitely cannot put your hand in. Otherwise, Once the machine starts, it will destroy your entire hand. Do you understand? Around Sue E were the 100 slaves Viscount Leslie had temporarily lent him. They were seriously listening to Sue E, nodding to signify they understood. Good. Next you press down on this switch. Sue E reached out to softly press the on button for the capping machine. The flowing light green and scarlet red light, signaling magic flowing, lit up, and the head of the capping machine fell down. The sudden explosive sound caused the surrounding slaves to jump back in fright. Some of the more timid slaves even squatted down as their bodies trembled. Don't be afraid. It's not an explosion. Get up and look. Sue E reprimanded, trying his best to regain order among the slaves. Under the gazes of the slaves, Sue E took out the half-finished screw from the hole of the capping machine, raising it to show everyone. Do you see this? This side of the screw has a cross-shaped groove on it. That means that the product is finished. What you need to do now is check to see if the cross-shaped groove matches the requirements. Sue E took out an iron stick with a cross-shaped tip and placed it into the head of the screw bolt, which fit perfectly. Do you see this? If this stick can fit inside, it means that it meets the requirements and it can be taken to the next part of the process. The slaves nodded like they understood and didn't understand at the same time. To people like them who had positions as slaves, magic was not something they could touch at all. Not to mention a machine that seemed this complicated and mysterious. If it were normal times, they wouldn't even have the chance to touch this machine, not to mention operating it. But since they came here, Hines under Sue Yi's orders had treated the slaves impartially and was very comprehensive about their living conditions. This filled the hearts of the slaves with gratitude towards Sue E and Hines. Therefore, when Sue E had 3 slaves come forward to attempt controlling the machine, even if they had hearts filled with fear of the machine, they still obediently came forward to operate it. Actually, the controls for the capping machine was very simple, and these slaves had normal intelligence. Under Sue Yi's personal guidance, they overcame their fear of the machine and quickly learned how to operate it. Seeing the 3 slaves he picked out gradually become more proficient, Sue Yi nodded in satisfaction. He had the 3 of them keep working before bringing the rest of the slaves to another machine. Compared to the previous machine, this magic thread rolling machine is a bit more complicated, so you have to watch properly. You can't make any small mistakes. Sue E picked out 5 slaves and demonstrated to them how to operate the magic thread rolling machine. He made sure that they didn't have any problems. After demonstrating how to use the magic thread rolling machine, Sue E brought the remaining slaves to one final machine. This was made with a cooperation between Sue E and Master Lanus. It was the newly made miniature magic punch press. This machine is relatively simple to operate, but it is much more dangerous than the other 2 machines. If you don't pay attention, there wouldn't be a problem turning your entire body into a meat patty, so you have to be seriously careful. Since these slaves didn't have any knowledge of how dangerous these magic machines were, Sue E had to warn them first. He proposed a set of very strict work guidelines to ensure that nothing went wrong. Watch properly. Place this iron sheet here first. You have to be careful. This iron sheet has to perfectly fit into the model. There can't be any cracks at all. Next, you close the model and move back a bit before pressing the on switch. The miniature magic punch press's 2 giant sides crushed together and the lat iron sheet under the giant pressure turned into a half-circular magic fan outer cover. This miniature magic punch press was naturally used to create batches of magic fan outer covers. In this new workshop that had only been built for 2 days, there were 5 different kinds of magic machines that were responsible for making the different parts of the 2nd-generation magic fan. With the help of these machines, the requirement for human skill was lowered, so Sue E could finally give up on those blacksmiths in Bandit City. Just based on the slaves Viscount Leslie gave him, he could produce the magic fans. Of course, the magic array that was the core of the magic fan still required the students to finish. After he finished teaching these slaves how to operate the machines, Sue E had the slaves scatter, and he taught them how to assemble a single magic fan from the components. If assembling the complete magic fan was a very complicated process, then after separating them into several parts, it became incomparably simple. One group of slaves only needed to learn how to put together a few pieces. Another group needed to learn how to thread iron wire into the same place and form a protective net. And another group had an even more simple job, which was to put in the screw bolts. These slaves hadn't undergone any learning at all, so their understanding abilities weren't too high. But as long as their intelligence was normal, they could grasp this simple work without any problems. Su-yi worked all morning, and these slaves began to familiarize themselves with their work. The entire workshop was filled with an intense working environment. Su-yi happily looked at his achievement and gave a satisfied nod. Next, as long as the number of workers were adjusted based on their efficiency, the entire line would proceed much more smoothly. As for this work, of course it was given to Heinz as the plant manager to handle. It didn't need Su-yi to personally care about this. Seeing the slaves become more and more familiar with the controls of the machines, Su-yi suddenly realized that he seemed to have neglected a superiority he had on the Signs continent. Compared to the highly developed industrial system on Earth, perhaps there were many things the Signs continent couldn't compare to. But there was one superiority where Earth lagged far behind the Signs continent. Earth's main energy sources are petroleum, coal, water, wind, solar, nuclear energy, and etc. Of these energy sources, whether it was using petroleum, coal, or the developing nuclear energy technology, they all had one fatal flaw. That was the fact that they were serious pollutants. In any industrialized country on Earth, the environment would suffer from the pollution and destruction caused by this industrialization. Finally, they would have to spend a large amount of manpower and effort to restore the environment. As for hydro, wind, and solar power that had few pollutants, because their energy efficiency was low, they couldn't be brought into the mainstream. Compared to this, the magic machines that Su-yi was currently researching used magic arrays as their driving source. To keep these magic arrays working, one needed to use magic crystals. No matter what kind of magic array it was, after the magic crystal consumed the magic inside, it would become a normal piece of stone. It wouldn't create any pollution at all. Even the high-grade magic crystal, it was completely condensed from magic. So if all the magic inside was consumed, the magic crystal would then disappear and wouldn't leave a single trace. So naturally, there also wouldn't be any pollution at all. Other than that, magic crystals also had a bigger advantage, which was that there was a higher energy efficiency. Just a very small piece of magic crystal was enough to support the magic fan for 3 entire days. If one were to switch it out for a normal electric fan on Earth, it would take at least 3 kilowatts of electricity. Converting this 3 kilowatts of energy, according to the standard on Earth, one would need to burn 1 kilogram of coal. At the same time, one would release as high as 4 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions. Based on the energy conversion and the scale of pollution, the magic crystal had an unparalleled advantage. Not to mention that because of the low industrial base of the Signs continent, the consumption of the magic fan Su-yi made far surpassed the electric fans of Earth that had been improved many times. If this aspect could match the standard of Earth, then the magic crystal consumption would be even lower. As for the magic crystal, it could be found almost everywhere on the Signs continent. Just Banda City alone had 3 large-scale magic crystal mines. Moreover, since the magic crystals were very common, other than those high-quality magic crystal ores, the normal magic crystal ores were basically ignored by everyone. Heinz, go buy some more magic crystal mines. Su-yi suddenly said to Heinz beside him, who had been watching the slaves work. Huh? Why are you suddenly buying more magic crystal mines? Even if he was already accustomed to Su-yi's sudden and random thought process, Heinz was still stunned. If you want magic crystals, we can just buy them from other companies. If we were mine it ourselves, the cost will probably be even higher. No, we must buy some mines. We need to do our best to buy more and more. Su-yi seriously said, remember, for things like energy, there will be less the more we use. No matter what, it's best if we can control it ourselves. Heinz looked at Su-yi with narrowed brows, not knowing why he suddenly had this kind of thought. But he also understood that his foresight couldn't compare to Su-yi. Since he already made this decision, he must have his own reasoning. All right, I'll go take care of it. Su-yi grabbed Heinz's shoulder and urged in a deep voice. Remember, this matter must be handled quickly and as secretly as possible, understood? Heinz couldn't help muttering in his heart. Secretly? This was something that wasn't worth mentioning. Was there a need to keep it a secret? There's an old phrase that said ideals were rich and reality was bone bare. Su-yi thought that since he was familiar with his previous world's industrial history, he could steal resources beforehand. He would buy 8, 10, or even more magic crystal mines, so that even if the price of magic crystals increase in the future, He wouldn't need to worry about not having enough magic crystals just with these mines. Who would have thought that he would be suddenly hit by the cruelty of reality? The fact was, he didn't have money. Sir Chairman, there is only around 361 gold coins floating in company. According to my research, the cheapest magic crystal mine in Banta is still costs around 3,000 gold coins. Seabass stated the brutal reality to Su Yi without any expressions, not caring about how ugly Su Yi's face looked right now. At least 3,000 gold coins? Su Yi calmly considered this. Then based on what you've said, it would be at least a month before we considered this again. Sir Chairman, we cannot do that. Seabass shook his head. Although if everything with the company proceeds smoothly, we will gain a net revenue of over 5,000 in a month. Sir Chairman, a qualified company needs to at least keep some floating capital for ourselves. Otherwise, if something happens, it will cause a serious crisis to the company. Other than that, if I may be bold, Sir Chairman's investment spending is too much. Just the investment in research is a third of the company's revenue. This is not how a healthy company spends their money. Oh, Su Yi looked at Seabass and said with a smile, "Is this idea from you or from the Lord Viscount?" Seabass was actually someone recommended by Viscount Leslie. According to what Viscount Leslie said, although based on his contract with Su Yi, he didn't have any decision-making power in the company, he did have the right to make suggestions and know everything. So he sent someone to the company who would act as his representative. Hines was very worried about this matter, saying that Viscount Leslie was placing a chess piece inside the company. Even if Viscount Leslie was obedient now, he could affect the decisions of the company through this chess piece and could even gradually control the company. Su Yi's reaction was different from Hines's. Since Viscount Leslie already has a 30% share in the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, it was a very reasonable request for him to send in a representative. They had no reason to reject him at all, not to mention that they needed many things from Viscount Leslie. If they started rejecting Viscount Leslie's reasonable requests from the beginning, then the cooperation agreement they reached before would be non-existent. As for Hines's worry that Viscount Leslie would control the Frestec Chamber of Commerce through Seabass, Su Yi gave a snort of contempt. Viscount Leslie was a Viscount of the kingdom. He was a true noble. He was the highest existence in Banda City other than the city lord, and even because of the backing behind him, his status wasn't that different from Banta City's city lord. Relatively speaking, even if their Frestec Chamber of Commerce earned quite a bit from these magic fans, just based on the power of their company, they weren't that powerful in Banda City. As for their other aspects, there wasn't anything powerful about them at all. For a powerful noble like Viscount Leslie, if he really wanted the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, he didn't need to do anything this troublesome. He had 100 different ways that were much more direct and simple to swallow the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. So, Su Yi happily accepted Seabass. When he found out that Seabass had been the financial manager of a company in the past, he gave all of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's finances to him to manage. The facts proved that Seabass really was an incredible talent. In just 2 short days, a detailed financial account for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had been prepared. It was properly organized, not like the random bunch of data Su Yi and Hines had before. Hines was very worried about Seabass handling all of the company's finances, but Su Yi was overjoyed. He felt that Viscount Leslie had done a great thing, sending him such an incredible talent. Of course, there were some times where Su Yi had misgivings about Viscount Leslie behind Seabass, so he asked this question. Hearing Su Yi's question, Seabass gave a bow. It's this subordinate's idea. It is unrelated to the Lord Viscount. Su Yi said with a nod. It's fine. It doesn't matter whose opinion it is. Seabass, you think that an investment of a third in research is too much? I think it's too little. This is because the company's income isn't high right now, so while a third does sound like a lot, added up it's only around 1,000 gold coins. This research fund is low in my opinion. As the company gains more and more in income, I will continue to invest large amounts into the company's research fund. Perhaps it'll be even more than you imagined. Seabass hesitated for a moment before saying with knit brows, Sir Chairman, I don't understand why you would do something like this. The sales volume of the Magic fans is very good right now, and the prospects are also very good, so you don't need to invest that much money into research. Although I also agree that in order to seize the market, it is necessary to continue developing the Magic fan. Do we need to be in such a rush? Other than that, Sir Chairman, a lot of money you invested into research doesn't seem to be related to the magic fan, right? Sui revealed a faint smile as he thought that Seabass has finally asked the real question in his heart, which should also be Viscount Leslie's question. This question really wasn't easy for Sui to answer, since based on the facts, more than half of what he invested into research wasn't related to research on the magic fan. For example, with Master Lanus Dwarf Tribe, he invested 500 gold coins a month. At the same time, after receiving so many dwarven craftsmen, Sui invested another 200 gold coins into them, which also kept increasing. Other than that, there was only still in his newly built magic research lab, but he had already invested over 100 gold coins. This added up to a giant amount of close to 1,000, which on the surface indeed seemed like it wasn't related to the magic fan. Moreover, the results from this research wouldn't be seen for a long time. Even if Sui wanted to explain that this research was closely related to the establishment of an industrial system in the future, no one on the continent would be able to understand what he meant. Seabass, let me ask you something. Do you think our company's magic fans are selling well? Sui thought about it and asked this question back. That true locally? Seabass had clearly already researched this matter and replied without any hesitation. Compared to the expensive large-scale frost array, the magic fan that only costs 2 gold coins should be widely accepted by the families that can't install large-scale frost arrays and suffer during the summer. Not to mention the consumption of the magic fan is low, it would cost less than 10 silver coins a month to use it, which is affordable for the families who buy it. So for these families, while the magic fan's effects are less than the large-scale frost array, it does satisfy their needs. So after seeing the magic fan being released, these family will buy it without any hesitation. Therefore, there are large sales for the magic fan. That's right. Sui nodded in praise. Then let me ask you something else. Are the magic fans hard to make? They shouldn't be hard. Seabass shook his head. The magic fan hasn't been out for long, and there are already replicas, but since they are inferior to our company's products, they haven't had a large impact on us. Moreover, Sir Chairman used a brilliant method at the time and helped the company smoothly pass through that crisis. After saying this, a look of admiration appeared in Seabass' eyes as he looked at Sui. Sui had proposed the idea of the brand during this fake product event, which filled Seabass' heart with admiration. Before being sent here by Viscount Leslie, Seabass had done some research on the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. He was surprised to find that after the fake product event, the sales of the Frestec magic fans actually didn't drop. Moreover, when many people wanted to buy a magic fan, the first thing they asked was if it was from the Frestec brand. If it wasn't, they directly said they wouldn't buy it. This caused those small workshops making fake magic fans give up this idea. Although there were some fellows that wanted to carve the Frestec brand on their magic fans, but Sui took out the exclusive sales clause. This meant that the Frestec magic fan was only sold in a single shop in Banta City, and everything else was a fake product. This completely cut off the livelihood of living off counterfeit products, creating a monopoly inside and outside Banta City for the Frestec magic fans. Since they aren't hard to make, that means it is very hard for us to stop people from making magic fans. After he said this, a helpless look appeared on Sui's face. This world didn't have any patent protection laws, so even if he invented the magic fan, he didn't have the corresponding protective measures. This meant that if others wanted to make it, it was no effort for them at all. Although there is no problem for us in Banta City and other cities, no one knows about the Frestec brand. So in those places, we have no advantages at all. You should know that less than 100 kilometers away in Saltan City, there is already another magic fan factory, and they have similarly good sales numbers in Saltan City. So, Sir Chairman, I suggest we open the market in the other cities as soon as possible. I have already investigated this. The Saltan City factory's magic fans cannot compare to the quality of our Frestec magic fans. I believe that as long as we start selling in Saltan City, we will definitely steal back the market. Seabass said with a serious expression. We certainly will steal it back, but we can't rush this. After all, Saltan City is someone else's territory. Our product is perfect, but if we rush over there, it won't be as easy to steal back the territory. Right now, I'm waiting for a good opportunity. This chance is actually related to the questions you were asking. Seabass was stunned. He was dragged around by Sue for a while and almost forgot the questions he asked before, but he never thought Sue would drag them out again. Sir Chairman, the research you invested in are not related to the magic fan at all. Sue extended the index finger on his right hand and shook it. No, no. Seabass, in this industrial system, there isn't a single research that isn't related to another aspect. Although the magic fan seems simple, it involves quite a few things. Right now, it seems like the research I've invested in aren't that related to the magic fan, but after results appear for this research, you will find that it is greatly related to the magic fan. Every single one of these studies could create a heaven-shaking giant change to the magic fan. Not to mention, who told you that my Frestec Chamber of Commerce only produces magic fans? Seabass' eyes couldn't help opening wide. Based on what Sui said, could it be he was actually inventing new products? He still had things to ask, but Sui didn't give him that chance. He stood up and pointed outside. All right, let's go outside and take a look. After this long, Still should be finished with her matter. Seabass couldn't only helplessly follow behind Sui. While walking, Seabass digested the words Sui had just said. Industrial system? What is that? It seems like it's something important based on what he said. Other than that, what was the new product he mentioned? Could it also create a stir like the magic fan? The Lord Viscount should be very interested in this. Sui and Seabass were talking in an inner room, and once they left the room, they came to a very large hall. In the center of the hall at this time, Still was currently standing still. Opposite of her, there was a magic fan placed parallel to her, currently blowing refreshing cold wind onto her face. This magic fan was clearly different from the Frestec magic fan from before. The structure was much more refined, and it was a bit smaller compared to before, making it look more sleek. This was the official second-generation variable speed magic fan that had been developed. Still opposite the magic fan was wearing a white dress today. With the cool wind, Still's golden hair slightly danced in the wind, matching her skirt that kept fluttering in the wind, making her look very elegant. Still was already very beautiful, and now that she was dressed up like this, she became even more charming. Looking from the side, she was simply dazzling. So beautiful that people couldn't look directly at her. Hearing footsteps coming from behind, Still turned around to look at Sui. She threw out a smile at him that actually made Sui's heart skip a beat. If this fellow was placed on Earth, she would have become a star, right? Sui secretly thought. He made a hand gesture to Still, and after signaling to her to focus, Sui went to a corner of the hall. To Still's side was an artist, and on the giant canvas in front of him right now, there was a drawing that was almost finished. The picture is quite good. Sui took a look and immediately praised it. Other than a complete drawing of Still and the magic fan, there was also a background of an open field. This painting was very well done, manifesting Still's appearance and charm decisively, letting those who looked at it unable to look away. Sui stood beside the artist for a while. When the artist finished the final stroke, he let out a sigh of relief, as his spirited expression was immediately replaced with a look of incomparable exhaustion. It could be seen that he spent quite a bit of energy on this drawing. Master Anlios, it's been hard on you. Sui raised a cup of prepared cold drink and handed it over. Master Anlios only noticed Sui. He took the cold drink and revealed a confident smile. He pointed at the painting and asked, Chairman Sui, what do you think? Sui gave him a thumbs up without holding anything back. It's very good. Master Anlios really is the best artist in our Bandit City. This painting is simply perfect. Of course it was perfect. Sui had spent a sky-high price of an entire 50 gold coins on this artist. If the painting wasn't drawn properly, then Sui's 50 gold coins would have been wasted. Master Anlios gave a loud laugh. Chairman Sui, actually this painting could be this outstanding was mainly because of young Miss Still. I have only drawn her beauty onto paper. Don't you feel that if young Miss Still were to just stand there, she would be like a painting? Sui looked over to see Still walking over, and he gave a soft nod. This point, I really couldn't agree with you more. Master Anlios and Sui looked at each other and broke out in tacit laughter at the same time. Hey, Sui, what are you guys discussing? You're laughing this happily. Still came over and asked this. Master Anlios is praising your beauty. Sui said with a smile. Many thanks for Master Anlios' praise. Still revealed a sweet smile to Master Anlios before turning to Sui to ask. Then what about you? Do you think I'm beautiful? Sue-yi couldn't help giving a bitter smile, as he thought that little girls really loved being beautiful. Of course, I also agreed. Sue-yi replied in a very serious voice. Is there anyone who dares say you aren't beautiful? Tell me, and I'll dig out their eyes. It would by no use to them anyway. Still laughed before softly hitting Sue-yi. You're too exaggerated. She said this, but the expression on her face clearly demonstrated the joy in her heart. Sui looked at the painting again before suddenly saying to Still, I have a strong premonition that you'll become famous soon, and you'll be very famous. Do you feel any pressure? Why? Still asked in surprise. Isn't it just doing what you said, making an advertisement? Why would I become famous? Sui revealed a smile. This was the second-generation variable speed magic fans' first advertisement. They were prepared to go all out in spreading this. With Still's appearance and aura, it would be strange if she didn't become famous. They discussed a few things before Master Anlios and Seabass left to pay the remunerations, while also beginning to start planning for the advertisement, leaving Sue-yi and Still alone. They looked at each other, and Sue-yi made a gesture to let Still go first. Beautiful young Miss Still, can I have the honor to ask you out to lunch? Still deliberately made her face stern. I'm sorry, this mister. I normally don't accept other people's invitations to a meal, unless that person is a handsome uncle. Su-yi's eyes opened wide in surprise, and he pointed at himself. Charming uncle? Isn't that me? Still couldn't keep a straight face and laughed while saying, You finally recognize that you are an uncle? Then this handsome uncle, can I ask what you are treating me to? How about a bowl of noodles that are as fresh as you? Damn, how could a bowl of noodles be fresh? And it's the same as me. Huh, you don't understand this. The noodles are very slender, gentle while firm and bouncy. Smiling while they talked, Sue-yi and Still found a nearby small restaurant and found a familiar place to sit in. Because they had been working in the past few days, the two had been frequently eating together. They had come to this little restaurant several times, so they were already familiar with it. That's right, Sue-yi, the matter I mentioned to you last time. Did you consider it? When they had just sat down, Still asked this question. That matter. Sue-yi was stunned before suddenly remembering it. Oh, you're talking about your classmates, right? Didn't I say last time that I welcome them very much? Could it be that you were waiting for my response and hadn't contacted them yet? Still had suddenly discussed this with Sue-yi last time. Although she had graduated from the Lampuri Royal Magic Academy already, she had always kept a good relationship with her many classmates. Now that these classmates knew that Still was working in Sue-yi's magic research lab and was specially studying the magic arrays inside the magic machinery, there were several people who expressed their interest. They asked if Sue-yi was willing to accept them. Sue-yi naturally welcomed them. They were the talents that he had been having headaches over, especially in terms of magic array. Other than him, there was almost no one helping him. After Still came, she had shared quite a bit of work with him, but Still was just a single person and was far from being enough. Now that Still's classmates were coming over, Sue-yi was naturally very happy. Of course not. I've already contacted them and 3 people want to come, but Still paused, seeming a bit embarrassed. They wanted me to ask you, what kind of treatment will you give them? Treatment? Sue-yi looked at the somewhat awkward Still and suddenly smiled. Still, I haven't even seen them yet and don't know what kind of strength they have. So what kind of treatment should I give them? I also understand that, but can you give them a minimum promise? Otherwise, if they come this far and you give them something they aren't satisfied with, wouldn't they have come for nothing? Still had a bit of expectation as she looked at Sue-yi. Look, you started with 15 gold coins with me. You can't give them any less, right? It's like this. Still, contact those 3 again. Tell them that I am inviting them over with my status as the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's chairman. I will cover their expenses, including their travel expenses, their lodgings, as well as any other expenses. They will all be covered by my Frestec Chamber of Commerce. If both sides are satisfied, then we can attempt it for a month, and their salary during this month will be 10 gold coins. If both sides are satisfied after the probationary period, then they will be official researchers of the research facility, having the same salary as you, 15 gold coins. If they produce any results with their research, the company will offer special awards. As for how much they receive, it will depend on their achievement. What do you think? Still nodded. Very good. Let's just do this. I'll write a letter to them in a while. Sue-yi revealed a smile, and said a few words before he suddenly looked at the entrance to the restaurant, causing him to knit his brows. For people came into the restaurant. The one walking in the front was an obese middle-aged man that could be described as round. The three people following him was unexpected by Sui. It was actually Cimarat, Rem, and Wella. What amazed Sui was Cimarat's attitude. Because this fellow was ranked second in terms of magic power in the lab, he had always acted very arrogantly. But now in front of this chubby middle-aged man, he kept bowing and flattering him with a smile on his face. Although he didn't act like a servant, he put himself in a very low position that was completely different from the impression he normally gave Sui. As for Rem behind him, although his attitude wasn't as clear as Cimarat's, he did reveal a flattering tone to the middle-aged man. He wasn't as loud and careless as he normally was in the laboratory. Wella still maintained her normal cold appearance. Sui could even see a trace of disdain on her face. It was unknown if she disdained this middle-aged man, or if it was Cimarat and Rem. Still saw Suyi's strange reaction and turned to look at the entrance, also being stunned. This small restaurant wasn't big and Sui and still weren't sitting that far away from the entrance. When the two of them saw Cimarat's group of four, Wella bringing up the rear also noticed them. Sui, still, what are you guys doing here? Wella asked in a surprised voice. Cimarat had been trying to convince the middle-aged man to change places for lunch, but hearing Wella suddenly mention Sui and Still's name, he was instantly stunned. He looked over and saw Sui and Still sitting across from each other at a table, with no one else around them. His face sunk a bit. This damn Sui. What was he doing? He was actually having lunch with young Miss Still in this kind of place alone? Damn. Hey, Wella, why did you come here? Sui raised his hand to greet Wella and Rem, while also ignoring Cimarat. This place is a bit away from the magic tower. You wouldn't have run all the way here for lunch, right? Wella looked at Rem, and he replied with an awkward smile. We are here with a guest. Guest? Sui looked over the middle-aged man and found that there was a sharp aura coming from him, not seeming like a magician at all. This should be a guest for the magic tower, right? Can you introduce me to him? Of course we can introduce you. But Sui, do you think you're qualified? Cimarat cut in and said with a cold smile. Let me tell you, this is Chairman Farsak from Southant City. Chairman Farsak has one of the biggest companies in Southant City. It's not something a certain small company can compare to. After saying this, Cimarat deliberately looked at Sui with a clear meaning in his eyes. Sui, if you want to be introduced, you have to have magic power at my level at least. Hearing Cimarat's response and seeing his arrogant appearance, looking down on him, Sui was not angry at all. Rather, he found it a bit funny. This fellow kept saying that he was chasing Still, and now in front of her, he made this kind of bad move. Does he hope that Still will like him because he knows this large company's chairman? As expected, Still gave a soft snort and her face sunk as she said, Is a big company's chairman that amazing? Who is stronger between him and my grandfather? Cimarat, you shouldn't boast about your magic power in front of Sui. Let me tell you, he has just studied magic for a shorter time than you. As long as you give him enough time, he will definitely be stronger than you. Cimarat never would have thought that Still would impolitely refute him like this in front of everyone and would stand up for Sui without any hesitation. Thinking about the fact that these two were having lunch alone, Cimarat's heart was filled with depression. His eyes looking at Sui became incomparably sharp. Sui smiled as he matched his gaze, not looking away at all. There was even a taunting look in his eyes. Cimarat, whether I have the qualification to know Sir Chairman Farsak should be up to Chairman Farsak and not you, right? Cimarat gave a strong snort. You think a noble person like Chairman Farsak will waste time with a small person like you who hasn't even passed the Magician's Guild certification test? After saying this, he turned to the chubby middle-aged man and changed his expression. He had an inviting look as he said, Chairman Farsak, let's change places to have lunch. Staying here will ruin the mood. There are still many good restaurants in our Banda City. It won't be late if we go now. It was like Chairman Farsak didn't hear what Cimarat said. He looked over Sui several times before asking in front of everyone's doubtful gazes. May I ask, are you Mr. Sui from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce? When he said this, everyone was stunned. Based on this, the incomparably noble Chairman Farsak, as described by Cimarat, actually knew Sui. Sui was also a bit surprised, but he said with a smile, That's right, I am Sui. Does Chairman Farsak know me? Hearing Su Yi's response, Chairman Farsak burst out in laughter. He reached his hands out to Su Yi and said in a very polite voice, "Although I haven't met you before, I have heard of Chairman Su's fame and have long known about you. Actually, I won't hide anything, but for my trip to Bana City this time, other than a small matter, the most important matter was to have a proper talk with Chairman Su. I wonder if Chairman Su." After saying this, Chairman Farsak paused and looked at Still to the side. "I wonder if you have time now. May I invite you to some afternoon tea?" Chairman Farsak was actually this polite and respectful to Su Yi. It stunned everyone to the side. Still, Rem and Wella looked over Su Yi and Chairman Farsak without stopping, as their eyes filled with curiosity. Simmerat's face was the same color as the dirt. He never would have thought that this Chairman Farsak with his large backing would suddenly be this polite to this normal-looking Su Yi. This was simply giving him a resounding slap to the face. Moreover, it was in front of Still. Chairman Farsak is too polite. I wonder, what do you wish to discuss with me? Su Yi was not in a rush to agree. He first asked this question. It's just to discuss a cooperation. I think Chairman Su will definitely be interested. Chairman Farsak replied. Oh. Su Yi looked at Chairman Farsak in surprise. He considered it before saying to Still, it seems like I'm busy and can't stay with you. Still uncaringly waved her hand. Business is more important, go. Su Yi nodded. He smiled at Rem and Wella after standing up, and then he left with Chairman Farsak. When they left, Chairman Farsak didn't even say a word to Simmerat's group of three. Still looked at the stunned Simmerat and gave a cold laugh. Then she looked at Rem and Wella, giving them a nod to say goodbye before leaving. Rem and Wella looked at each other and both gave a sigh before leaving. They left Simmerat in the little restaurant by himself with a face that was like dying embers. After leaving the little restaurant, Chairman Farsak and Su Yi found a quiet cafe. As soon as they sat down, Chairman Farsak said, "Chairman Su, it's truly hard to see you. Time is precious, so I'll be direct. The target of the cooperation I wanted to discuss with you is related to the magic fan." Su Yi revealed a faint smile. The Frestek Chamber of Commerce only had the magic fan as a product, so if one was to discuss a cooperation, of course it would be related to the magic fan. I wonder, what kind of cooperation does Chairman Farsak wish to pursue? If you wish to buy large amounts of magic fans to take back to Sultan City to sell, that is very easy. Our Frestek Chamber of Commerce has already formed a complete production line, so you just need to directly buy from there. Su Yi said. Chairman Farsak shook his head. Of course it isn't that simple. If it was like this, would I even need to look for you? Su Yi nodded. All right, then please tell me what you have in mind, Chairman Farsak. It's like this. Chairman Farsak gave a soft cough, seeming like he was organizing his thoughts. If we buy large amounts of magic fans from the Frestek Chamber of Commerce to resell, although we would earn quite a bit, this is very inefficient. This is because the losses on the road are quite severe, and to me, these losses don't outweigh the gains at all. Therefore, after considering it, I hope to cooperate with your company to directly open up a magic fan factory in our Sultan City. Su Yi slightly raised one brow. This Chairman Farsak actually thinks in longer terms than normal merchants. Although this method was quite troublesome, as long as it could be smoothly finished, it was something that was done once, and there would be much more profit there. Chairman Farsak, if I'm not wrong, your Sultan City already has a company that is producing magic fans. Of course, that is not our Frestek brand magic fans. But according to what I know, this company already has a monopoly on selling magic fans in Sultan City. How can you ensure that establishing a magic fan factory in Sultan City will let us sell our product? Su Yi asked. Chairman Farsak's chubby face revealed a smile that seemed quite gentle. If we were to produce the same magic fans, of course we couldn't. But if it's the Frestek brand, and it was a new generation Frestek brand magic fan, I think there won't be any problems. Heinz looked at the fatty looking around the workshop and became curious. Hey, Su Yi, what is this fellow doing? Why are you letting him wander around the workshop? Wouldn't we lose all our secrets like this? Seeing the fatty even wanting to try out the magic thread rolling machine, Heinz finally couldn't help asking Su Yi. Secret? Su Yi looked at Heinz pretending to be surprised. What secrets? Nonsense. Of course it is production line of the magic fans. That is the secret of our company. Heinz anxiously said. If these things were disclosed to others, wouldn't people be able to make the same generation variable speed magic fans as us soon? Heinz, you're too worried. Sui patted Heinz's shoulder and signaled to him to calm down. He pointed at the slaves who were currently busy in the workshop making magic fans. Look, there are so many people in the workshop. Do you think there is still any secret? How could that be the same? Those are our employees. Heinz narrowed his eyes. Then again, they are the slaves from Viscount Leslie. Even if they have 10 times their courage, they still wouldn't dare reveal these inside matters. The problem is that these things will be revealed eventually. Isn't that right? Sui gave a shrug and said with a relaxed look. Then again, I never planned on keeping these things secret because they aren't important at all. How are they not important? Heinz couldn't help waving his hands. Even if they can't be kept secret in the end, they have to be kept secret for a while. We can earn more profit because we had a bit more opportunity than other people. Isn't that important? Sui gave a shrug, as he thought that it was too much effort explaining to a petty fellow like Heinz. He simply would not understand. He went over to Chairman Farsak, who was preparing to operate the magic thread rolling machine. Hey, Chairman Farsak, operating this machine is quite dangerous. I advise you not to attempt it so easily. Chairman Farsak looked over and gave Sui a laugh. Relax, I already observed from the side for quite some time now. There is no problem. Seeing how excited he was, Sui couldn't put a damper on it. He watched from the side, and if anything went wrong, he could pull him away. Although Chairman Farsak seemed quite chubby, he was actually quite nimble. After just watching from the side for a while, he became quite good at operating the magic thread rolling machine. Very soon, he finished making a screw bolt. After seeing the incomparably fine thread on the finished screw bolt, Chairman Farsak couldn't help sighing in praise. Great. This is truly great. Chairman Sui, although this is a small thing, if a blacksmith were to make this, it would take him an entire day just to make this thing. But with this machine, it was made in less than a minute. This is simply incredible. Sui laughed. You have never experienced the might of the high-tech machines on Earth. Otherwise, your chin would have fallen off in shock already. Chairman Farsak, after you have finished observing our workshop, what do you think? Sui asked with a smile. Hearing this question, Chairman Farsak fell silent for some time. After turning his head to look around the workshop for a while, he finally said with a sigh, Chairman Sui, I have to say, your workshop has truly broadened my horizons. I thought that building a magic fan was a very complicated matter, but after seeing your workshop, I found that making a magic fan is actually this simple. They are just some employees without any special skills, and they can assemble the magic fans with such ease. To be honest, I never thought that a small workshop like yours would have such a high efficiency. Let me guess, your workshop should be able to make around 300 magic fans each day, right? Sui gave him a thumbs up. Chairman Farsak truly has sharp eyes. That's right, this workshop can produce 300 magic fans each day. Of course, that is for the second-generation variable speed magic fan. As for the first-generation magic fan, because of problems with its design, the output is not as high. Sui didn't tell him that the workshop's opening hours were strictly kept to 8 hours each day. If they were to work overtime, it wasn't a problem for them to make 500 magic fans each day. Only Sui had a high requirement for quality, so Sui strictly controlled productions. He didn't force them to do empty work to meet numbers. Chairman Farsak looked at the machines being used at full speed by the slaves and said in a thoughtful voice, Chairman Sui, if I was to speak the truth, the core of your workshop should be these machines, right? Sui nodded with a faint smile. Chairman Farsak, your eyes are truly sharp. How about it? What do you feel about these machines? Feel. Chairman Farsak suddenly revealed a bitter smile. Chairman Sui, before coming here, I was very confident in reaching a cooperation with you. I even thought that you would obediently agree because there were only benefits and no downside for you. But after seeing these machines, I found that our positions have suddenly changed. I'll admit, you have completely taken the initiative now. To be honest, I don't like this feeling at all. Sui laughed. Chairman Farsak, you are just too modest. Since we have agreed to cooperate, there is no up or down side. There is no initiative. Cooperation is everyone achieving their goal and letting both sides win. Don't you think so? Both sides win. Chairman Farsak's little eyes pushed in by his fat lit up. This idea sounds very novel, but it's actually very reasonable. That's right. The perfect result of a cooperation is both sides benefiting. But Chairman Su, what kind of cooperation do you think we should have to achieve this effect? Su smiled as he pointed at the machines. Chairman Farsak, are you interested in buying a few of these machines to take back? Chairman Farsak was stunned. Chairman Su, your meaning is that you're actually willing to sell these machines to me? Why wouldn't I be willing? He spread his hands. If I didn't want to sell these machines to you, why would I have brought you here? But these machines. Chairman Farsak thought about it and changed the topic. All right, since Chairman Su is willing to sell, then of course I'm willing to buy. But Chairman Su, just with these machines, that doesn't mean we have a cooperation between us, right? Of course, it's not just machines, it's also manpower. I believe you won't have a way of finding workers capable of operating these machines in Southampton City. So, not only will I sell you these machines, I will also help you train your workers and help set up your workshop until it runs as smoothly as this workshop. What do you think about this? Chairman Farsak narrowed his eyes and carefully looked over Su for a while before suddenly saying, Chairman Su, you wouldn't be joking, right? Su said with a faint smile, would I kid with you at this time? Chairman Farsak nodded, and after thinking about it for a while, he slowly said, Chairman Su, I have to say, this condition is very enticing. I even suspected that you might be tricking me for an instant. Giving this kind of rich condition, I'm afraid the request you have isn't low. So why don't you let me hear it? My request.it isn't considered high, but it isn't considered low either. It all depends on what Chairman Farsak thinks. Sui replied, Oh, there is such a strange request? Chairman Su, please speak. My request is, after 2 days, Chairman Farsak finished his discussions with Su and boarded a horse carriage that was leaving Bana City. Seeing the horse carriage disappear over the flat horizon, Hines said with knit brows, Su, is this really good? Although we can earn 10 gold coins from each magic fan he produces, we're completely giving up Southampton City like this. If we really let this continue, wouldn't we be suffering a large loss? Not to mention that we are releasing all the technology we currently have on the magic fan. Wouldn't there be many other factories that produces the same magic fans as us in the future? When the time comes, our space for development will be greatly affected. Sui revealed a faint smile and said while shaking his head, No, Hines, you should look a bit further. The magic fan is not something hard to imitate. It can't be kept hidden for too long. We need to be in a dominant position and need to keep inventing or changing our product. That is the foundation of our continued studies. As long as we maintain our advantage in terms of technology, then we will always be at an advantage. I can tell you one thing right now. You have to remember it. Hines looked at Su with rapt attention. He knew that every time Su spoke in this tone, it was very important. A third-rate company makes the product, just like Chairman Farsak. Even if he establishes factories, in the end, he would be a third-rate company who at most produces magic fans. He will not have much influence. A second-rate company will establish a brand. I have already explained the concept of a brand to you before, but I think you don't understand it completely even now. You and I have worked together for a long time, and you still haven't understood the concept. On the entire Science continent, there wouldn't be many people who would understand the meaning of a brand. Perhaps they will know about it, but they will not understand the details of it. But this point is something our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has already accomplished. The Frestec brand is a very trusted brand, at least around Bana City. As long as we don't do anything that will ruin the brand, then this brand will continue existing. The last one is the most important. A first-rate company sets the standard. This is the goal we are currently working hard to achieve. Only this is a very difficult goal, and we need to spend a long time before we reach this goal. But once we achieve it, it could be said that our Frestec Chamber of Commerce can stand on the Science continent without collapsing. Chairman Farsak thinks that he bought those magic machines very cheap, but from what I can see, he has already fallen into my standard. Even if Chairman Farsak's current company is stronger than ours, they will be thrown far behind us in the end. Hines looked at Su, not understanding why he would have such strong confidence. Based on scale, the first-class Farsak Chamber of Commerce in Southampton City was several times bigger than their small Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention surpassing it, it was hard to even reach it. Although Hines didn't understand what Su just said, Hines still understood that it was very powerful. At least it meant that Sui currently had a long-term goal in his heart. That meant he wouldn't act as randomly. Seeing Sui's confident look, Heinz's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps that fellow really will make the Frestec Chamber of Commerce one of the best companies on the science continent. Sui explained many things to Heinz, but he didn't explain the most important point. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain, but rather Heinz wouldn't understand. To be even more clear, there was perhaps no one on the entire science continent that could understand it. This was because this point was related to the core of Sui's plan to establish an industrial system. In industrial advancement, light industrial equipment was the surface and heavy industrial equipment was the core. Even if there were 10,000 or 100,000 magic fans that were made, it was only a product being developed. It could only be considered a small development in light industrial equipment on the science continent. If this 10,000 or 100,000 was changed into manufacturing machines, it was a completely different story. Sui chose to sell the magic punch press and the magic thread rolling machine. These magic machines to Chairman Farsak, and even giving out the technology for the second-generation magic fan, other than out of consideration from a business perspective, the most important thing was to spread these magic machines across the science continent. These represented the powerful productive power of the basic level magic machines. He believed that it would quickly spread across the science continent. With the popularization of these machines, it would be a very meaningful large step towards the development of industrialization. It would have an important use to Sui in founding the concept of an industrial system on the science continent. These things, other than an engineering master from Earth like him who had transmigrated over, who else would understand it? But there was something that Sui had to agree with, which was that although heavy industrial equipment was the core of an industrial system, to make money quickly, the best choice was to invent new products. So while Sui researched new magic machines with the dwarves, he didn't stop researching new products. That night, Sui went to Viscount Leslie's manor to see him again. Sui, I've heard that you've been very busy lately. Why do you suddenly have free time to come see me? Viscount Leslie seemed to like the spring in his manor quite a bit. Even though the sun had set and the weather wasn't too hot, he still received Sui in the log cabin beside the spring. Lord Viscount, if I told you that coming to see you is also part of my work, would you believe me? Sui said with a smile. Oh. Viscount Leslie looked at Sui and his eyes fell onto the strange-looking rectangular box beside Sui. What is this thing? The Lord Viscount's eyes are sharp. Sui praised. He at Butler Brunei with his head covered in white hair and shook his head. Sui then turned to Viscount Leslie and said, Lord Viscount, come and help me. Help me install this thing up there. Butler Brunei knit his brows. When he wanted to speak, Viscount Leslie raised his hand to stop him. Viscount Leslie was very interested as he stood up and looked at Sui. How do you want me to do it? Sui looked around the log cabin and found that there was an iron shelf on one of the walls, so he pointed at it and said, Help me put this thing on there. The two were strong youths, so naturally it was very easy for them to put it up. After installing it according to Sui's instructions, Viscount Leslie looked it over and couldn't help asking, Sui, you should tell me now. Just what is this thing? Sui laughed. Don't be anxious, you'll know after you use this thing. He pressed the switch under the iron box after he said this, and turned to close all the doors and windows of the log cabin. Viscount Leslie and Butler Brunei saw Sui's actions and felt it was a bit strange. Sui, what are you doing? When Viscount Leslie wanted to question him, he suddenly felt a weak, cool breeze hit him, instantly scattering the heat that came with Sui closing doors and windows. It was different from the magic fan. This slight breeze was clearly a bit cold. Being hit by this breeze did not make people feel hot afterwards like with the breeze from the magic fan. Not long after, the little log cabin's air turned cold from the cool breeze that kept blowing out, not feeling like the blazing heat of summer at all. After experiencing this cold feeling for a while, Viscount Leslie looked at Sui with a serious gaze and asked, Tell me, what is this thing? Seeing the serious look on Viscount Leslie's face, Sui revealed a faint smile. This Lord Viscount really wasn't an idiot. It seemed like he could already see the abnormal parts of this thing. This thing is called the magic air conditioner. What does the Lord Viscount think of that name? Magic air conditioner? Air conditioner. Viscount Leslie thought it over for a bit. The so-called air conditioner. Does it mean controlling the air? The Lord Viscount truly isn't normal. You understood the meaning of this name this quickly. Su E praised. That's right. It means controlling the air. This magic air conditioner can create a cool space even in this kind of burning weather. So don't you think that this name isn't exaggerated at all? Of course it's not exaggerated. Viscount Leslie's eyes fell onto the magic air conditioner again, and after seriously looking over it for a while, the look of admiration on his face became deeper and deeper. Su E, this magic air conditioner is the new product you've researched? Why did you bring it to my place? Viscount Leslie was a bit confused. Since you've finished researching it, you should immediately start producing it. I can tell that as long as the price of this thing does not surpass the price of laying a large-scale frost array, it will definitely sell. I brought it here for two reasons. One is because the Lord Viscount is a major shareholder of our company, so if there ever is a new product, I have to bring it over for you to look over first. Second, it is because of a problem with the setting the class of this product. Setting problem? What setting? Viscount Leslie and Butler Brunei both looked at Su E with a confused look. Before a product is sold, we have to first set the class of the product. To put it simply, we must determine what kind of people we will sell this product to. Su E slowly explained. Viscount Leslie pointed at himself. Your meaning is that I am the kind of person you want to sell this magic air conditioner to? That's right. Su E nodded with a smile. For this magic air conditioner, I want to set it as a middle and high-class item, which means that it isn't suited for commoners to use. Rather, it is suited for people of status like the Lord Viscount. Of course, the most important thing is that it is used by people with economic power. So I brought it here first to see how the Lord Viscount feels about using this thing. Now that you have tested this magic air conditioner, what kind of value do you feel this magic air conditioner has? It's like this. Viscount Leslie stroked his chin and considered it for a bit. He didn't reply and instead asked, then tell me first, how much do I need to spend to buy this thing? Su E raised two fingers. Viscount Leslie knit his brows. It can't be 2 gold coins, then it would have the same price as the magic fan. According to what you just said, it should be 20 gold coins? This price is considered quite good. If it was me, I could definitely accept it. Viscount Leslie turned back to look at the magic air conditioner on the wall. There is still another problem. Does this thing consume a lot of magic crystals? You should be very clear that it isn't that many families don't have the money to lay down a large-scale frost array. Rather, it is because they can't support the cost of the large-scale frost array because that thing uses just too many magic crystals. Su E revealed a faint smile. Lord Viscount, this is actually the biggest advantage of the magic air conditioner. For a magic air conditioner like this, although the consumption of magic crystals is greater than the magic fan, even if you use it for an entire day, it would only take 13 to 15 silver coins worth of magic crystals each day. Of course, if you want to increase its efficiency, you can use high-grade magic crystals, which would increase the consumption. Hearing Su Yi's response, Viscount Leslie and Butler Brunei to the side both had their eyes pop out. It actually has such a low consumption? 15 gold coins a day, it would be less than 5 gold coins each month. This is several times lower than the large-scale frost array. Su E revealed a confident smile. If the consumption wasn't several times lower than the large-scale frost array, what would I have researched this thing for? Viscount Leslie looked at Su E for a while before giving a slight nod. Very good, Su E. I can tell you now that if everything you said is true, I can guarantee that this magic air conditioner will sell. Of course, it is impossible to reach the same quantity as the magic fans. However, I think the profit from this thing should be even more than the magic fans. Su E said while laughing. The Lord Viscount is wise. The profit for this thing is indeed should be several times higher than the magic fan. But if we want to sell a large amount, we'll need the Lord Viscount's help. Oh, what help do you need from me? Viscount Leslie looked at Su E with a very interested gaze. Speak freely. I can be considered a major shareholder, so you don't need to be polite with things that I should do. Lord Viscount, the matter I'm hoping for you to do is actually very simple. Another day nearing night, the extremely wide manor to the west of Banda City was full of all kinds of luxurious horse carriages. Countless people wearing luxurious clothes and releasing noble auras were wandering the manor, filling this manor that was normally very peaceful with noise. If there was someone familiar with the nobility of Banda City here, they would have easily noticed that of the people in the manor, most of them were large and small nobles of Bana City. If one had even sharper eyes, they would have noticed that deep in the manor, a middle-aged man with a strong body and serious appearance was currently talking to the master of the manor. This middle-aged man was the most influential person in Banda City and also Banda City's city lord, Lord Count Shan Samo. As for the young and handsome owner of the manor the city lord was talking to, he was someone everyone in the nobility circle of Banda City knew. It was Viscount Leslie that countless families' madams and young misses loved. Viscount Leslie always loved peace, but he suddenly announced he was holding a banquet, so the nobles of Banda City was very surprised by this. There were many reasons given for Viscount Leslie holding this banquet. The funny one was that he was bringing out a nephew from the far-off Anvilmar to come experience the world. But the nobles loved banquets very much, and they also wanted to use this banquet to raise their previous relations, so the reason was not important. The important thing was that Viscount Leslie was holding a banquet. So of all the nobles that received an invitation, not a single person rejected it, and they all came. Other than the nobles, there was a small part of the guests that weren't nobles. If one carefully looked at them, they would have found that while they weren't nobles, they were people with some kind of status in Bana City. Not a single one of them was a normal person. As for this situation, no one was surprised. Lord Viscount Leslie was holding a banquet, so how could regular people be invited? So Sui obediently hid in a corner, not attracting any attention. With his status, he didn't have the qualification to join them. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce had relied on the magic fan to earn a lot, but calculating it all up, they were nothing more than a small company that had just started out. Even if there weren't 100 little companies like this in Bana City, there was still 80 of them. So Sui wasn't considered anything special. As for his status as a magician, stop joking. Sui hadn't even passed the Magician Guild certification exam. He wasn't even considered an official magician. So what qualification did he have to come to this banquet? Although Sui didn't look that bad, in this kind of situation, he naturally wouldn't attract that much attention. Normally speaking, it would be no problem for him to hide, but he was helpless to the fact that beside a green leaf like him, there was an eye-snatching flower that was as beautiful as the moon in the sky that people couldn't look away from. It really is boring. Still gave a sigh before she complained to Sui. Sui, I thought that the banquet held by Viscount Leslie would be fun, but I never thought that it would be as boring as the other banquets. Sui couldn't help rolling his eyes at her. Didn't I tell you before that this was only a normal banquet? What can I do if you won't believe me? Humph. You're not embarrassed to speak. Still angrily said. Who told me before that the nobles' banquets were boring things and it was better to study magic arrays than to come here? Sui rubbed his face. All right, it was me. Then when a fellow like you comes to this banquet, of course I would find it strange. I thought that this banquet would have something special that attracted you, but I never thought that it wouldn't have anything interesting at all. You caused me to get happy for no reason. Still angrily said. Sui looked over still. It was clear this little girl had carefully dressed herself up today. She was wearing a purple dress that perfectly outlined her figure. Her casually pulled-up hair perfectly revealed her slender, white nape, and her figure added a noble aura to her. In comparison to this, there was a youthful glow to her perfect facial features. With these two different tastes combined, it made her even more charming. It was no wonder that when anyone passed by her, they couldn't help secretly taking a few gazes at her. After just standing there for less than half an hour, there were over 10 young men that ran over to talk her up. If it wasn't for Sui standing beside her, that number would have increased by several times. If you want to talk about something special, of course there is something. Sui took a sip of fruit juice and helplessly explained to Still. Still, do you still remember the thing we researched a few days ago? Still was a bit surprised. You're talking about the magic air conditioner? That's right. Sui nodded. Since Still had joined the research lab, naturally, she would participate in the research of the magic air conditioner. It should be said that Still had played a large part in letting this magic air conditioner be finished this quickly. How is the magic air conditioner related to this banquet? Still was even more confused. Sui revealed a faint smile. Haven't you noticed that even with all these people in the room, it isn't hot at all? With Sui's reminder, Still immediately woke up. She looked around in a daze and after a moment, she found that on the walls of the hall being used to welcome guests, there were already two magic air conditioners. They were blowing out cold wind without stopping. It was no wonder the hall wasn't warm at all. Sue, could it be that you and Viscount Leslie are in cahoots? Still couldn't help asking. What cahoots? This is called cooperation. Sue reprimanded. Still, according to the normal flow, this matter should be something a spokesperson like you should be doing. However, I can see that you weren't interested in selling the product in front of all these people, so I gave up on that idea. I wouldn't run up to others to say, "Hey, hello, buy our product?" This is too silly. Still disdainfully said. You said to me in the past that being a spokesperson wouldn't require this kind of thing. That's right, so I gave up this very enticing idea. But then again, it is a bit wasteful. Sue looked over Still again and said with a smile, letting an outstanding beauty like you run out to be a salesperson. If others knew about this, they would scold me for wasting a heavenly treasure. Hearing Sue Yi's words, Still immediately revealed a smile. She quickly turned around in front of Sue and proudly said, "Don't you feel that I'm very beautiful today?" "No, not just today. I've always felt that you were very beautiful." "Of course, you are exceptionally beautiful today." Still became even more proud. She slightly raised her head and gave a soft snort. "You do know how to talk." After a pause, she immediately asked, "That's right. Since you are in cahoots with Viscount Leslie, why haven't I seen Viscount Leslie helping you sell this magic air conditioner?" Sue couldn't help revealing a bitter smile. Viscount Leslie is still an honorable viscount. How can he run around selling the product directly? This task should be handled by a lowly merchant by me. He looked at Still after he finished talking and continued, "I have to become a salesman now. If you're not willing to come, you can just wait here for me." Still rolled her eyes at him and quickly followed Sue. "Let me see how a profiteer like you makes a sale." Sue revealed a faint smile. He looked over the hall and locked onto a dignified-looking middle-aged man. "Honorable Viscount Zedeman and the Madam, hello." Viscount Zedeman and his wife turned around, seeing the youth who had suddenly appeared, and felt a bit strange. "I am Sue, the chairman of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. This one is my companion. She is called Still, great magician Camilla's granddaughter. I have seen her a few times before." Viscount Zedeman spoke first. Still quickly gave a bow to the two of them. "Grandfather has always said that Lord Viscount Zedeman is a righteous person. You are one of the few nobles that he respects. Now that I've seen you, I deeply approve of grandfather's approval." Viscount Zedeman gave a laugh. Naturally, he wouldn't believe this kind of words. He turned to Sue with a bit of doubt on his face. "You just said that you are the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's chairman?" "Yes, Lord Viscount. Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Frestec Chamber of Commerce. I seem to have heard this name somewhere before." Viscount Zedeman thought about this with knit brows for a bit. He turned his head to ask Viscountess Zedeman, but before he even received an answer, "Lord Viscount, I think you should have heard this name from noble young Master Orin before, right?" Sue reminded him. Viscount Zedeman was stunned for a bit before he instantly remembered it. "That's right. It was that kid Orin who mentioned it." "Oh, after you said this, I completely remember it. I've heard Orin say that he was working in one of the workshops under your Frestec Chamber of Commerce." "No. One of the factories? It made something. That's right, magic fans. Is that right?" Sue nodded with a faint smile. "Lord Viscount, I thought that you would be angry after you remembered this thing." Viscount Zedeman was stunned. "Why would I be angry?" "Because I thought that knowing that your son was working in a normal factory, you would think that it would be throwing away your face. So before coming to see you, I hesitated for a while before having the courage to come over." Still on the side, almost broke out in laughter. After Sue saw Viscount Zedeman earlier, he didn't hesitate a bit as he directly walked over. How could he have hesitated and finally worked up the courage to come over? Viscount Zedeman laughed. "Chairman Sue, you're thinking too much. That kid Orin is good at everything, but I have always worried that he wouldn't be able to suffer and was too impatient. I never thought that he would be able to stay in your workshop for that long. But seeing him continue for this long, I am very happy about this. How could I feel that it loses face for me?" "That's right. Although Orin has been very tired whenever he comes home, I can tell that he is actually very happy." Viscountess Zedeman on the side cut in. "To be honest, after all these years, it has been very rare to see him this happy. Chairman Sue, although I don't know what kind of things you do there, to be able to make him this happy, as his mother, I have always wanted to thank you. How could that be? How could that be? Sue E waved his hand. The Lord Viscount and Viscountess are too polite. Orin has also helped me quite a bit. I won't hide it from you. The core of my company's magic fan is the magic array, and Orin is responsible for this work. Not only does he help draw the arrays, he has also made an optimization to it, and I've even given him a special reward because of it. These days, he has been responsible for researching and producing the magic air conditioners, also helping me quite a bit. Speaking of this, I should be thanking the Lord Viscount and Viscountess for giving birth to such an outstanding son. No matter what world it was, parents will always be happy when others praise their child in front of them. Viscount and Viscountess Zetterman were no exception. Ah, ha. Chairman Sue E., you are too exaggerated with your praise of Orin. That's right. What was that magic air conditioner thing that you've just invented? What is that thing? Is it related to the magic fan? Seeing the curious expression on Viscount Zetterman's face, still couldn't help looking over at Sui. This fellow, he actually hooked the fish out like this? As expected, Sui had been waiting for this as he replied. Speaking of the magic fan, actually there are some in this room. Late into the night, the banquet in Viscount Leslie's manor had finally ended. The guests had already departed, and the manor finally regained its tranquility. In the main hall that was slightly messy after the banquet, Viscount Leslie was staring at Sue E., who was currently talking to Still. There was a look of admiration that couldn't be hidden on his face. Like Still had guessed, he had held this banquet under Sue Yi's request. The most important goal was to help Sue E sell the magic air conditioner that he had just invented. Sue E had set the magic air conditioner as a middle to high-class product, so naturally it targeted those with status and high positions in Banna City. The most important ones were those people with net worth. At this banquet this time, because of some intentional interference from Viscount Leslie, it could be said that all the guests fulfilled this requirement. Sue Yi's request for Viscount Leslie had only been this. He did not request him to participate, so Viscount Leslie never knew what Sue E would actually do. However, he knew now that Sue E had made quite a bit of harvest at this banquet. This was because during the banquet, there were quite a few people who would mention the somewhat conspicuous magic air conditioner when they came to talk to Viscount Leslie. After they learned of the price and current consumption cost of the magic air conditioner, not a single guest didn't reveal their willingness to buy it. Even the city lord, Lord Count Sean Samo, was an exception. Therefore, Viscount Leslie was certain that these magic air conditioners would become all the rage among the Banna City nobles. The one that caused this trend, in the eyes of the nobles, it would be Viscount Leslie. If those fellows these matters had already been calculated by Sue E., I wonder what kind of thoughts they would have. Viscount Leslie secretly thought in his heart. At this time, Sue E had ended his conversation with Still and walked over. Lord Viscount, the banquet tonight has been quite the success. I really have to thank you, Sue E said with a smile. There is no need to thank me. I could be considered a major shareholder of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Viscount Leslie shook his head. There is a question that I have to ask you. Sue E., there are only those few rich people in Banna City. There is a limit to the number of magic air conditioners you can sell in Banna City. The profit, wouldn't it be less than the magic fan? You don't have to worry about this. Sue E laughed. Since this magic air conditioner is considered a middle to high-class product, then the sales plan for this is naturally different from the magic fan. I have already signed an agreement with the Farsac Chamber of Commerce in Southtan City. There will be a special store that will open in Southtan City soon that will specialize in selling our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's products. When the time comes, our Frestec brand magic air conditioner will also enter Southtan City. Southtan City, Viscount Leslie suddenly thought of something. That's right. There were two young nobles that came from Southtan City to visit their relatives. You wouldn't have made contact with them already, right? Sue E nodded with a faint smile. The Lord Viscount's reaction is quite fast. Viscount Leslie's gaze looking at Sue E instantly became more serious. This fellow, he had already calculated this point. He really was quite terrifying. But changing this thought, Viscount Leslie really had to admire his own foresight. Luckily, he had seen through Sue Yi's unusualness from the events from before and had decided to cooperate with him. Otherwise, once he missed this chance, he would have missed out on many opportunities. Not mentioning the others, just based on the sale of the magic fans, in just a single month, Viscount Leslie had already earned over 1,000 gold coins from this. Even with Viscount Leslie's net worth, 1,000 gold coins already couldn't be considered a small amount. Moreover, Viscount Leslie deeply believed that after the Frestec Chamber of Commerce became even bigger, the income brought by his 30% share would also gradually increase. In the end, it would far exceed 1,000 gold coins. Lord Viscount, other than the magic air conditioner, there is another thing I want to discuss with you. Su-yi then said. Oh, what is it? Speak freely. Su-yi considered it for a bit before saying, Lord Viscount, it's about to enter September, and your territory should have reached its fall harvest stage, right? Viscount Leslie was stunned. He never thought that Su-yi would suddenly jump to this topic. Ah, that's right, it's almost harvest time. What are you asking this for? Su-yi laughed. Do you still remember the little slave I bought from you last time? The reason I bought her back then was because she had lost a cow, which would greatly affect the fall harvest. Because of this, the guards almost beat her to death. Viscount Leslie naturally had heard Butler Brunei report this matter before. He looked at Su-yi and said with a cold snort, What? Do you want to ask for justice for this little slave right now? Let me tell you, it is very hard to train a cow right now. A cow is worth more than a single slave. She actually lost a cow. Beating her to death is actually taking it easy on her. Su-yi secretly let out a sigh in his heart. Even if he was considered quite close to Viscount Leslie right now, he still couldn't change the indifferent tone Viscount Leslie had towards slaves. Of course, Viscount Leslie's manner of treating slaves was the norm on the Signs continent. Su-yi didn't have the ability, nor did he have the mind to change this attitude. Naturally, he had something else planned when he mentioned this thing. The Lord Viscount's meaning is that cattle is very hard to obtain and is very important to farming, so it has a very high value, right? Su-yi asked. Of course it's like this. I say, Su-yi, what did you say all this for? Viscount Leslie became a bit impatient. Su-yi laughed. Then Lord Viscount, if I can make a tool to replace the cattle, how much money are you willing to spend to buy it? Viscount Leslie doubtfully looked at Su-yi. Could it be that you have invented some magic machine that can work the land? This can't be the truth, right? Farm work is that complex. What kind of machine is strong enough to replace the use of cattle? Just treat it as me giving an analogy. Lord Viscount, if this machine could replace the work of cattle, even being far more effective than the cattle, what kind of price could you accept? Viscount Leslie thought it over and raised a hand. 50 gold coins for each one. Give me as many as you have. Su-yi's eyes lit up. Lord Viscount, are these words true? Nonsense, Viscount Leslie snappily said. It isn't like you don't know. Over half of my territory hasn't been developed yet. That is because I don't have enough manpower to cultivate it. I have no choice, so it became desolate. If there was the kind of magic machine you mentioned, then of course I want as many as you have. It's best if I could finish cultivating all my land. Other than this, I dare affirm that not only me, in Bana City, the entire Lampuri Kingdom, and the entire Signs continent, there are many nobles who need something like this. If you can really develop this kind of magic machine, I can guarantee that it will cause people to go wild snatching for it. After saying this, Viscount Leslie couldn't help asking, Hey, Su-yi, you wouldn't have already invented this thing already, right? This is not something you can joke about. Su-yi revealed a faint smile and shook his head. Of course not. It is only an idea right now. But with such an exciting response from the Lord Viscount, I'm even more interested to go back and invent this thing. Seeing the mysterious smile on Su-yi's face, Viscount Leslie's heart lit up. This kid, perhaps he had already invented this thing. Actually, Viscount Leslie had overestimated Su-yi. After seeing Vivian almost being beaten to death after losing the cow, Su-yi had already made up his mind to research farming machinery. But up to this point, not only did he not have the time, he also didn't have the funds and the manpower to research this thing. So this had always been an idea in his mind and hadn't become reality at all. But now it was different. Although Su-yi still didn't have enough time right now, the manpower he had now was not small, not to mention the most important 100 dwarves that came from Master Lanus' tribe. With the help of these dwarves who had craftsmanship not below Master Lanus, Su-yi could make the promise with Chairman Farsak and provide him the corresponding machines to make the second-generation magic fans. But the work for these machines wasn't much, so these dwarves finished it all without spending that much time. They were studying some mechanical knowledge that Su-yi had given them, and most of the time, they were free. So Sui thought about this farming machinery. Actually, to someone like Sui, for the Signs continent that had a technological level and standard of living that was below that of Earth, farming technology was the most important thing right now. It was like Viscount Leslie said, a large part of his territory remained desolate because he didn't have enough people to cultivate it. If this was raised to the level of the Signs continent, one could imagine just how much desolate land there was on the continent. Corresponding with this, the Signs continent had always had a low standard for harvests, so this has led to a low standard of living for the people of the continent. At least in a small city like Banna City, there would be news of people starving to death each year. From chatting with Heinz, Su Wai learned that 11 years ago, the Signs continent had a large famine because of strange climate changes. Locusts roamed the land back then and caused quite a bit of trouble on the continent, with several small countries being destroyed in a single night. As for the frightened look Heinz had back then, Su-E remembered it vividly. For Su-E, who had transmigrated from a highly advanced society like Earth, when had he ever seen this scene? But just based on his imagination, he knew how terrifying this scene was. So he was even more determined on studying farming machinery. If this could be enough to increase the living standard of the people of the continent, perhaps there could be some meaning to my transmigrating into this world. Su-E looked into the bright starry night as he was lost in thought. A horse carriage quickly moved across the road to the north of Banna City, very quickly approaching Banna City. The window of the horse carriage suddenly opened, and a round young girl's face was stuck out of the horse carriage. She saw the city wall of Banta City wasn't considered tall and loudly shouted, "Look, that is Banta City. We're almost there." Another girl's face appeared behind the glass and looked at the distant Banta City, but her eyes fell somewhere else. What is that?" A delicate-looking girl pointed at a high building outside Banta City and asked this question. The round-faced girl pointed in a direction and found that not far outside Banta City, there was a thick pole sticking out of the ground. It was supporting a strange, giant rectangular thing high up above the city walls. The side of the sign facing the road seemed to have something drawn on it. They couldn't see it clearly at first, but when the horse carriage approached it, the two girls found that there was an iron foundation that was turning left and right. The center part of this drawing was being turned at high speed by this strange machine, so they could only see a blurry image. They couldn't see what was inside it at all. Is this that magic fan thing? The round-faced girl's large eyes looked at this strange-looking machine as she spoke. It should be. Look, it's clearly blowing out wind. The delicate-looking girl replied before she looked to the right of the image. She called out in a surprised voice, "Yeah, isn't that still?" "Still? Where?" The round-faced girl looked over and found that there was a beautiful golden-haired girl on the right side of the image. Although it was only from the side, the golden-haired girl's fine features, incomparably smooth skin, as well as the slightly floating white dress, it made people unwilling to look away. It really is still. The round-faced girl quickly recognized her. Her image is actually on this? Isn't this too conspicuous? It should be related to the magic fan. The delicate girl said in a thoughtful voice, "Look, there is a name on this sign. It seems say, Frestek brand magic fan, bringing a bit of cold to you in the summer heat." What does that mean? The round-faced girl rushed to read it first, but she didn't understand it. "I don't know. But last time Still said that she became the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's spokesperson. Could it be that this is a representation of her?" The delicate girl said. The round-faced girl tilted her head to think for a bit before shaking her head. "I don't get it." "Forget it. We'll see her in a bit. We can just ask her then." It seems like we can only do this." The delicate girl nodded. She said to the horse carriage driver, "Uncle, can you take us to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce?" The horse carriage driver was a middle-aged man of around 40. When he heard this, he asked back, "Frestek Chamber of Commerce? There are two places. One is the exclusive store they've opened, and the other is the factory outside the city. Which one do you want to go to?" "There is a difference." The two girls looked at each other in a daze. The delicate-looking girl thought about it before asking, "Do you know where their chairman normally is?" "I don't know that. But I've heard that their exclusive store only has a fellow inside selling things. Normally, there isn't anyone else. I think the chairman should normally be in the factory." The driver guessed. "That's good. Can you send us directly to the factory?" The delicate-looking girl said, "I can, but they are building roads near the factory during this time, so I can only send you near there." You'll have to walk the rest of the way yourself. All right, we'll do that. The delicate-looking girl said this, and the driver flicked the whip in his hand, making the horse carriage turn right. It directly headed out Banta City in a westward direction. The small road outside the city was not flat, so the horse carriage kept shaking. The two girls inside the carriage couldn't help feeling dizzy. But this kind of situation didn't last long. After a while, the horse carriage only shook slightly before it became very stable, as if there wasn't the slightest bit of trembling at all. The round-faced girl couldn't suppress her curiosity and poked her head out the carriage's window. She found that the path the horse carriage was currently on was very smooth. There wasn't a single hole to be seen. This road was much better compared to the one from before. The round-faced girl's heart was filled with curiosity, and she couldn't help asking the driver, "Uncle, why is this road so smooth? It would be great if the road we traveled on before was as smooth as this." The driver laughed. "This road has been specially paved by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. It wasn't easy to travel at all before. I've heard that in order to pave this road, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce has spent quite a bit of money. Oh, their company is even responsible for paving the road. Isn't this supposed to be managed by the city lord? Properly speaking, it should be the city lord who is responsible for this. But the Frestec Chamber of Commerce is what?" That's right. The chairman named Sue, he wasn't satisfied, so he was happy to take out his own money to fix the road. The Lord City Lord couldn't stop him from doing that, right? So the current road you see now is the newly fixed road. Why was Chairman Sue not satisfied? Could it be that people couldn't walk on it? The round-faced girl asked in a curious voice. How could that be? No matter what, this road is still the main road outside of Urbana City. How could people not walk on it? Although the road before wasn't that flat, it wasn't that bad. There was no need to fix it at all. But Chairman Sue, he wasn't satisfied. So what could he do? I've also heard that he's still not satisfied with this road right now. He said that he would fix it again when the conditions were right. What? That's right. He would fix it with concrete. I don't know what this concrete thing is, but to satisfy Chairman Sue, it should be better than this road, right? Even better than this road? How flat would that be? The round-faced girl said in a stunned voice. That Chairman Sue, he wouldn't be boasting, right? How could there be such a smooth road? The driver laughed. That I don't know. What those big people are thinking, that is not something a small driver like myself could imagine. The round-faced girl muttered in a low voice before heading back into the carriage. She said to the delicate girl with knit brows, "Hey, Evita, do you think that Chairman Sue, he will make us research how to repair roads?" The delicate girl laughed and reached out a finger to tap the round-faced girl's forehead. "Akali, you only know how to speak nonsense. We are magicians. Even if we agree to stay with Chairman Sue, we would be researching magic arrays. How is this related to fixing roads?" The round-faced girl named Akali shook her head in a confused manner. "I don't know. But I feel that this Chairman Sue, is a strange person. He's not satisfied with this road that is clearly smooth and has to fix it again. Do you think he has too much money?" Evita helplessly shook her head. Akali really liked to guess randomly. When will she be able to fix this problem? Although she didn't randomly guess like Akali, her heart was also filled with curiosity towards this Chairman Sue. Why was the road this important to him? Clearly how good this road was completely unrelated to him. Could it be that this road had some relationship with the things their company produced? But this also wasn't convincing. Could it be that this Chairman Sue, he had very strict requirements, not letting any problems appear in the road near his factory? If it was like this Chairman Sue, he might not be easy to get along with. When they see him later, she should be a bit more careful. While Evita and Akali's minds were filled with random thoughts, the horse carriage had already traveled a bit. It suddenly slowed down before stopping. "Two young misses, the road ahead is being fixed, so no horse carriages other than the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's horse carriages are allowed over. So, I'll have to trouble the two misses to walk the rest of the way." The driver's voice rang out. Evita and Akali looked at each other before opening the curtain to the horse carriage. Akali directly jumped out, while Evita slowly came down while holding the reins of the carriage. The two looked up and found that the path in front of them really was being fixed. There was only a less than 3-meter wide path left for people to travel on. Based on the scale of the construction, after this road was finished, it would be over 10 meters wide, which was very shocking. It had to be known that in the Lampuri Kingdom, Only the two main roads of the Lampuri kingdom were only around 10 meters wide. Looking into the distance, there was a river flowing by, and beside the river on a large piece of empty land, there were several buildings put together. From time to time, one could see people moving between the buildings. Whether it was the buildings or the road work, it was a very lively scene. It was like they weren't affected by the blistering heat at all. Seeing this kind of bustling scene, the two girls couldn't help looking at it for a while. After a while, they finally remembered their goal in coming here. Akali looked over and walked over to the people fixing the road. She was about to pat the person to get their attention, but seeing that that person was covered in dirt, she put her hand down and raised her voice. "Hey, hello. Can I ask you if this is the Frestek Chamber of Commerce?" That person looked over and scared Akali. That person's face was also covered in dirt, and there were several lines left by his sweat dripping down, which made him look quite fierce. But after seeing the little girl in front of him, that person revealed a smile, and that fierce look disappeared without a trace. "That's right. This is the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. Are you looking for someone?" That person's smile was very bright, and his was quite refreshing, instantly melting the nervousness in Akali's heart. "That's right. We are looking for Chairman Sui. Can you help us inform him? Just say that we were called over by Still," Akali said in a loud voice. Hearing this, that person was a bit surprised. He looked over Akali before looking at Evita not far to the side and saying in a dazed voice, "You are Still's classmates?" This response stunned Akali and Evita. Akali couldn't help asking, "How do you know that we are Still's classmates? Could it be that you are close to Chairman Sui? Did he tell you?" That person revealed a grin that showed his white teeth. "That's right. I am very close to Sui. I dare promise that there is no one closer to him than me. That is because I am Sui." As the factory became bigger and bigger, there were more and more things Sui had to take care of. As that increased, the time he spent in the factory also increased, so there was a small room built to serve as an office. Sui received Akali and Evita in the office. After washing up, he poured some water for them before sitting down and seriously looking over them. These two girls should be around the same age as Still. The one called Akali seemed more lively, while the one called Evita seemed more gentle. This could be seen from their attire. Even though they both wore magic robes, Akali's skirt length was as high as her knees, completely revealing her two little calves. It was clear that this had been specially altered. Other than this, her magic robes were covered in all kinds of little decorations, making her entire person seem more sprightly. In contrast, Evita's magic robe was very traditional. It was very straight, reaching all the way down to her ankles, not being altered at all. The only difference was that there was a little light blue flower on her chest, fully representing the fact that Evita was still a young girl. While Sui was looking over them, Akali and Evita were also curiously looking over him. In the letter Still wrote to them, there had been quite a few descriptions about Sui. According to what Still said, this Sui should be a charming uncle. But when the two first saw Sui, they had seen this fellow covered in dirt. His face was so dirty that they couldn't even clearly see what he looked like. How could they tell if he was handsome or not? But after Sui received them and went to wash his face, revealing his true appearance, the two of them agreed with Still's appraisal. Accurately speaking, they agreed to the first half. This Sui was indeed quite handsome. His face was very neat, his eyes were bright, and his nose was straight, but he was clearly very young. He didn't seem like he was that much older than them. How was he an uncle? Compared to Akali, who mainly focused on Suyi's appearance, Evita was paying more attention to Suyi's movements. Evita believed that a person's true nature could be seen from the tiniest movements they made. So from the first moment she saw Sui, Evita had been looking for these. She wanted to use the smallest movements to judge what kind of person Sui was. If he really was as good as he was in Still's heart, then she would consider staying here to work. Otherwise, even if it was Still that pulled them here, she could only say sorry. The results of her observations had satisfied Evita. When they first met a few minutes ago, Sui had kept a bit of distance from the two of them because he had been covered in dirt to avoid making them dirty. Just this raised a bit of goodwill towards him in Evita. After coming to this office, Sui wasn't in a rush to talk to the two of them. He first went into another small room to wash up and change into new clothes. This was a sign of respect to the two of them. While he had been pouring water for the two of them, Evita had focused on his fingers. She found that not only were this man's fingers slender, His fingernails were neatly trimmed, not leaving a bit outside at all, while also keeping his fingernails very clean. It could be seen that he had been very careful in cleaning himself just now. Because of this, Evita's appraisal of Sui had increased by 10%. Other than this, Evita was also paying attention to Sui's other movements. A person's walking pattern, the way they bent their waists or their arm, or even the small movements they made when they talked. All of these revealed a person's real personality and were very hard to hide. After Evita observed him for a period of time, her initial assessment of him was that this Chairman Sui should be a very careful person, but he was also a person with a frank personality. No wonder he could open a company and develop it this quickly. Evita secretly praised in her heart, still held him in such high esteem. It really is because he has all these merits. The two of you, can I ask you a question? Sui suddenly said. Ask all you want, we'll answer all your questions. Alkali said with a smile. Of course, if Chairman Sui asks a bunch of extremely personal questions, don't blame us for going back on our promise. Sui revealed a faint smile, as he thought that this Akali truly was lively. This question is a bit personal because I wanted to ask, since you have graduated from the Lampuri Royal Magic Academy like still, you should be considered magical talents among the kingdom's youths. Why would you choose to come work in my place? No, 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 Sir Chairman. Have you made a mistake? We are only taking a look. We haven't said that we would work here. Akali waved her hand as she spoke. Evita gently nudged Akali, signaling her to restrain herself a bit. No matter what, they had been invited here this time. Whether it was their travel expenses or meal fees, it had all been paid by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, so they had to be a bit more polite to the other side. Sui didn't mind at all as he laughed before continuing to say, Good, then I'll change my words. Since you are here, then you must be interested in the work here, right? I want to ask you now, what kind of things do I need to give to make the two of you stay? Isn't this simple? As long as you give us 30 gold coins a month as a salary, we will definitely stay without another word. Akali openly replied. Sui shook his head. I'm afraid I'm helpless there. Still is currently a member of the research lab, and she is only make 15 gold coins per month. I can't just give you twice the salary she makes as soon as you start. Sir Chairman, don't listen to her nonsense. Evita finally couldn't help speaking up. Still has already clearly explained your conditions for us in her letter. We came this time because we wanted to see what kind of work you had for us here. If we feel the work is suitable for us, we should choose to remain here. This time it was Akali's turn to stare at Evita. This fellow, what was she doing lowering their stance so low? Wouldn't they be at the mercy of this chairman in a while? Work contents? I have a few blueprints here. Take a look to see if you can understand the content of this work. Sui took a few blueprints off the table of the office and gave it to the two of them. Akali and Evita curiously took the blueprints and looked over them. She found that there were some magic arrays drawn on the paper, but they were different from the magic arrays they had studied in the Lampuri Royal Magic Academy. These magic arrays were only rough designs, and there were requests written on the side of the designs. For example, the blueprint that was currently in Evita's hand. It used to be a revolving wind array, but there were 3 requests on the design. One was to lower the wind speed of this revolving wind array. The second one was to stabilize the magic crystal usage of the array for at least 10 hours. The third was to ensure that the wind produced by this array remained stable. The 3 requests seemed very simple, but when Evita carefully looked it over, she couldn't help knitting her brows. Changing a magic array wasn't that difficult of a matter. Evita was confident in taking care of any one of these 3 requests. However, adding them up together, she felt it was quite difficult. Sir Chairman, does still normally alter magic arrays based on these requirements? Evita asked Sui. Pretty much. Of course, normally I'm the one who comes up with the requests and we research how to make the changes together. Sui said. Take a look at these designs. Can you see any changes that need to be made? Evita and Akali looked at each other. This should be his test for the two of them. They didn't hesitate at all as they took the papers from Sui and began to study them. Seeing how focused the two of them were, Sui revealed a smile. He filled the cups in front of them and spoke up to give them notice before leaving the office, letting the two of them study in this quiet space. Outside the office, there was a large building in the empty space that was previously there. Other than the magic fan factory that was made in the beginning, There was an even larger round building that was built out of stone. This was the workshop the dwarves normally worked in to research and produce magic machines. When they built this workshop at first, Heinz was very confused because he didn't understand what magic machines meant. He didn't know what it was to be used for at all. But after Sue-Yi signed the agreement with Chairman Farsak, selling the 5 magic machines to him, Heinz immediately changed his attitude. This was because according to what Sue-Yi said, the price of those 5 magic machines didn't even add up to 27 gold coins, but he had sold them to Chairman Farsak for an entire 200 gold coins. There was an 8 times profit earned from that. Not to mention that they were just beginning to make magic machines. If those magic machines ever needed repairs of spare parts, Chairman Farsak would have to work with the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. He even needed the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's help in training people to work those magic machines. They would also charge money for this matter. As for the price, even Heinz, who thought that he had a black heart, after he read the contract, he felt that Sue-Yi was too black. Sue-Yi only had a few words in response to this. There's no other way. This is the power of a monopoly. Even though it was like this, Chairman Farsak was satisfied in his discussions with Sue-Yi. He even thought that he had gotten quite a cheap deal out of this. As for Heinz, he couldn't only give an emotional sigh in his heart. This fellow Sue-Yi, his talent for making money was not something he could match. Because these 5 magic machines had earned such a large profit, the magic machine workshop was filled with excitement. The dwarves that received this praise and encouragement felt like they were heated up from within. Other than sleeping and eating each day, they were always inside the workshop, doing their best to complete the tasks Sue-Yi assigned them. Of course, the biggest reason was Sue-Yi's promise. As long as they finished the magic harvester, each person would be rewarded with 1 gold coin. Sue-Yi walked into the magic machine workshop. All the 100 dwarves in the workshop were working hard. These 100 dwarves were all responsible for different kinds of work. A part of them was to continue producing magic thread rolling machines and other magic machines used to produce the magic fan. Another part of them was responsible for researching how to forge the new magic harvester Sue-Yi had assigned them. At this time, the research emphasis was placed on the magic harvester. After his conversation with Viscount Leslie last time, Sue-Yi believed that farming technology had large prospects on the Signs continent, so he immediately began researching it as soon as he came back. Also because they were about to enter the fall harvest season, Sue-Yi's goal right now was to produce a small-scale harvester. The research was divided into 2 different aspects. One was Sue-Yi and still studying a magic array that would be used as the core driving force for the harvester. The other portion was the dwarves researching how to forge the outer structure of the harvester. The work that Sue-Yi was responsible for was the most important. He had to perfectly combine the magic array with the structure of the harvester. To do this, he needed large amounts of practical data to support him. For this, he had been running between the research laboratory outside and inside Banda City for the past few days. Hard work definitely had its payout. After this period of research, the small magic harvester had already taken form. In this laboratory, the dwarves responsible for researching magic machines had already made a harvester that was almost the same as one on Earth, and now they were just fixing all the bugs. When they saw Sue-Yi come in, Camby, who had been appointed the manager of the workshop, came over. "Hey, Sue." "Oh, no. Chairman, did you come here to see the magic harvester?" Camby raised his stubby arm to greet Sue-Yi. "All right, Camby, just call me by my name." Sue-Yi nodded with a smile. "That's right. Didn't you see all the wheat in the Lord Viscount's fields turning yellow? It seems like they'll begin harvesting it in less than a month. If we don't hurry up and finish this magic harvester by the time the wheat matures, we'll have to wait at least another half a year." "Relax. The brothers have been working hard overtime these past few days. Looks, this thing has already been made, but there are still some small bugs with it. Otherwise, it could already be used. Finding the problems now is better than problems appearing when using it." Sue-Yi and Camby went over to the dwarves who were testing out the magic harvester. After asking some question, he found that the problem they had now was that after using the machine at high speeds for a while, there would be the situation where it wouldn't run as smoothly. There was no need to investigate at all. Sue-Yi already knew what it was. It is certainly because of the bearings breaking down. As expected, once he opened it for a look, there were scratch marks on the line shaft of magic harvester, causing several dents to appear in it. This would naturally affect the rotation. Su-E was actually helpless about this because this was completely an issue with the material of the bearing. Because the iron smelting technology on the sign's continent was limited, steel alloy that was resistant and stretchable hasn't appeared right now. Whether it was using white iron or gray iron, it clearly wasn't enough to build this kind of bearing that needed to withstand this kind of high-speed rotation. Although the magic fan from before also needed to withstand high-speed rotations, the driving force of the magic fan wasn't that strong, so the pressure wasn't too strong. Just using simple iron to build it was enough to withstand it. But when it came to the magic harvester, it was very easy for problems to occur with this machine that needed a strong driving force. So he couldn't solve this material problem right now. He carefully thought about it and could only come up with a compromise. He had the dwarves install an iron roller on the bearing. This would reduce the effect of the rubbing and allow the bearing to live a bit longer. Of course, this would also weaken the output power. So, Sui had no choice but to consider changing the magic array to allow the magic array to release enough power. AI, speaking of this, the industrial system of the continent is just too weak. If it was like on Earth where there were 10 different kinds of steel alloys, would there be such troubles? Looking at the dwarves who had begun working hard because of his one little modification, Sui couldn't help shaking his head and secretly sighing. Thinking of this, Sui naturally thought about his material research laboratory in the dwarves' village. Although he had promised the 500 gold coins each month in research expenses for the 100 dwarven masters, he still had a trace of hope in his heart. If the dwarves of the tribe could make a breakthrough in this material research, the 500 gold coins a month would be worth it. Of course, as a mechanical engineer specialist, Sui knew that there wouldn't be sudden progress in researching materials. They could only make improvements bit by bit. They couldn't rush this matter at all. Forget it. The so-called engineering master only exists to solve this matter. When you need to solve problems in limited situations, that is where people like me have value. Thinking of this, Sui psyched himself up according to his habits. He then considered that because of this small change, he would have to make corresponding changes with the magic array. When he thought of the magic array, Sui naturally thought of the two girls who were currently working in his office. This is bad. I was only focused on the work here. I almost forgot the two of them. Sui slapped his thigh. He pulled Camby over to say a few things before leaving the workshop and rushing back to the office. Sorry, I was busy with other stuff. When Sui opened the door to the office, he wanted to apologize, but he found Akali and Evita sprawled over the table, completely focused on making the changes to the magic array according to the test he gave them. He immediately stopped talking. Sui stood by the door for a while. Akali was probably a bit tired, so she stretched herself out, and she finally noticed Sui. Sir Chairman, when did you come back? Akali asked in a surprised voice. Hearing Akali say this, Evita was also surprised and looked over at Sui. Sui revealed a faint smile. It's been a while, but seeing how focused the two of you were, I couldn't bother you. What bother? Akali reached out her little fist to tap his head and complained. Sir Chairman, the blueprints you gave us really is troublesome. Evita and I have thought about it for a while, and we haven't even finished a single sheet. Would you think that we are too stupid since we can't even solve these problems? How could that be? Sui laughed. To be honest with you, I spent several days thinking about these problems in the beginning before solving them. If you were able to solve all these problems in such a short amount of time, would you believe that I would use a salary of 100 gold coins a month to keep you here? Akali couldn't help rolling her eyes at Sui. You clearly knew we couldn't do it, and you deliberately used this large salary to whet our appetite. Evita paid attention to another matter. Sir Chairman, you mean that these designs are already problems that you have solved? Then, can you let me see the method for solving this? Sui shook his head. I'm afraid I can't because the final solution is currently a secret for our company. We can't easily let others see it. Evita gave a disappointed sigh, and her head went down. Of course, if you officially join our company, it won't be a secret to you anymore. Sui said with a smile. Akali said in a dejected voice, Sir Chairman, the designs you gave us are already this difficult. Would you even let us join your company even if we wanted to? That is not certain. Sui shook his head with a faint smile. Can you let me see your solutions first? Taking the sheets from the two of them, Sui seriously looked them over and he couldn't help nodding in satisfaction. Even if the two of them didn't give a complete answer, based on the thoughts they had written on the paper, Sui was certain that they had graduated from the Lampuri Royal Magic Academy. They had a very high understanding of magic, and the thoughts they had were already on a very high level, even coming very close to the final solution Sui had. Based on the thoughts the two had, one could see that there was a difference in personality between the two of them. When comparing them, Akali's thoughts were more active, acting in an unconstrained manner. There were some very bold ideas in her method, which could even be considered fantasies. As for Evita, she was much more traditional, but it could be seen that she had a very solid foundation. Every step of her solution was very solid, and her overall idea was close to perfection. If Evita was given enough time, he believed that she would be able to create a real solution in the end. After looking over these papers, Sui was very happy. Although these two classmates of Still weren't powerful magicians, it was as Still said, the two of them were competent enough to finish the work in the lab right now. If they were recruited and adding in Still, Sui would have 3 reliable helpers. It would definitely greatly increase the efficiency of his magic research. Thinking of this, Sui put down the papers and looked into their expectant eyes. He revealed a refreshing smile and said, I have to say, you two are truly outstanding, completely fulfilling the requirements for working in our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's Magic Research Lab. I have a serious question for the two of you right now. Are you willing to join the Frestec Chamber of Commerce? The burning hot weather continued, and it was already the middle of August in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's workshops were all filled with joy. Almost every person had a smile on their faces that was filled to the brim. As for the reason, it's very simple. It was because today was payday. According to the rules Sui set, the 15th of each month was the set payday. This time, the factory had been set up for a month, so this was the first official payday. So naturally it had to be official and could even be considered grand. Seabass had arrived at the factory early and had given the financial report for last month he had made to Sui and Heinz to look over. Sui believed that there was no need to doubt useful people and don't use doubtful people. He only simply swept over the financial report and didn't care about it at all. Heinz, on the other hand, carefully looked it over several times, only letting Seabass off after ensuring that every number was correct. Sui was helpless towards Heinz's actions, but he didn't stop him. As the third largest shareholder of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce after himself and Viscount Leslie, Heinz had enough qualification and reason to do this. Moreover, with him carefully looking it over, it saved Sui quite a bit of effort. The nervous and exciting morning passed, and it was the afternoon in the blink of an eye. All the workers in both workshops gathered, and they began lining up to receive their pay. The first to come up was the dwarf Camby. As the manager of the magic machine workshop, Camby's wage was naturally higher than the other dwarves. He was on almost the same level as Heinz, receiving 20 gold coins per month. The next one to come forward was Alex. As Heinz's assistant, Alex's wage was 10 gold coins. It was a bit higher than the normal worker. Then came the dwarves excluding Camby. Other than the dwarves that had been affected by trivial matters or health issues, the other dwarves all received 8 gold coins a month as a wage. When they opened the purses Seabass handed them and found 8 gold coins shining inside, the dwarves all had smiles bloom on their faces. There were even some dwarves who began excitedly dancing. It was like Master Lanus said, these dwarves had very poor living conditions before. When these dwarves had been living back in the tribe, although they didn't starve, other than wine that they could brew themselves, they were lacking in other materials they needed. After they came to work at the factory, not only did the factory take care of their meals, not letting them worry about their daily necessities, they also received 8 gold coins per month. Even if 8 gold coins was not considered much, they could buy some needed items and bring them back to the tribe, letting their parents, wives, and children have better lives. Thinking of the happy smiles their family members would have when receiving these things, these frank and straightforward dwarves were filled with joy. When remembering that they could only enjoy this kind of life after coming to the factory, the dwarves all looked at Sui with gazes filled with excitement and respect. Compared to the dwarves, the wages of the students from the Baron Ricto Magic Academy was a bit lower. It was only around 5-6 gold coins. They had this kind of wage because they were only still students, so the time they had each day to work was limited. Naturally, they couldn't compare to the dwarves who worked in the magic machine workshop all day. The second reason was because they only had simple magic array making work. Although it was work on the magic side, it was a very simple and repetitive kind of work. It didn't have a high requirement in terms of technique, so naturally their wages weren't that high. Sui was a bit worried at first that the students wouldn't be satisfied seeing that other people's wages were higher than theirs. But after the students received their wages, every single one of them was filled with incomparable joy. There wasn't a single bit of dissatisfaction at all. Even a kid from a noble family like Oren, his mouth was crooked from smiling at just a trivial 6 gold coins. It was like he wasn't holding 6 gold coins, but rather 600 gold coins. Sui thought about it and couldn't help but smile. Actually, the reactions of the other students were normal. They were only students still in school right now. Being able to earn a wage with their own work was already enough to make them happy. Not to mention that 6 gold coins to them was already quite a bit. It had to be known that the fee for each semester at the Baron Richter Magic Academy was 25 gold coins. This meant that as long as they kept this job, these students could rely on their own hard work to pay their own school fees. For most of the students from normal or poor families, this saved quite a bit of burden for their families. Once their parents found out about this, they would be very satisfied with this. After they finished giving the students their wages, there was a portion of workers that didn't receive wages, which was the 100 slaves. When it was time to give these 100 slaves their wages, Sui was actually troubled. Based on normal logic, since these slaves worked in the factory, they deserved to receive wages, but slaves were slaves after all. Even if Sui was not willing to accept this, he had to accept this. Slaves didn't have any right or position on the Signs continent, and in normal conditions, no one would agree to slaves receiving wages. The more important reason was that these slaves currently belonged to Viscount Leslie. Sui was only borrowing them. Even if Sui wanted to give them wages, he should give it to Viscount Leslie first. As for whether Viscount Leslie would pay these slaves or not, it would depend on his mood. So after Sui and Heinz discussed this for a while with Seabass, they finally decided not to give the slaves wages. Rather, they would receive welfare allowances. Currently, it was still the middle of the blazing summer, so Sui gave each of the slaves a second-generation variable speed magic fan. Other than that, he gave each person a clothing ticket for Medigen's tailor shop in Bana City. With this clothing ticket, the slaves could have the Medigen tailor shop prepare one piece of clothing for them that didn't surpass a value of 1 gold coin. Other than this, he gave them some meat and fruit, as well as some random daily necessities. When all the welfare allowances was added up, it was valued at around 4 gold coins. According to the ideas Sui had at first, the value of the slaves' work each month should be at least 6 gold coins. He wanted to give them more welfare allowances, but this idea was stopped by Heinz. No matter what, these slaves still belonged to Viscount Leslie. If Sui was too good to them, Viscount Leslie would have some special thoughts. Even based on these simple welfare allowances to Sui, it had already overstepped a taboo matter. When those slaves saw the dwarves and students receiving their wages from the side, although they were envious, they knew that they were just slaves. It was impossible for them to receive the same wages. So they could only watch them without saying anything. Actually, they were already very satisfied with their current living conditions. Since they came to the factory, not only would they not be beaten or cursed at each day, they could enjoy 3 sumptuous meals a day and not worry about empty stomachs. Although there was work to do each day, compared to the heavy work they had to do under Viscount Leslie, it was much more simple and relaxed. Not to mention that they only had to work 8 short hours each day, and there wasn't any extra work that was given to them. Even when there was a lack of people working on the road last time and Sui had them help, he had also given each slave a pound of meat as compensation. It could be said that their current lives was like a dream to the slaves. They never thought that they would ever have such a comfortable and relaxed life. If it was possible, they really wanted Viscount Leslie to sell them to Sui. With this kind of master, it was the best home in the heart of every slave. So when Seabass announced for the slaves to come up and receive their welfare allowance, the slaves were all stunned. Welfare allowance? What was this thing? Was it for us? Only when Seabass raised his voice to repeat this and picked out the name of a slave were the slaves sure that they had not misheard. The slave that was picked carefully came in front of Seabass. Heinz smiled as he placed the magic fan, the clothing ticket, the meat, and the other welfare allowances in his hands. That slave looked at the things in his hands in a daze for a while, before suddenly revealing a large smile. His eyes couldn't help being filled with tears as he choked up. For a while, he didn't know how he should react. Seeing this scene, Sui couldn't help giving a soft sigh. This damn slavery, it should be eliminated as soon as possible. After the 100 slaves were given their welfare allowances, Sui announced in a loud voice that he would be giving them the rest of the afternoon off, which was instantly met with thunderous applause. With their wages in hand, whether it was the dwarves or the students, they couldn't wait to show off. Of course, there were some that were already becoming impatient. Sui announced that they would be given a vacation. It was simply hitting them where it itched, causing it to instantly explode in their minds. Seeing the several students charge out in a group while cheering, where even Oren wasn't an exception, Sui couldn't help smiling. This scene made him think of back when he was in university. He ran out of school with his classmates like this and went wild all day. Turning around to look, the dwarves also scattered in groups, leaving only the slaves standing there not knowing what to do. Sui thought for a bit before pulling Heinz to a corner. Heinz, start recruiting workers. Perhaps the deities had finally been paid their wages, but right after high noon, a rainstorm began falling not long after. Little pinky-sized raindrops hurt when they fell onto one's body. There was the dull sound of raindrops falling onto the thick wooden roof. This is the first time there was such a large rainfall. Will it leak in? Sui looked up at the roof with his brows knit in worry. It might leak a bit, but it shouldn't be that much of a problem. Heinz on the side answered in an uncaring voice. It was currently completely dark outside because of the rainstorm. One couldn't see more than 10 meters outside the window. In the workshop right now, the workers had already left. There was only Sui, Heinz, Seabass, and Camby. These 4 people left. It became incomparably silent in the room. The sounds of the raindrops falling onto the roof reverberated through the workshop like it was a drum. No, a leak is a big problem. Sui shook his head. Heinz, we produce precise machinery here. If it is soaked by the rain and rusts, it will greatly damage the magic array inside and ruin the entire machine. So this problem needs to be dealt with seriously. Heinz helplessly looked up. It can't be right. These things are all made of iron. It shouldn't be a problem if they get a bit wet. The dwarf Camby also looked at Sui with a confused look, not understanding why he was making a fuss over a trivial matter. As a dwarven master of working with iron, Camby had seen more iron items in his life than Sui. He did not feel that these shiny, black iron fellows would be ruined by a little rain. Only Seabass was the same as before, not showing any changes on his face. Sui was also helpless. Not to mention stainless steel, there wasn't even steel items in this world, so the world's rust prevention techniques were quite crude. This caused many iron items to be sold at a large discount. Looking at the pile of finished magic fans in the corner of the workshop, Sui shook his head. There was no choice. He was only a mechanical engineer. Although he knew a bit of researching materials, he wasn't that skilled at it. He couldn't take out the formula for plastic. Otherwise, if the outer casing for the magic fan was made of plastic, not only would it be better at resisting rust, it would greatly decrease its weight while also making it prettier. The most important thing was that it would greatly decrease their costs and would also increase their profits. It was a good thing that when he was designing the magic fan, Sui had already considered waterproofing it. The core part was very strictly waterproofed, so it shouldn't be easily ruined by being soaked with water. Moreover, the magic array was made from special magic material. Once the magic array was made, unless the magic-related material was broken, it was very hard for the magic array itself to be destroyed. There wasn't a need to worry much about this point. Moving aside from the reason that the products might be damaged, this workshop will need to be refurbished in the future. Otherwise, once it does leak, it will greatly affect the productivity of the workers. Sui still insisted on his opinion. Heinz, arrange this as soon as possible. Seeing how firm Sui was, Heinz could only nod his head in agreement. All right, putting this problem aside for now, what were we just talking about? Sui asked. As the key members of the company, the 4 of them had stayed after all the workers left to hold a meeting. Other than summarizing everything that happened to the company in the last month, they would also plan on how to expand the company. Camby said that everything in the magic machine workshop is running smoothly, but many dwarves are complaining that it is too boring and they don't have things to do. Heinz replied, "That's right. Many brothers are saying that they aren't doing much and they are receiving all this money. They are feeling embarrassed." Canby scratched his head and spoke with a somewhat embarrassed smile. He couldn't help laughing. These dwarves really were simply. They weren't happy that their work was easy, and they actually said that their wages were too high. Canby, let them be assured that while the work isn't heavy now, that is only because the fellows outside haven't realized the importance of magic machines yet. You just need to wait a while, and when Chairman Farsak builds a factory in Southan City, I can promise that large amounts of magic machines will fly out. Just don't blame me for there being too much work at that time. Canby grinned and waved his hand in an uncaring manner. How could that be? We dwarves can endure suffering the best. As long as there is wine to drink, there's no problem no matter how much work there is. Speaking of wine, Canby, although I know that you dwarves especially love wine, you mustn't drink while you are working because the machines you are making need to be very precise. Just a little mistake will cause a large problem, so you need to keep reminding them while working. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce is still a small company right now after all. We have to pay attention to our product's quality while developing. Canby nodded. All right, I'll tell them when I head back. They just need to drink after getting off work and not drink while working. He knit his brows. Just a warning isn't enough. How about this? We'll set a rule. If someone is found drinking while working, the first time they'll be fined 50 silver coins. The second time they'll be fined 2 gold coins. And the third time they'll be fined their entire month's wages. Isn't this too serious? Canby was stunned. Chairman, those brothers treat alcohol like their lives. I'm afraid that once this rule is set, quite a few people won't be able to receive their wages. I know that you treat alcohol like your lives, so it has to be this serious. Su Wai said with a serious expression, no matter what, the quality of the product is most important. If there is a problem with the quality because of a personal problem, then one should be punished because of it. Seeing how serious Su-Yi was, Canby couldn't only helplessly lower his head. All right, I'll tell it clearly to them. Of course, this rule does not only apply to your dwarven brothers. Heinz, this rule also applies to the Magic Fan Workshop. Heinz knew that Su-Yi was only being fair, so he immediately agreed. Canby, you don't need to be that depressed. There are also rewards that come with punishment. Tell your dwarven brothers that if they work properly, I can use the company's name to make a large order from the Sachi Manor. If you want wine in the future, that'll depend on your accomplishments with the company. Canby's eyes instantly lit up. You're telling the truth? Would I be joking with you at a time like this? Canby's dispirited look disappeared without a trace, and he broke out in laughter. Good, good, this is good. I dare promise that as long as the brothers hear about the Sachi Manor's wine, they will work very zealously. Then that's good. She nodded with a faint smile before turning to Heinz and saying, All right, we're done talking about the Magic Machine Factory, so let's now talk about the Magic Fan Factory. Heinz immediately stuck out his chest and fearlessly said, There is no need to worry about our Magic Fan Factory. The slaves are very obedient. There won't be any trouble at all. Canby looked over at Heinz. This seemed like it was an indirect insult. Su-Yi waved his hand with a bitter smile. Although the dwarves had been working here for a month, there were still some barriers between humans and dwarves. Only it would take a long time before this barrier could be solved, and it couldn't bear rushed. No, Heinz, the problem with the magic machine warehouse is not the workers, but rather what they are producing next. Heinz was surprised. There is no problem with production at all. Everything is smooth. My meaning is not that production isn't smooth, and you have forgotten a very important problem. Isn't it a fact that the magic fans will stop being produced soon? Oh, Heinz was shocked, and he suddenly stood up. Stop production? Why would you stop production? The magic fan is selling this well. Why would you need to stop producing it? Canby and Seabass on the side both looked at Su-Yi with confused looks. Just the second-generation variable speed magic fan has only been produced for less than half a month, and it had already sold over 6,000 units, bringing a profit of over 5,000 gold coins to the company. Why was it that with such good sales volume, Su-Yi suddenly wanted to stop production? Su-Yi pointed out the window. Because summer is about to pass. The three instantly understood. That's right. It was currently the middle of August, and summer was about to pass soon. At best, the hot weather would only last for a month. Once it wasn't as hot anymore, people's desire to buy magic fans would greatly decrease, and it would be close to zero. When that time comes, with no one buying magic fans, naturally there was no need to produce them anymore. Once he thought this through, Heinz instantly became anxious. Then what do we do? Sue, the magic fan is our most profitable item. If the production stops, what will we depend on to earn money? Quickly think of a way. Otherwise, will we have to wait until next summer before we start working again? But there will be all kinds of imitation magic fans next year. We won't be able to sell much at that time. Canby pulled Heinz back. What are you anxious for? Since the chairman has raised this question, that means that he already has a method. You just need to listen to him. Heinz threw Canby aside and angrily said, "Of course you're not anxious. Your magic machine workshop will always have things to do. But what about us?" After saying this, he turned to Sue and urged him, "Sue, do you have some kind of solution? Quickly say it." "Ah, I'm going to die of anxiety." Sue patted his shoulder and signaled for him to calm down. "Of course there is a solution. Since the magic fan can't be produced anymore, we can just change to a product that isn't affected by the seasons." Hearing that there is a possibility, Heinz's eyes instantly lit up. "What product?" Sue laughed as he took out a blueprint from his chest. "Here, it's this." It was already afternoon when he finished the meeting with Heinz and the others. The rainstorm was smaller than before, and there were traces of light beams poking through the dark clouds. Sue hesitated a bit before braving the heavy rain to head back to Bana City. He didn't immediately head back home, but rather he came to a small silent building in west of Bana City. This was the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's research laboratory. According to Sue's initial plans, this magic research laboratory should have been built with the factory, allowing instant exchanges between the research lab and the factory. But based on the special circumstances of the Signs continent, with magicians always considering themselves higher than others, and adding in the fact that the first researcher was a beautiful young girl like Still, Sue rented this little building separately to be the research lab. After Akali and Evita joined the research lab, Sue wanted to rent out separate residences for them. Who would have thought that after the two saw the environment of the little building, they directly decided to live in the research lab? Sue naturally wouldn't reject them. So this quiet little building was not only the magic research laboratory, it was also considered the dorm for the researchers. When the door was opened, Akali's round face appeared. Perhaps she never thought that Sue would brave the large rain to come here, but Akali was scared. After she reacted, she invited Sue in. Coming into the room, Sue looked around and found that the living room of the house was quite disorderly. Not only were blueprints thrown all around, all kinds of magic material was placed all over. Other than this, there were several pieces of girl clothing scattered on the ground, with even a few pieces of underwear among them. Seeing Sue look around, Akali's face turned red. She quickly picked up the clothes on the ground and she threw them into the bedroom. When she came out again, she had a very awkward smile on her face. Sue also smiled, not minding it at all. Actually, when he had gone to university, because he had been on day duty, he had gone to several female students' dorms and found that they were not as clean as he had imagined at all. Rather, they were just as dirty as male students, and some of them were even more dirty than male students. After that, Sue knew that female students weren't that different from male students. There was also a separation between lazy and diligent. Akali had a very open disposition, so her randomly throwing things around was not that surprising to Sue. Seeing the smile on Sue's face, Akali misunderstood that Sue was laughing at her. Although her face was a bit red, she still couldn't help giving a snort and glaring at Sue. "Sir Chairman, why did you suddenly come here for? Is there something you need?" There is. Where's Evita? Call her over as well. I have a research task for you," Sue said. Hearing that it really was for work, Akali forgot her anger from her shame and had Sue wait as she ran upstairs. Watching her rush off, Sue couldn't help shaking his head. This Akali, she really was a child who had just graduated. She really didn't understand anything about this world. No matter what, he was still considered a chairman. After coming here, she actually didn't even pour any tea for him, and she just left him here alone. Sue casually picked up a few blueprints from off the ground and gave a slight nod. These blueprints were related to the magic harvester they were currently researching. Based on the magic arrays drawn on the papers, it seemed like they were already making progress on Sue's request. It seemed like she and Evita had been working very hard lately, Otherwise, it was possible for them to have this kind of progress in this short period of time. According to their current speed, they should be able to finish the core magic array for the magic harvester very soon. That way, there would be enough time for the magic machine workshop to work with the magic array and do plenty of practical experimenting. There were sounds of footsteps from the staircase. He looked over, and instantly his eyes lit up. Akali had a quite careless disposition, so she wouldn't care that much about her appearance in the research lab that was basically the same as her home. Not only did she mess up the living room, she didn't even tidy herself up. Evita was completely different. Even if she was wearing a simple set of clothes made for wearing around the home, she had meticulously tidied herself, not showing a single bit of mess on her entire body. She was already delicate-looking and had a gentle aura. Adding in this kind of dress, compared to Akali, she was clearly more conspicuous. He had a look of praise in his eyes as he waved his hand at the two of them. "Come, I'll show you your research assignment." Evita slightly knit her brows. "Sir Chairman, we are still currently researching the magic array for the magic harvester. It won't conflict. This assignment can wait until you've finished researching the magic harvester, and it is much simpler compared to the magic harvester, so it won't take much time. Come, take a look." Sui smiled as he gave them the blueprint he had just shown to Heinz's group of three. Evita and Akali carefully looked over this blueprint and nodded at the same time. This is indeed much simpler. Akali pointed at the blueprint and asked, "Chairman, can you tell me what this thing is used for?" "This is a simple magic array. I can't see anything special or powerful about this." "That's right. This thing is very simple, but you can't look down on this thing. Perhaps each family will use this thing in the future." Sui replied with a smile. "Come, I'll explain this to you." After around 15 minutes, Akali and Evita had finished listening to Sui's explanations, and they looked at Sui with shocked gazes at the same time. "Chairman, just what is going on in your head? Why do you always have such strange creative ideas?" Akali actually planned on lifting her hand to rub Sui's head, but smartly stopped herself. "Akali, stop speaking nonsense." Evita reprimanded her. "Sir Chairman is naturally different from normal people, otherwise still wouldn't have." Evita suddenly stopped. "Still wouldn't have what?" Sui asked curiously. "This fellow must be talking about me to you guys behind my back, right? Is it bad things about me?" "No, no, of course not." Evita quickly waved her hands. "She just, it isn't bad things about you, really. You have to believe me. Sir Chairman is such a good person. How could still say bad things about you? Is this considered you giving me a large good guy card?" Sui rubbed his nose in a depressed manner. "Forget it. It doesn't matter what she said. You should focus on studying and finish researching this thing as soon as possible. According to my plan, I want to begin producing this product by the beginning of next month. Do you think you can finish researching it before then?" "The beginning of next month? That is in half a month." Akali tilted her head to think. "It should not be a problem. We only need a single week to finish the magic array for the magic harvester. This thing is this simple. I think we can finish it in a week." Evita also gave a slight nod. "I also feel it won't be a problem." "That's good. I can be assured then." Sui stood up again and looked around before asking, "That's right. How have you been during this period of time? Are you lacking anything? If you need anything, just ask. If there is anything that is inconvenient talking to me about, you can also tell Still and have her solve it for you. We're not lacking anything. We're doing quite well here." Evita waved her hand. She looked out the window and asked Sui, "Sir Chairman, are you planning to leave? The rain is quite big right now. How about you wait here for a while? You can also solve some problems for us. We've encountered a few problems in the past few days, but it isn't related to the magic array at all. It should be like you've said, it's related to the machine itself, and we don't understand much about this. So if you can explain this to us, I think the results of our research will be much better." "That's right. There are indeed many parts that feel very strange." Akali also said, "For example, the wild wind array on the magic harvester, why is it so small? This will also make the wild wind array much weaker. Also, why did you request for the wild wind speed to not decrease? This is very hard to control. Wind magic array are unstable to begin with. Although the solution you used in the revolving wind array of the magic fan was quite good, I feel like it could be changed like this." Seeing the two excited for knowledge, Sui thought about it before nodding. "All right, I'll use this chance to explain a few fundamental problems I considered when I was designing the magic machines. That way, when you are performing magic research in the future, you can consider these issues and it will make your research much easier. First, I'll tell you why it is called a magic machine. The magic inside of the so-called magic machine is not the magic magicians use, but rather it refers to using magic as a driving force. To put it simply, it is using magic as an energy to create motion. The core of the magic machine is to use the magic created by the magic array as a driving force. So the magic array is the core power source of a magic machine. As for the machine, whether it is the magic fan or these machines, they can all be considered normal machines. The most important part of magic machines is combining the magic power source with the machine itself, allowing the magic to perfectly drive the machine and complete a set task. This point will rely on some mechanical knowledge. Let me start from the relatively simple magic fan. Perhaps it had been suppressed for too long, but the rain either didn't fall or it continued to rain for half a month before stopping. When the weather finally cleared, the sun showed itself in its full glory, burning bright for an entire day. Everyone was stunned to find that the weather wasn't as hot as before where it made people want to lay down all day. After all, it was already the end of August and the final bit of summer. There has been an excessive bit of rainwater in this period of time, so the wheat on the farms underwent a wild period of growth. After the weather had been clear for 2 days, all the green from the farms before had turned a golden yellow. Looking at it, with the golden waves rippling in the wind, it looked quite magnificent. For a science continent that didn't have a developed production system, a world which couldn't even guarantee that every person could be warm and fed, the harvest of each year was very important. No matter what country it was, everyone would put down everything on the important harvest day and focus completely on the harvest. The Lampuri Kingdom was in the southwest of the Science continent, having 2 harvest seasons each year, with the fall harvest being the most important. So when the wheat fields matured, the entire kingdom became a scene of harvest, and naturally Banda City was not an exception. But this year, there were some places that weren't the same as before. To the west of Banda City, in a large piece of land that belonged to Viscount Leslie, because he had planted his crops a bit early, over half the field of wheat had already matured. It was now time to rush and harvest all of this. According to traditions, Viscount Leslie would send out all the slaves under his name and even send all his guards to help with the harvest. There were many times when even children had to participate. After all, the harvest completely depended on manpower. If a single extra person was sent, it would mean that the harvest would end a bit earlier. Oftentimes, everyone hoped that the sky wouldn't suddenly be filled with a large rainstorm like before, otherwise that would mean that the year's harvest would be over. But it was different this year. Although Viscount Leslie did the same thing as last year, leading all the servants of the Viscount Manor to hold a sacrificial ceremony to the gods, he didn't announce for all the slaves and servants to begin harvesting. After he cut the first ear of wheat for symbolic purposes, he directly moved to the side and adopted a look of watching the fun. This filled the hearts of all the Banta City nobles on the side with wonder. It was already very strange that Viscount Leslie would invite them all here to watch the sacrificial ceremony. But now that Viscount Leslie was like this, just what kind of tricks was Viscount Leslie up to? While everyone was filled with doubt, there was suddenly a large sound from behind Viscount Leslie that instantly attracted everyone's gaze. In front of everyone, a strange machine being pushed by a large man came out from behind Viscount Leslie. This machine looked very strange. There was a giant rectangular iron box in the front, and the front of the box was open, revealing a line of iron plows that kept turning, looking very fierce. There was a giant iron stand in the middle of the machine that was covered in iron, that was constantly releasing a sound from inside, as if there was something there that kept shaking. At the bottom of the stand were 2 giant iron wheels that were half the size of a normal person. Looking at it, this wheel had clearly been specially made. Not only was the wheel as thick as half a child's arm, there were also grooves on it that seemed like it would be used to stabilize the machine in the dirt. But to many people, this was clearly unnecessary. Based on the fact that the cart could easily dig into the dirt, this machine was at least several hundred pounds. The end of the machine was quite simple. There were only 2 handles. It allowed the man to tightly hold them and control this machine as he wished as he moved forward. Viscount Leslie, what is this thing for? A noble standing beside Viscount Leslie couldn't help asking him. Viscount Leslie revealed a faint smile. There's no meaning in saying it. You'll know if you just watch. Hearing this response, the nobles that wanted to know the answer could only helplessly focus back onto the machine itself. That large man was carefully pushing the strange machine onto the fields. He turned back to look at Viscount Leslie, and seeing him give a nod, he pulled out a white cloth to place over his mouth and nose before putting a cloth bag over the opening of the machine. Then he pushed down on the switch with his hand, and the machine made a large sound as he slowly pushed towards the field. The surrounding nobles were all shocked. This machine looked this fierce. If it charged over like this, wouldn't it flatten the wheat that was so hard to grow? Even if Viscount Leslie had a large territory, he could only grow this much wheat. To waste it like this definitely was something he shouldn't do. In front of everyone's confused and shocked gazes, the front of this machine had already reached the first outer row of wheat. The iron plows rotating at high speeds easily swallowed the grains, and it disappeared into the machine. Strange sounds came from the giant box, and after a while, several nobles with sharp eyes found that something seemed to be spurting out of the opening of the machine. The empty cloth sack was filled up a bit. The machine continued to advance through the field, and something kept being spurted out the opening in the back, causing the sack to fill up bit by bit. When the large men went around the field twice, the cloth bag was already filled, and the man stopped the machine. Viscount Leslie waved his hand, and two slaves came from behind him, changing out the cloth bag of the machine and putting in a new bag. The large man continued to push the machine over the field to harvest the wheat, while the two slaves brought the full cloth bag in front of Viscount Leslie. Without waiting for Viscount Leslie's agreement, some nobles on the side had already come over. A noble looked down and called out in surprise. He reached out to grab a handful, and he had grabbed a handful of small red wheat grains. Seeing this scene, the other nobles couldn't hold it in anymore and reached their hand in. There wasn't a single person who didn't grab a handful of wheat grains. Seeing the wheat grains without any shells in their hands, the nobles simply didn't dare believe their eyes. How is it possible? It was clearly stalks of grain in the field. How could it suddenly turn into grains of wheat? A noble said to himself in a confused voice. That's right. How was this done? Viscount Leslie, you wouldn't have already filled the bag with wheat grains to fool us, right? Another noble clearly didn't dare believe it. Viscount Leslie was too lazy to explain it to them and pointed at the machine that was still harvesting in the field. Everyone looked over and found that the bag that had just been changed had already been filled again. The two slaves brought the bag over, and in front of everyone's gaze, they found that this bag was also filled with small grains of wheat. If someone said that Viscount Leslie was fooling them, no one would believe it. First, Viscount Leslie had no need to do this. Second, the nobles at least had some understanding of farming, and naturally they could see that the wheat grains in the cloth bags had been newly harvested. It was impossible for Viscount Leslie to put in wheat that had been harvested before to fool them. But just how was this done? Clearly the wheat had been growing in the field, but once the strange machine swallowed it, it turned into grains of wheat? I say, Viscount Leslie, this wouldn't be made with some kind of magic, right? A noble couldn't help asking. Viscount Leslie laughed. You're not wrong. This really is a bit related to magic. But it's wrong if you want to say that it was completely made with magic. Have you ever heard of such convenient magic? Everyone shook their heads. All right, I'll tell you all. This thing is called a magic harvester, and it is used to harvest wheat. What about it? After you have seen it, what kind of thoughts do you have? Viscount Leslie excitedly looked at everyone around him. Everyone looked at each other before they looked back and gathered around Viscount Leslie with smiles, as one person asked, Viscount Leslie, we're all old friends. Tell me, do you have many of these machines? Can you lend me two to use? Hearing this person say this, the other nobles all reacted. That's right, lend me one as well. It's time to harvest the wheat on my territory. Your machine is this amazing, it is simply too easy to use. That's right, we're all old friends. Can you lend me some to use as well? What is called borrow? You bunch of greedy fellows. Viscount Leslie, I don't need to borrow. If you have many of these, directly give me a price and I'll buy two of them. That's right, I can also buy them. With this thing, it'll be much easier harvesting the wheat. Look at this speed. Wouldn't you be able to harvest a large patch in just an hour? I think you won't even need an hour. It has to be said, this thing is just too easy to use. Viscount Leslie, if you have extras, Sell them all to me. I'll buy as many as you have. Baron Rover, you have such a small territory. What are you buying all those machines for? Then again, this machine is so amazing. I can tell there definitely aren't many of them. Viscount Leslie, you have to sell to me first. Don't forget, in the spring harvest last time, I lent you 100 slaves to help. Seeing the excited appearances of the surrounding nobles, Viscount Leslie laughed as he turned to point at a person behind him. It's fine if you want to buy this machine, but you should look for him, not me. This machine of mine was bought from him. The nobles turned their heads in a stunned manner to see a smiling Sue. That smile. It was like a tiger that had been starved for 3 days suddenly being sent a large piece of meat to its mouth. Camby, weren't you complaining just a while ago? Let me tell you some good news. You have work to do now, and there's quite a bit of work to do. Sue smiled as he slapped Camby's shoulder, but because dwarves had quite a bit of muscle, his hand was numb from slapping him. What work? Is it the magic harvester? Camby's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked this. Sue raised the pack of orders in his hand and said while laughing, "That's right. It's the magic harvester. An entire 17 machines, and it has to be made in a single week. What do you think?" Camby had a look of joy just now, but he fell over after hearing the number. 17? And it has to be in a week. Camby shook his head with a bitter look. Isn't this too exaggerated? We are working in full force now, and we can't even make one a day. Hey, I don't care about this. I have already taken the orders, and if you can't finish the work, don't blame me if I dock your pay for next month. Sue revealed a look of a ruthless capitalist and placed the orders in Camby's hands before he left the magic machine workshop while whistling a little tune. He couldn't stop his mood from being good. An entire 17 magic harvesters. At the sales price of 70 gold coins for one, this was an entire 1,190 gold coins. According to Seabass calculations, the cost of each magic harvester wouldn't even add up to 10 gold coins. This meant that with each magic harvester sold, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce would earn a whole 60 gold coins. This was equal to 600% profits. Using explosive wasn't even enough to describe this. At first, Sue was prepared to sell at the set price of 50 gold coins Viscount Leslie had said before, but Viscount Leslie say that Sue could still raise the price a bit higher. He dared promise that it would still sell. Facts showed the Viscount Leslie's proposition was very correct. After witnessing how amazing the magic harvester, close to 20 nobles offered to buy the magic harvester on the spot, even giving a high price of 70 per machine. Those nobles agreed without even blinking. It made Sue a bit regretful that the price was still a bit too low. He only took 17 orders in the end because Sue considered that the productivity of the magic machine workshop wasn't enough, so he rejected several nobles. Because of Sue's refusal, those several nobles were unhappy and thought that Sue was looking down on them. It was a good thing Viscount Leslie was there. He said that he would lend his magic harvester to them later, allowing the situation to defuse. It seems like the productivity of the magic machine workshop isn't enough. It seems like the crafting research needs to be faster, otherwise when more orders come in, we won't be able to finish them. How could we watch this piece of fat meat in our mouth slip away? Sue thought in an unwilling manner. As for Camby complaining that they couldn't complete the order, Sue naturally didn't put it in his heart. Only being able to finish one a day, it was because the magic harvester had still been in its development stage. Now that the development was complete and they were in official production, naturally the efficiency wouldn't be as low as this anymore. 17 in a week, that was the number that Sue had carefully calculated. With the abilities of Camby and the other dwarves, they definitely could finish this task. Of course, this week would be rather tiring for them. But Camby said before that dwarves could handle suffering the most, and also complained that Sue gave them too little work. While he was thinking about how to increase the productivity of the magic machine workshop, Sue had slowly walked to the magic fan workshop. Entering the end of August, the magic fan workshop had become much more relaxed compared to before. Before this time, the workshop was always working on full, and the slaves had even worked several days of overtime because of this. But after completing the largest 3,000 magic fans order from Karma City, the magic fan factory became much more relaxed. It was like Sue had anticipated. Once it was close to the end of summer, there were much less families that wanted to buy magic fans and the demand for magic fans greatly decreased. Naturally, the orders wouldn't come in hordes like before. Sui looked over the much more peaceful workshop, and his eyes fell onto Heinz squatting in the corner with a dazed look, not knowing what to do. When Sui came over and also squatted down, did Heinz finally react? Huh? Sui, when did you get here? I just came. Sui smiled and asked back, What? What are you thinking? You looked so worried. Can I not worry? Heinz gave a bitter laugh as he pointed at the workshop. Take a look. Now that the magic fan orders have been reduced and the fact that we might not be able to sell another one next month, how could I not be worried? If this keeps going on, perhaps this workshop will be out of business by next month. Isn't this something that we already expected? Sue E said in an uncaring voice. Heinz looked over at Sue E with a serious look and suddenly said, Sue E, be honest with me. Are you planning to give up on the magic fan workshop? Sue E was stunned. Who told you I'm giving up on it? Then what about the new product you mentioned? Heinz reached his hand out to Sue E. Don't think I don't know. You helped Camby research that magic harvester thing, and it must be selling very well right now. Adding in the fact that they were already making those machines, their magic machine workshop must be incredibly busy right now. Then look at our magic fan workshop. There is only less and less work to do. In the end, we might even be shut down. Tell me, aren't you favoring one side too much? Sue, he didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. I say, Heinz, what nonsense are you thinking by yourself here? Whether it is the magic fan workshop or the magic machine workshop, they are all important parts of our company. How could I possibly favor one side and give up on the other? That's right, the magic machine workshop does have quite a bit of work to do right now. But if you think that I would give up the magic fan workshop because of this, you are making a big mistake. I'll honestly tell you that this workshop will be changing its name today. It will no longer be the Magic Fan Workshop. Rather, it will be called the Household Magic Machine Workshop. Household Magic Machine Workshop? Heinz was stunned. What does that mean? It means that this workshop will no longer only make magic fans. Rather, it will produce magic machines that families will use in their daily lives. Didn't I tell you to make 30 magic air conditioners a while ago? Did you forget? Of course I wouldn't forget. But Sui, the magic air conditioners were not as popular as you said they were. After 30 of them sold, there hasn't been another single order. Sue E couldn't help rolling his eyes at him. Nonsense. The magic air conditioner costs 20 gold coins for one. How could it be easy to sell? Then again, with summer half over, how many people will buy a luxury good like the magic air conditioner? But you don't need to worry. The magic air conditioner isn't like the magic fan, where it can only be used in summer. It can also be used in winter. Used in winter? Are you kidding me? Heinz's eyes popped out. That thing blows out such cold wind. Wouldn't people freeze to death from using it in the winter? I say, Heinz, when did you get such a single-tracked mind? Sue E sighed before saying in a voice that didn't expect anything. Who told you the magic air conditioners can only blow out cold wind? The so-called air conditioning means controlling the air itself. If it can turn the air cold, naturally it can also make the air warm. Let me tell you, when the weather becomes cold, we can sell magic air conditioners that controls heat. At that time, I dare say that we will sell a large amount of them. Heinz's eyes lit up. You're telling the truth? Can it really make the air warm? When have I ever lied to you before? Then that's great. If it really is like this, we'll earn a large amount when that time comes. Heinz excitedly stood up. Sui gave a helpless sigh. No matter what method he tried to convey his thoughts to Heinz, he was always such a petty fellow. It seemed like he was only suited to being a plant manager. He couldn't develop any higher. This was something he was helpless in. A person's experience is related to their environment. Before meeting Sue E, Heinz was only the owner of a small general store, so how could he have any excellent experience? After Heinz was excited for a bit, he suddenly thought of something and became depressed again. But Sue E, summer is over and there are still several months before winter. What will we do during this time? Sue E looked at him. Did you forget about what I told you before? Let me tell you some good news. Still and the others have already researched the core magic array, and now I just need to spend some time to combine the magic array with the machine structure. After some testing, we can officially start producing it. If we move fast, we can finish it in less than 20 days. Really? That's great. Hearing that the workshop wouldn't close down, Heinz let out a sigh of relief and finally calmed down. Seeing him being swayed by personal gains, Sui gave a helpless sigh again. This time he wasn't sighing because of Heinz, but rather because of the backwards industrial system of the science continent. In the previous world, the electric fan companies didn't run out of work once summer was over. Even if no one bought it now, they would first produce stock and hold it, waiting for the next summer to sell it. Moreover, it was even easier to change production. The powerful industrial system of his previous world allowed the electric fan factories to change their production lines slightly to make new products. They wouldn't stick with electric fans to the end. But on the science continent, because of reasons with the material, if they were to produce magic fans a year ahead of time, it would become a pile of waste by next summer. Moreover, the magic fan workshop's machines and workers were all trained to specially produce the magic fan. If they were to change products, they would have to rebuild the machines and retrain the workers. That meant that in the next 20 days, Sue would still be quite busy. Hey, establishing a complete industrial system. It sounds easy, but it is actually harder than ascending to the heavens. Thinking of this, Sue couldn't help giving a bitter laugh. Oh, no. If mentioning ascending to heaven, it isn't that difficult in this world filled with magicians. In the little building of the Magic Research Lab, Sue, Still, Akali, and Evita were around a small table. For pairs of eyes were staring at a round thing on the table, not blinking at all. Faint wisps of white steam was coming out of the top of the round thing. It rose up and hit the faces of the four of them, condensing small beads of water on their hair, but they didn't care about it at all. They just kept staring at the round thing, like there was something special about this black iron thing. I can smell the fragrance. Akali suddenly said in an excited voice. Can you smell it too? I can also smell it. Still also had a look of joy on her face. She turned to look at Sue. Sue, it should be done now, right? Sue took a deep sniff and didn't reply. Rather, he turned to Evita. Evita, you are the best at cooking out of all of us. It should be you who determines if it's good or not. But this is different compared to before. Evita was shocked, softly waving her hand to reject. It's fine. The method has just changed, but the foundations are still the same. Take a sniff. We can test the results if you think it is good. Sue said. Oh, all right. Evita responded. She pushed her hair behind her ears and came over the round thing. She took a deep sniff and closed her eyes to savor the smell before nodding at the three expectant people. It should be done. Then what are we still waiting for? Take the pot off. Akali cheered and reached out for the outer cover of the round thing. Sue was shocked seeing this. He quickly grabbed Akali's outstretched hand and stopped her. Do you want to be burned to death? Sue angrily reprimanded. Akali only realized what was wrong and awkwardly stuck out her tongue at Sue. Then she saw her right hand being held in Sue's large hand, and Akali's face turned a bit red. Although she had an open personality, even at her age, she had never come in close contact with males other than her family members. However, Sue didn't think that much. After stopping Akali, he directly let go of her hand. This made Akali let out a sigh of relief, while also feeling a bit disappointed. Sue found a cloth to cover his hands and reached out to take the cover off the round thing. Once it was opened, a thick white fog with a strong fragrance came out, instantly filling the room. As the fog scattered, the four looked into the round thing and saw that it was filled with white crystal like rice. It looked very enticing. Still was already holding a spoon that she stuck in to take a small spoonful. After blowing on it twice, she put it into her mouth. It's cooked just right. The taste is very good. Come, Sue, have a taste. Still took another spoonful and very naturally put it to Sue's mouth. Sue swallowed in one bit, and after chewing a bit, he felt that the rice in his mouth was tender and delicious, combining both soft and hard. Just a bite was enough to draw out a person's appetite, and it even made Sue feel that he could eat 2 whole bowls of only rice. This kind of delicious rice was something Sue had only eaten when he was young. All the rice he had eaten after that had lost this kind of taste. It is indeed quite good. Sue laughed. Very good. This also means that our experiment is a success. Come, Akali, Evita, have a taste as well. You have done a lot in helping develop this thing. Come, I say. Why do you have such strange expressions? Akali and Evita looked at Sue before looking at Still. They looked at each other and broke out in laughter at the same time. They then found some spoons from the side to have a taste and nodded in satisfaction. This is great. Chairman, what was this thing again? Akali was stuck all of a sudden. Magic rice cooker. Su-e supplemented. Oh right. Magic rice cooker. Is this considered a success? Actually, this can't be considered a complete success. There are actually quite a few things that could be changed. Su-e looked at the black round thing on the table. He thought that although the outside looked like an electric rice cooker from Earth, there were still many things that were lacking. At least the electric rice cookers on Earth had complete heat insulation, so one wouldn't need to fear burning their hands when opening it. But this was a small problem. There would just need to be a small change made when it was being produced. That's right. This magic rice cooker was the special product that Su-e had prepared for the Magic Fan Workshop to continue working. Back when summer was half over, Su-e had already considered the problem Heinz had been worrying about during the past period of time. After he considered it, Su-e made long-term plans, deciding to turn the Magic Fan Factory into a household magic machine workshop. As the name suggested, the products the workshop would make from now on were magic machines that normal households would use. Although the conditions on the Signs continent were limited and many household electronics from Earth couldn't be recreated, the ones that could be recreated were plenty. The electric rice cooker was one of them. Compared to the magic fan, the craftsmanship needed to make this magic rice cooker was much simpler. The entire research process only took less than a week, and it was already finished. Also, after studying this magic rice cooker, Su-e found another advantage of the magic machines. That was that the main power of the magic arrays was magic, so it wasn't the same as the electric appliances on Earth where one had to consider how to change electricity. Rather, one could just use the corresponding power as a direct power source. For example, with this magic rice cooker, compared to the electric rice cooker that needed to transform electricity into heat, the magic rice cooker could directly use a low-level flame magic array. After the switch was pressed, with the support of the magic crystal, this flame magic array could directly produce heat that would envelop the pot inside. Not only would it heat up fast, but because of the specialty of the magic array, the heat usage efficiency was quite high. On Earth, there would be people who looked to cook with firewood to preserve the original taste, feeling that it tasted better than the rice cooked by the electric rice cooker. This was because the firewood has stronger flames and was more direct, so its effects were better than heat transformed from electricity. This problem didn't exist with the magic rice cooker. Because of the careful studying from Akali, Still, and Evita, the magic rice cooker's internal flame magic array covered the entire pot with heat, evenly heating up the pot and making no mistakes with the rice that was cooked. Su-e ate several more mouthfuls of rice and felt very satisfied. If he gave this thing to Heinz, he wouldn't keep looking at him like an aggrieved woman each day. "Sir Chairman, let's sit down and eat." Evita had already cleaned up a table and brought out several dishes that had been prepared beforehand. "Oh, all right." Su-e smiled as he sat down at the table. When he looked over the 4 finely made dishes and the meat soup that got one's appetite going just from looking at it, he couldn't help saying with a smile, "Evita, your cooking really is good. Whoever marries you in the future will truly be filled with happiness." Evita's hand that was currently filling a bowl of rice turned stiff and her face turned slightly red. "Hey, uncle, this is sexual harassment." Still tapped the table in front of Su-e and said with a cold snort, "Let me tell you, Evita was very well loved when we were in school, and there were many male students that professed their love for her. If it was known that there was an uncle like you who was harassing the goddess of their heart, do you believe they will charge over here and take care of you?" Su-e couldn't help laughing. "It's this terrifying? All right, then I'll obediently eat and won't speak any nonsense." Evita came over with their rice with a red face and put a bowl in front of Su-e first. "Sir Chairman, don't listen to Still's nonsense. If we talk about admiration, Still was one of the most admired in our Lampuri Royal Magic Academy. I am far from being able to compare to her." That's right. If it wasn't for the fact that Still's heart was taken, if she said a casual word, the male students who wanted to chase her would go from here to Banda City's gates. Akali on the side gave an emotional sigh before asking Still, "That's right, Still. I forgot to ask you the entire time. Didn't you always like that Vincent? What happened now? Didn't you go look for him after graduation? I thought that you would at least tell him that you liked him, right?" Vincent. Su-e's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this was the male student Still liked before, and then after seeing his true colors, she called a bastard? "I found him, but he was already engaged. Could it be that I would run over and steal someone's fiancé?" Still gave a casual shrug, looking like she didn't care at all. Sui seriously looked at Still's expression. He found that although she had a casual look, under that, there was a bit of darkness hidden. It seemed like she couldn't recover from her wounds in a short period of time. Engaged? Why did I never hear about this? Who is he engaged to? That girl shouldn't be as beautiful as you, right? Still, how about you just steal him away? I feel that you. Akali. Seeing that Akali was prepared to keep going, Sui suddenly spoke to cut her off. What is it, Chairman? Akali was stunned as she asked this back. Also Evita, are you two interested in doing advertisements? Akali and Evita looked at each other in blank dismay, not understanding what Sui meant at all. Sui, you didn't need to do anything for me. I'm fine. Still revealed a relaxed smile to Sui beside her. The two had already finished eating lunch in the magic research lab. Still was planning on heading back to the magic tower, and Sui wanted to find Great Magician Camilla for something. So they took the road back to Great Magician Camilla's magic tower together. You're really all right. Sui looked at Still with a frown, with doubt all over his face. Why did I think that your expression wasn't that good just now? That is just... Still thought about it before waving her hand in a slightly agitated manner. This matter will make people unhappy no matter what. I just felt disgusted thinking about it. As long as you don't have any more feelings for that fellow. Sui said with a shrug. Could it be that I would still have feelings for that fellow who isn't anything good? Still angrily glared at Sui. Do you think I'm an idiot? I liked him before because I didn't know his true face and was fooled by his outer appearance. Thinking about it now, I really was weak back then, actually liking a person because of his appearances. All right, I was indeed an idiot back then. Sui laughed. Being an idiot once is not a bad thing. At least after this matter, you'll know that you can't judge a book by its cover. Compared to one's appearance, their heart is more important. After all, a person like me who is outstanding on the outside and inside is really rare. Still looked like she wanted to puke. Can you act humble? I just finished eating. I don't want to vomit everything out. Sui gave a snort and revealed a look of disdain. I'm just telling the truth, and you won't believe it. You really are a child who won't learn. But forget it, an outstanding man like myself is like a moon in the sky. It can't be hidden even if one wanted to. I'm not lacking a person with broken eyes like you to discover me. Your eyes are broken. Still glared at Sui before suddenly breaking out in laughter. This laughter was like a floodgate that couldn't hold back the water, and more kept pouring out. Still at first covered her mouth, but as her laughter became stronger and stronger, she held her stomach and couldn't stand up straight as she laughed. Sui had a straight face at first, but he couldn't help laughing with her in the end. On this noon during the summer, these two fellows were wildly laughing on the street like this. Naturally, it attracted strange gazes from the people around them. These two fellows were considered people with a decent amount of fame. After the people around them noticed them, they couldn't help pointing at them. Sui quickly noticed this and quickly grabbed Still's arm before he ran off. Only when they reached the Camilla Magic Tower did Sui finally let go of Still's arm. He was panting as he pointed at the Magic Tower and said, "All right, go and find your grandfather first. I should take a trip to the lab first. That's right, tell Great Magician Camilla something for me. I have something to look for him later. I hope that he could give me a bit of time." What are you suddenly being polite for? Still looked at Sui. Didn't grandfather already tell you that you could go see him whenever you wanted? Sui shook his head with a bitter smile. There was no problem before, but after being cursed out by him, I can't dare say that if the old man still has a favorable impression of me anymore. Sui gave a cold snort. You deserved it. After saying this, Still suddenly knit her brows and gave a soft sigh. She turned to look at the magic tower, standing proud, and a somewhat regretful look appeared on her face. Sui, actually, I shouldn't talk about you. I always wanted to urge grandfather against this. If he stays like this, I'm afraid this magic tower. What's wrong with the magic tower? Sui noticed the sadness in Still's voice and couldn't help asking in a surprised tone. Could it be that there are problems with the magic tower? It shouldn't be. Then again, Great Magician Camilla is a great magician and has status in the entire kingdom. Still shook her head. It isn't this problem, but I won't talk about this to you for now. After I finish talking to grandfather, I'll find the time to discuss this with you. Perhaps I'll have to request for your help at that time. Hearing Still's serious tone, Sui tightly knit his brows. Based on her tone, great magician Camilla seemed to have met some troubles. Don't say request, just speak if there is anything I can help you with. Still, in the past, you were the one who made the exception that allowed me to work in the magic tower. If it wasn't for this, I would be doing some other kind of work that probably wouldn't have been related to magic, so there would be no need to mention me making this company. So the fact that I could have these things now, you played a decisive role. Since it's like this, is there a need for you to be polite with me? Still revealed a faint smile. Then do you know why I made an exception for you back then? Because you held the door open for me back then. Still paused for a second before throwing these words down and turning to leave. Just because of this. Sui rubbed his nose as he shook his head with a bitter smile. When Sui came to the lab, he raised quite a stir. Since the Frestec Chamber of Commerce became bigger and bigger, Sui asked for more and more days off. After a while, he would only come once every few days, and he would only stay for an hour before leaving. This made his co-workers in the lab even forget that he was still a member of this lab. The stranger thing was that if it was anyone else, they would have already been chased out of the magic tower by Great Magician Camilla. But for this Sui, Great Magician Camilla never said a thing, like he didn't know what Sui was doing at all. So as time passed, the co-workers in the lab knew that Sui held a special place in Great Magician Camilla's heart. Adding in the fact that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had more and more products and the company became richer, Sui's position in the mind of his co-workers also grew. Now that Sui had appeared in the lab, naturally, he wouldn't be ignored like in the beginning. Also, no one showed any hostilities towards him, and he seemed to be met with the same warm welcome. Hey, Sui, why did you have time to come here today? Latte was the first to jump out, welcoming Sui with a full smile. If you didn't come back, we would have forgotten that we worked with you. Latte, what nonsense are you saying? We could forget others, but we would never forget Sui. Then again, we worked together on the magic fan for such a long time in the past. Don't you think so? Sui, this co-worker was one of the 10 who had worked on the magic fan magic array for Sui before. That's right, this will never be forgotten. Another co-worker came beside Sui while laughing, and he slapped Sui's shoulder. He suddenly asked in a low voice, "Hey, Sui, do you have any work in your company? If there is, help find something for me, all right?" Hearing this question, the lab suddenly became silent. Sui looked around and saw that other than a few people, the other co-workers were all looking at him with expectant gazes. Even the co-workers that weren't looking over were clearly attentively listening to them, not looking like they didn't care at all. Sui was secretly shocked. These co-workers used to look down on magic array drawing work before. Why did they suddenly show such interest? There was only one explanation. There was a change that he didn't know about yet. There is this kind of work, but with your magical strength, I'm afraid it won't match your skills. Sui replied with a smile, while seriously watching for everyone's reactions. While he was seriously looking over them, Sui found something that had shocked him. Why don't I see Cimarron, Rem, and Wella? Those three wouldn't have taken a vacation like me, right? You don't know? Latte looked at Sui with an astonished look before suddenly realizing something. Oh, right. You haven't come in several days, so you definitely don't know. They already no longer work here. I've heard that they've ran off to a company in Saltan City, working for that company. Working for a company? Sui was instantly stunned. With their strength, they wouldn't have run off to become a guard for a company, right? I won't mention Cimarron, but with how proud Rem and Wella are, how could they have agreed? No, of course they aren't guards. How could they be willing to run off to a company to be a guard? Latte shook her head. I've heard that they seem to be doing some kind of research. That's right, Sui. It seems like it is related you your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. What relations does it have to me company? Sui was even more stunned. I don't know the specifics either. I only know that the company has given them a high salary. Anyway, before Cimarron left, he said that it was even higher than their salaries here. Really? Sui knit his brows and sunk into deep thought. Cimarron was the second strongest in this laboratory, so naturally he had one of the highest salaries, even higher than Remington. He received 40 gold coins each month. For a company to give him a salary that was even higher when he had just started out, that really was not a small number. If they gave the same starting wage to Rem and Wella, it wouldn't be strange if the two of them agreed at all. That's right, since the three of them have been baited over by the company. What about you all? Why haven't they tried taking you? Su-yi then asked. He never thought that once he asked this question, the coworkers in the lab would all show the same strange look. Su-yi immediately understood. There wasn't a single exception here. They had all been taken. As for the reason why they were still here, there was only one answer. They hadn't finished discussing the conditions yet. After an hour, Su-yi met Great Magician Camilla in the top layer of the magic tower. After observing His Excellency Great Magician for a while, Su-yi couldn't help giving a secret sigh. Since the last time he saw His Excellency Great Magician, it had already been 20 days. However, even though a short 20 days had passed, His Excellency Great Magician had clearly gotten much older. Other than being thinner and more tired, the most prominent thing was that His Excellency Great Magician's head of brown hair now had several gray hairs that appeared. For a great magician that always seemed to be bursting with life and filled with energy to look like this, he must have encountered quite a bit of pressure in the past few days. After seeing Su-yi, Great Magician Camilla seemed to have forgotten something. He was like he was in the beginning, nodding at Su-yi with a kind look, signaling him to sit down. Su-yi, what did you come looking for me for this time? Although he looked tired, Great Magician Camilla still had a serious expression. Let me tell you first, if you are here to discuss a business cooperation, you can leave right now. Su-yi was silent for a bit before saying with a smile, Your Excellency Great Magician, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I came this time because I wanted some help with a problem in magic because I've met some difficulty that I can't solve for now. But now I've changed my mind and want to talk to you about a business cooperation. Great Magician Camilla knit his brows and angrily said, Then scram for me. You fellows, all of you are falling into traps of money. How are you qualified to be magicians? Su-yi still had his smile, and his expression didn't change. Your Excellency Great Magician, I think your words are a bit mistaken. Falling into a trap of money is not right, but that seems to be unrelated to whether one is qualified to a magician or not, right? Humph. A fellow that only knows how to make money and doesn't know how to study magic, are they qualified? Su-yi shook his head. Your Excellency Great Magician, I have a question for you. Tell me, do you think magic research needs money? Great Magician Camilla's expression froze, and his expression changed. It went from anger to doubt before finally reaching helplessness. Magic research of course needs money, and not only does it need it, it needs a lot of money. Great Magician Camilla gave a sigh as a dull look appeared on his face. So that means that not only should a magician not be opposed to making money, they should combine the two. Your Excellency Great Magician, do you think this is correct? Great Magician Camilla glared at Su-yi and said with a cold snort, Did you specially come to ridicule me? No, Your Excellency Great Magician, you are mistaken. I definitely didn't have the meaning of ridiculing you. I only heard that you met some problems and wanted to see if there was anything I could help you with. Great Magician Camilla stared at Su-yi for a while and only saw sincerity from his face, so he said with a soft snort, Did Still tell you? Still indeed told me a bit. The rest I heard from the other co-workers. Su-yi paused before continuing. Your Excellency Great Magician, I feel that you should change your ideas right now. How about attempting to combine magic and business? I hate businessmen and hate the spirit of merchants polluting the pure magic. Great Magician Camilla said with a cold snort. But you don't hate gold coins, right? Su-yi asked. Great Magician Camilla gave a cold snort, but he didn't refute him. Su-yi used this chance to say, That's right, gold coins are only a tool. What you hate are those people who use this tool to hurt you and not gold coins itself. Money is not classified into good and evil. If it is used well, it is a very useful tool. If it isn't used well, it can also bring great disaster. Great Magician Camilla, if you had enough money, what would you use it for? Nonsense. If I had enough gold coins, I would definitely invest it all into magic research. Great Magician Camilla replied in an exceptionally simple manner. But you don't have enough gold coins right now, isn't that right? Great Magician Camilla's expression changed, and he didn't speak for a long time. Seeing his appearance, Su-yi gently shook his head. It seemed like the difficulties Great Magician Camilla had met now was even more serious than he had thought. When he noticed that Cimarat, Rim, and Wella had actually left the magic tower in the lab, Su-yi wasn't that surprised. But after he found that everyone else in the lab had their hearts swayed and had the idea of leaving the magic tower, Sui knew that this situation was not right. After he kept using a veiled attack, Sui finally received an answer that he didn't expect. Great Magician Camilla was out of money. Although Great Magician Camilla had never been well off and the magicians in the Magic Tower were filled with complaints, there had been no problem in maintaining the normal operation of the Magic Tower. But during this time, many magicians have found that there were problems in the normal operation of the Magic Tower. The first was that there were shortages in the materials they needed. Then some of the reasonable requests the magicians had made had actually been rejected. The final and most important thing was that Great Magician Camilla had actually failed to pay their salaries for the first time. Although he had fully paid everyone after 2 days, this period of time made everyone vigilant. In the magician's circle, there were many things that weren't considered a secret. So everyone had learned that Great Magician Camilla had met with some big problems. His funds would become less than before, and he might not even be able to support the Magic Tower. After hearing this information, the magicians of the Magic Tower had been shocked and naturally looked for different paths. Once Cimarat, Rim, and Wella left first, the workers in the lab naturally couldn't sit still. Now that a big boss like Sui had appeared in front of everyone, they all revealed the same enthusiasm. Sui, who had asked around, looked for Still, who came to the Magic Tower with him, and after pressing her for the answer, he finally received the truth from Still. The co-workers had heard the truth. There really had been a large problem with Great Magician Camilla's fundings. Normally speaking, if not calculating the other sources of incomes for great magicians, there were 2 sources of stable income for magicians of the Great Magician level. One was from the Magician's Guild. When a magician broke through and reached the Great Magician rank, they were entitled to a special subsidiary from the Magician's Guild. This subsidiary was strictly determined by one's rank, mainly taking into account a Great Magician's power rank, and secondly taking into account when one reached the Great Magician rank. Great Magician Camilla was currently a 3-star Great Magician, and according to normal standards, he was entitled to a special subsidiary of 200 gold coins from the Magician's Guild each year. Other than that, since he had already reached the Great Magician rank 23 years ago, he also received a special 50 gold coin subsidiary. Adding this together, it was 200 gold coins. The other source of income was from the country the magician was from. This was because magicians were an important part of the country's strength, and magicians of the Great Magician rank were very precious. So every country would give special financial support to great magicians. Although the Lampuri Kingdom was only a small country on the Signs continent, Great Magician Camilla received a high financial support of up to 2,000 gold coins from the Lampuri royal family each year. Because Great Magician Camilla was not like other great magicians who worked with companies, promising to protect those companies while receiving support from them in terms of gold coins. This 2,250 gold coins was Great Magician Camilla's yearly income. If there were no changes, this 2,250 gold coins was enough to support the daily expenses of a magic tower in a small town in Banda City. But there were changes this year. The main change was with the financial support from the Lampuri Kingdom. In the past, with each year's fall harvest, the Lampuri royal family would give money to the great magicians of the kingdom. However, half a month ago, the Lampuri royal family suddenly announced that because their finances were tight, the royal family had to lower the financial support they were giving to great magicians. When it came to Great Magician Camilla, they had cut his previous year's 2,000 down to 1,000. They actually cut it by a half. Great Magician Camilla already had many problems when it came to maintaining the magic tower, but suddenly losing the support of 1,000 gold coins, it could be considered an instantaneous collapse. 1,000 gold coins was equal to half a year of Great Magician Camilla's income. Suddenly losing all of this, not only did it mean he didn't have enough gold coins to support his magic research, he didn't even have enough to pay the salaries of the magicians working for him. Grandfather even said to me that it is very likely he will close the magic tower. When Still said this to Sui, she revealed a very helpless smile. Although from my angle, this is indeed a good thing, because without the magic tower to worry about, Grandfather will have much less to worry about. I know that Grandfather has spent quite a bit of effort to build this magic tower. This contains the hard work he has invested, and if he was to close it now, he might not be able to accept it. After hearing Still's thoughts, Sui considered it a bit before resolutely coming to the top layer of the magic tower and asking for an audience with great magician Camilla. In the face of this serious and old-fashioned old man who was actually very wise, Sui didn't hide his ideas and goals at all. He very cleanly and directly pointed out this brutal fact to great magician Camilla. Great magician Camilla, you have no money.